Good afternoon and welcome to the Palace Hotel here on the Isle of Man. We're here for the grand finals of the 2021 IPA Tour, and delighted to be joined by our resident expert and resident professional, Dan Davey. Dan, great to be here. Great to finish off what has been a great season in a very shortened manner this year.
Yeah, it's a great venue. This room's good. We kind of have all the pro matches in this room, which is away from all the hustle and bustle out there where there's, I think, 14 tables, so it's good. It's a really good venue, nice, quite a lot of space around, and hotel's great, and yeah, it's a good event. I like it.
Yeah, it's a great way to finish the season off, and obviously the boosted prize money and all those double ranking points at stake, and all the pro players will be looking to boost their rankings by the end of Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, the winner's prize here in the Open is more than double than normal, so it's like we're working at 7k to the winner. So, I think everyone's just put that little bit extra practice in for this event, and yeah, it should be good.
And we've seen in the early part of the season the likes of Liam Dunster, Mark Farnsworth pretty much dominate. They've been there or thereabouts pretty much every event. Are we likely to see that again this weekend, or are there some other pretenders to the titles?
Well, I don't think we're likely to see their level drop, because there's no way they're going to have put the amount of time and effort in that they've put in and had the results they've had for the first 4 tours of the season to not carry that on when we're playing for double prize money at the last event. So I fully expect them to bring their A game. It's just whether the others can kind of catch up and someone can break them up, because it seems to be every single tournament it's those two in the semis plus 2 others, but that's how good.
Yeah, and the strength in depth that we talk about pretty much every tournament. I mean, we've not even mentioned world champion John McAllister, who's always there or thereabouts, and Clint, who we just saw on the stream earlier, and obviously I think the name that on everyone's lips at the moment, Corey Reese.
Yeah, he made a final earlier in the season as well. I think he made the final of his first ever pro event as well. So to people that know, it's not a huge surprise. And if he just went on 1 year's worth of ranking points, he's in the top 8 anyway. I think he'd be about 5th. So his current ranking's probably a little bit misleading, because at the moment he's definitely sort of top 4 or 5 on the planet. He's brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, for anyone who's been watching the Champions Cup on Sporty Stuff TV, will have seen Corey win that first event in dramatic style against the pro number 1 Liam Dunster.
Yeah, the penalty shootout, white on the centre spot, black on the spot. Yeah, it was proper drama. Liam went in off his first one, and all that happened 2 days before in the group before as well. So, it was nice to see a bit of emotion from Corey as well. He really gave it a fist pump after he got it. You don't often see that, but it was a 2.5 grand black, so you can understand it.
Yeah, it shows how much it means. These guys just want to win, and the matchups against the likes of Liam and Mark, what we all play for, really.
Yeah, and I suppose it's really to be in and amongst them. You've got John as well, current world champion, but their level of consistency is kind of leaving the rest behind at the moment. Even John, to an extent, although he's just he's very much there. But that's everyone's challenge. Is to it's all right beating them in a one-off match, but can you get to semis and finals and keep winning events like they do consistently? That's tough. It's tough.
And talking of the World Champs, that's coming up in 3 or 4 weeks' time, in February the 15th, we start, in fact. Is this event going to be a gauge for who the likely contenders are going to be at that event?
I think it often is. Yeah, definitely, especially when they're so close. So we're less than a month after we finish here. We're only, 3 weeks until the start of the Worlds. And definitely, yeah, because, if you have a good event here, you're definitely going to carry on hitting the practice table hard. Just to keep the momentum going before the big one. So, yeah, of course it is, yeah. If it was 2-3 months away, it's maybe a little bit different, but so close, I would expect to see some of the people that run deep in this do very well at the Worlds as well, definitely.
Okay, well, back to the here and now. So coming up next, we've got Ryan Clark against home boy favourite David Adenall. What can we expect in this one? Are you going to be running into the commentary box in a couple of minutes' time?
Well, Ryan's been one of those, probably an underachiever, I'd say. Can beat anyone on his day, but hasn't quite sort of ever made a final or as many semi-finals as we'd maybe expect, because he is seriously good. And Dave Adenall, yeah, like local legend. I was practicing yesterday, and I was watching over. He was playing Richard Swaffield, we saw earlier, and there must have been a point where you just look over and it was literally every single frame was off the break. So he's playing well. He puts the hours in. For the event, you'd probably want to see Dave do well. Sorry, Ryan. But he's got a lot of fans here ready for him. So should be good.
Yeah. Well, thanks a lot for your time, Dan, and we'll see you in the commentary box even very shortly. Yeah. Thanks a lot. So as Dan makes his way into the commentary box, I'm delighted to be joined when he makes his way into the arena by our star of Pickers Picks, star of the betting office with his new buddy Gary Wiltshire. No Gary this weekend, but glad that you're here, Mark.
Oh, well, thank you. I feel a little bit lonely without Gary, actually. I was hoping he was going to turn up or be here when I sort of came down for this being started.
Well, you never know. He still might surprise us and turn up.
Yeah, you just never know with Gary. You never know what he's going to come out with, and he could just could walk through that door any minute, like you just said.
Obviously, we're no betting on this event this weekend. The format doesn't really lend itself to that. But if you were in the betting office now with Gary, what would you be looking at for this event and this match?
Well, obviously we watched Corey Reese. Got through that event one on Tuesday night, and then Dunster. He's been the form man, and he's one that you just cannot really take your eyes off. You've got Mark Farnsworth, and you've got to think about the players that haven't done that well in the Champions Cup, the Clint Iansons, who we've just seen on the stream, the Mark Boyles, the John McAllisters. How are they going to respond and come back to obviously try and prove a point? But this format is completely different to the sporty stuff, so we're probably just we're not really sure how the players are going to sort of adapt from how they've played in event one and how they're going to come back and play these race to 8s, race to 7s.
And what those players that you mentioned, the Johns, the etc., so many to mention, what have they got to do to lift their games up to be challenging for the silverware at the end of this weekend?
Well, I think we've seen John, he's made a final already in this season. We've seen Clint, he's already picked up a trophy. But how are they going to get back and perform against the Liam Dunsters and the Mark Farnsworth, who, without a doubt, have been the best players this season so far?
And just reflecting back on the season, this is the end of the 2021 season. Obviously, it's been delayed because of COVID, and we're playing it in 2022. But just reflecting back, what are your sort of highlights and reflections back?
Well, I mean, there's been so many, and it's sort of it's about how the best players have all come together. And was expecting a few more sort of winners to the winners' circle, but when Mark Farnsworth and Liam Dunster, they're the ones that have really taken every title, and it's now about just seeing how these other players respond. But the highlight for me has been Mark Farnsworth. Very much at the very start of the season, he looked pretty unbeatable, and it is great to see him back in that form.
And I mentioned with Dan about the big one, the World's coming up in 3 or 4 weeks' time. What do you, is this event a gauge for it? Is it too soon, or is it just going to be the big names who are going to be there at the end?
That's a really tough question. It's going to be interesting to see how John McAllister sort of comes back, and he's obviously defended his title for well over a year. I mean, we've not had a World Championships in 2021, so yes, we can't wait to get back to 2022. But who is going to be challenging or taking that title off John, or is John going to be the first ever player to retain it? It's all exciting.
It certainly is, Mark. Well, thanks for your time, and no doubt we'll be speaking a lot more over the next couple of days. But we talked about the match that's coming up now. It's local favourite David Adenall against the Punisher Ryan Clark. So let's get over to the commentary box and Dan Davey.
Yeah, welcome. It's a very interesting match. It always brings a crowd. Dave Adenall. See, at the last event, he just behind you, the 3 tables that were in the background. He ran Liam Dunster very, very close. He was 6-2 down and got it back to 6 apiece. And there must have been 30, 40 people crowded around the table. It was. He's got some following Dave, but a lot of his fans are out there just playing in the tournament as well at the moment. So I'm sure we'll see it fill up as time goes on. It's about to be joined by Mark Pickworth. That's Ryan that's won the lag. Now then, pickers. Who are you picking?
Who am I picking for this one? Who did you pick? I just caught the end of it. Who did you go for?
I said for a neutral, it'd be nice for Dave Adenall to win. But we'll see, I suppose.
Thank you. IPA Professional Grand Finals. Last 32 match. Race to 8 frames. First frame, Ryan Clark to break. Time running.
Yeah, so, David Adenall, he had such a good run in this event last time. And with that support, I just think it pushes him onto that next level.
Yeah, and I think he, I don't know, I know he's a very dedicated player, but if there's ever going to be an event that you put the extra few hours in for, go over and above, and, I think this might be the one, especially in front of his home crowd. Local legend. But more importantly, he's not just the best of
10 seconds.
The best of this bunch in the Isle of Man. He's a blooming good player. Very, very good. Last event he almost did the impossible. He was 6-2 down to Liam Dunster and got it back to 6 apiece and had a chance in the decider as well. Just the mental strength alone to stay in that match is something special. He's a very attacking player. So he's somebody that when he gets going, he's ultra aggressive. Good to watch. Very good to watch from a neutral perspective.
And I think, with the
Thank you.
The sort of support he's got around here, not only is it just the support around here, David's got such a great following. He's even got players to come to this event, and we must have over 30 players here this weekend from the Isle of Man. They just love it as much as what he does. Yeah.
To be honest, he's a very popular guy anyway. When we're in England, so
extension cool.
Lovely guy. And I think that's the reason, I suppose, from a neutral's perspective, it'd probably be nice to see him have a nice run in this tournament, wouldn't it? But Ryan Clark isn't going to subscribe to that. No. He wants none of that.
No, he doesn't. And Ryan Clark, if anybody has not been watching any of the IPA pool recently, he's one of the men in form. And he's going to take some stopping to try and get, definitely going to take some stopping in this match. And David Adenall, he's got to bring pretty much the best A game he's got.
Yeah, he needs to. Definitely needs to. Got some horrible memories of playing Ryan Clark on stream. I played very, very well. Very clinical to go 5-1 up against him. Made one mistake, a few dry breaks, lost 7-5 a few years ago now. First time I played him. He's when he gets the bit between his teeth, he is hard to stop. That's gone bad for him as well. It's unlucky. He's done the right thing. He's gone into his bad area early.
Time running.
But you trust the luck a little bit always, to an extent. And that one hasn't come out good at all. Christ knows what he's going to do here. So he's just shaking his head. He
10 seconds.
Yeah, just while Ryan decides this. I spoke about that when I was just having that little introduction there with Kevin. How much will it be different for you players that have come from sporty stuff? The format, how are you going to adapt to, trying to play these race to 8s, race to 7s? Is he going to have to be a bit different?
It will be.
Obviously, you're going to be one of them players. You only just recently played on Tuesday.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I think I'm looking forward to probably the longer format actually. Feeling like you can settle into a match, but then I think, it's all swings and roundabouts really, isn't it? Because if you're too relaxed, you can be slack, and I've definitely been guilty of that in the past, where your concentration lapses a little bit in the longer races. It's a different skill set. It's a similar skill set, but it is slightly different. And I think over those longer races, you really do see the likes of, say, Liam Dunster and Mark Farnsworth. Their focus and concentration is sort of second to none. Oh, what a fluke that is. What a fluke that is from Dave Adenall. That is berserk. He's missed the double by a fair distance, caught the far knuckle, and then planted the red into the right middle.
Yeah, and I
Wow.
think he's going to have to play another double. And if he does, if he gets this, this is a great chance. But he's missed that by a way.
He's not fluked that one as well, has he?
He has fluked it.
Oh, dearie me.
Wow, they're going in from all angles here.
Wow.
The Isle of Man. At the forefront of it, it's David Adenall.
You've always got the chance of the cocked hat if you do miss that shot thick. Needs that to come out. Oh, I don't think he's got it.
I don't think he has. It looks
No.
mighty tight, that does. I mean, he can hit it, but can he pot it?
That is very tight.
He might have to play with a bit of a
Left-hand
side. Trying to just sort of steer it into the left centre.
Was he going for the double?
How does it go?
He's gone for the double. Can't fluke this as well, can he?
No, but look where the white ball's gone.
Oh, that goes down as a stroke of luck again, though. That's not too bad a leave.
No, definitely not.
He won't be too displeased with that.
Yeah, I think, Ryan, you only can get to that middle one. The 3 in the top half of the table there. Well, the potting angle for it. I think it goes. I think you can see enough. Or you're going to play a containing shot. It's a difficult one to play containing too.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I mean, I think that was no easier than taking on the pot, than taking on the middle one of the 3. From a distance, it's a more difficult shot than it looks.
Yeah, it
Frame.
was. I mean, David's had a couple of huge flukes in that frame. And probably a little bit of a run of the ball on that black as well. But he is 1-0 ahead, and probably that shot selection there from Ryan Clark hasn't helped his cause, but it's early stages of this match, and can't be too sort of critical of the players with their shot selection, but he'll settle into it.
Yeah. Your worry is, if you're a Ryan Clark fan, is, and I know this for all too
Frame 2.
many bad
David
reasons,
Adenall to break.
the
Leading
amount
one
of
frame
times
to
you
nil.
make a mistake in the
Time
first
on it.
frame and your opponent then punishes you for breaking clearance in the next. Always seems to be the way. What's Dave got? Well, he's hit them well. He's made a couple of reds.
And then a couple of reds had nice little flick-ins.
Yeah, they sort of scraped in, didn't they? They didn't go straight in. The yellows are definitely the better suit. It's just where's his first yellow coming from.
10 seconds.
He's also got the option of a cut into the middle, but he's hampered queuing. He's played that very confidently. He'd love that red to go as well. You know, that's going to cause him a problem. But if he can land right behind that, it's quite an easy skill shot. But I do stress, you need to be right behind it.
Yeah, you do. And probably that red ball's what? Maybe just under an inch away from it, being over the lip of the pocket. I'm with you, Dan. They're horrible to play unless you're right behind them. There's not really a lot of room for that cue ball to be.
No, you want to be in a direct line, really, between the red that's over the corner pocket
10 seconds.
and the yellow. And you want the white to be in a direct line between those two as well. Because the further off line you are, the harder the skill shot is. And he's a little bit straight on this one as well.
Yeah, I think he's set out his sort of stall now. I think he's going to be going for the, I can't see him just trickling this yellow over the bottom left-hand corner. I don't think that's his game.
10 seconds.
He'll be going all out for these.
Yeah, the other option maybe is to double it into the bottom right corner pocket, but I think that might well be a plan B for him as opposed to what he wants to do. We'll see what sort of position he can get the cue ball into in this shot or the next shot. We are seeing him take the double on.
10 seconds.
Hasn't got the legs, has it? He had the line just, but didn't have the legs.
No, it didn't. And that's a bit of an unforced error. And now Ryan Clark. This should just settle him into this match. If he takes these out.
10 seconds.
These are the finishes that he was taking out. The last tour, the tour before, where he's hit a little bit of form.
Extension called.
Called his extension. He's just trying to figure out his route. Does he want to leave the red bottom left till last, maybe? Probably not. We'll see him take that next. Probably, ideally, like to get right in the centre of the table, bring the white right back out towards these two reds, so he can leave the red into the right middle as his last ball. I mean, he can go either way. Personal preference. He could just drop the red into the right middle and play the other one into the left corner. You just don't want to be leaving these, leaving the black at too much of a distance, if you can help it.
Seconds.
Confident shot to come round two cushions. Very nicely done.
Yeah, and this black then to level this match up. You got to say, just what David, he really went out for this finish in this frame. He just wanted to obviously extend his lead. And I think that we'll see that from David. He will go out all through his shots.
Frame.
Yeah,
on this occasion, he's fell short.
Yeah, no holding back from Dave. He's very, very aggressive. Great to watch, especially for a neutral.
We can hear the commentary. Thank you.
So there's our referee, Ben Taylor Ferrante.
Frame 3. Ryan Clark to break. Scores are tied, 1 frame all. Time running.
Anybody that's just joined us, this is our last tour of the 2021 season. This is when all the final points, the ranking points, final monies all come into finalisation. Decides who's going to become a professional player, who's up, who's down.
Yeah, double money.
Extension
7K
call.
to the winner of the Open event instead of the normal 3.
Yeah, some incredible money on offer here.
Next season it's going to be 10, isn't it, in the grand finals to the winner?
Yeah,
Of
that's
the, I think of the pro event. It's the Isle of Man government supporting the tour. Very good to be here.
that's one thing about this Isle of Man venue. Everybody's just so helpful here. The hotel
Can't do enough for you.
colleagues, they can't. They helped us all weekend, well, all this week,
Yeah.
get us ready for this event. And then, of course, the support that we've had from the Isle of Man government with regarding getting people in and out and all of that. It's been absolutely superb.
Yeah, and the actual venue itself's perfect for this tournament as well. We've got,
10 seconds.
I mean, just everything. You know, the rooms are nice. it's just it's a really nice hotel. We've got the casino on site. They've got all the live sports in there. They've got the got unbelievable Chinese restaurant downstairs. Quite an expensive one. You know, I think they travel from all over the island to get there. But real good spot, location, and just it's a classy venue. Fitting really for a grand finals.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it is. And I think if anybody's sort of missing out on this event for whatever reason, they need to get back here next year, because we're back here next year. It'll be our last tour again, the grand final. And I mean, this is the first time I've been to this one, Dan.
Is it?
Yeah, I broke my arm on the first one. We obviously had that little pandemic that was going off, and then
that happened today.
Yeah, and then on the one that was in November, I had my little boy Jensen.
You did?
I did, yeah.
Out the blue.
Well, it went out.
You kept that quiet though, didn't you?
I kept it quiet from you lot. Yeah, I couldn't tell you that sort of stuff. But yeah, so that was the reason why I've missed it. But I'm pleased that I'm here now, and I'm very impressed with everything that you've just said, and also the actual venue itself is brilliant.
Yeah, it's perfect. Talking of perfect, Ryan Clark just played a cannon a couple of shots ago, which could have gone wrong. It came out very nice. And the only thing that can go wrong here, I think your natural angle is taking it towards these two reds on the right hand side of the table. So just needs to make sure he doesn't either land behind the one that's almost in line with the black, or now and again you might cannon the one just below it and maybe sneak yourself behind it. Just needs to be a little bit careful.
Yeah.
I don't think he played for it into. He's just apologised to David. He didn't play for it into this corner pocket.
No, it looks like he tried to play the cannon onto the red to hold it when the back would have been in the middle. Well, that's irrelevant now. Ryan Clark is 2-1 to the good.
Yeah, it don't matter how, he'll take it.
Yeah, good performance there.
Shaking his head there, Ryan. He's one of those players, he's his own biggest critic. You see after there, he's just cleared off the break, and he's sort of just shaking his head in the chair because he ran out of position.
Frame 4.
Yeah, almost a bit OCD, because he didn't have the cue ball under perfect control for the entire clearance. And he's annoyed with himself, but I suppose see a lot of the top sportsmen, they're obsessed with their performance. Always trying to achieve perfection. That wasn't perfect from Dave. Hit them well, but nothing seemed to really even threaten a pocket.
No, he was successful last time, but this time he's not.
You can see how well he's hit. I mean, look how many balls are in the top half of the table. You know, sometimes you just got to put it down to the luck element. But talking of luck, he hasn't left Ryan the easiest of starters here. There isn't really a yellow that he can go at. All he's got on a red is a plant.
Yeah, and yellows are, well, they're both not bad, but yellows would be the preferred option.
Oh yeah, yellows are
dreams.
Absolute dream. Yeah, if he could make a yellow, but he ain't got anything to go at. He ain't even got a double anything.
10 seconds.
So it's going reds.
You say he ain't got a double. He's found one.
He's found a double, but it's on the red.
Yeah.
And you just look at the table now. I mean, he's got a couple of problem balls on reds. Yellows, if he does slip up, I mean, you either get these first up or it's 2 apiece, because the yellows couldn't be sat any nicer.
10 seconds.
He's still shaking his head. Feels hard done by. Maybe something that Ryan could work on a little bit in his game. Mentality seems to get a little bit too frustrated too easily. Don't know if that's fair or not.
Yeah, and I think Ryan I'm going to be a bit critical about him here now. He always thinks he's the hardest done by player. You know, he's probably, and when we look back at records, etc., Ryan Clark must lose, oh God, I'm going to put a little figure out there, 80% of deciding frames in matches. And it's probably more when you start looking at sort of stats and that. He needs to overcome that because everything he's always said, oh, I lost and decided to this. But you said at the very start, that mistake from Ryan at the start, will he look back at losing that frame? So when it comes back, or losing the lag, or whatever it is. And it'll be interesting just to see. He seems to have a lot more closer matches than he does where he's winning them quite easily. I think that's the best way of explaining it as well.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It can become a little bit of a mental block sometimes if you lose a lot of close matches. You might get a little bit more nervous towards the end of a match because it's in the back of your mind that you often lose close matches. I don't know, but yeah, for something that's in his head, he needs to. He needs to get it out of his head.
Yeah, or is it just about making wrong decisions at that crucial time? It is pretty much like that sometimes, isn't it? And you've just got to grin and bear it and learn from your mistakes and move on. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, it can be. I think it's quite an old saying, but the real basics of sports psychology is like managing your expectations. If you expect perfection all the time, you're going to get far too frustrated when you do make the odd mistake, and you can find that really lets you down for the rest of the match or tournament or weekend or whatever it is that you're doing. You don't want to get too. You need to accept that you're not going to be able to play perfect at all times. And I think when you look at the rankings is often in my opinion, it's an indicator of who's got the best B game, because very rarely does anyone play at their absolute best. It's just about how well they normally play.
Yeah, you're right. And Ryan, he shows it more than a lot of players with his body language, etc. He probably just needs to try and control that, because he's a good enough player to easily get into the top 8 of these rankings.
Oh, he's an incredible player. He's I said before, just we came on this match, I'd put him down as probably one of the biggest underachievers on the IPA in terms of how good his A game is compared to what he's actually achieved on the IPA. It's far better than his ranking suggests, but the rankings don't lie, and I think what the rankings really show is probably a lack of consistency. But there are some players that are ranked where they're ranked, and
Ryan Clark to break.
You know they're never really going to get any higher than that. Whereas Ryan's far below what I would call his potential.
Yeah, it is. But he knows what he's got to do. And the first thing he's got to do is win this match. And the only way he's going to win this match is he keeps his head, and he starts getting balls off the break, and he looks like this is going dry. Now we're going to see 2 frames on the spin here for David Adenall. See, these topsy-turvy matches just seem to be following him around.
Yeah, there's Dave with first chance again.
10 seconds.
Yeah, so just going looking at these yellows. I mean, if he can get through to the one on the top cushion, that's probably the one he wants to be taking next. Hopefully he can get through there, but the way he's playing this, he can't get through there, so he's just got to just draw this back. Left himself a nice angle here. So there's only one place where you can see this sort of going wrong, and that is them 2 yellow balls on the right hand side of the table. Well, if you landed on that one on the top, you know, the one that's sort of further out from the cushion, drop it into the middle, and then there was one in the bottom right hand corner. It's pretty much going to be 3-2 to David Adenall.
Yeah, I think it all hinges on this shot. One good positional shot here, and it should be quite plain sailing. He'd love to get the gap. Oh, not quite, not quite. If he'd have just got that gap, the white he would have been absolutely perfect. He might well have been on the yellow into the right middle, or if he come a little bit further, he'd have been on this one that he's about to play now, but much easier. So, well, he's played it with lots of left-hand side to break into those other two and hold the cue ball as well, and he's just missed it. But second prize, cover the pocket.
Yeah, second prize, but now he's just left that yellow ball into the top half of the table. He's going to have to take some getting out of there or getting on that final yellow. But Ryan Clark
10 seconds.
is just looking
Extension
to try and
call.
probably hide the cue ball here because with that red just over that yellow on the bottom left-hand part of the table, that's going to be his tough ball to get on.
Yeah, a bit of a mess. I mean, I would have liked maybe. This is quite a delicate one. Yes, he's left that now. I think the reds, the two reds that are close together by the baulk line, by where you'd break off from, if he could have potted one of them, he almost could have put him in that cluster. I think this was what he's just played. It's a much more delicate shot than it looked, and I might just played the other one, but he's going to have another chance. Now, what's he do here? Has he got? Can you play a double into a big pocket into the bottom right corner? All eggs in one basket. It's a bit too brave, isn't it?
Well, at 2 frames all, I mean, if it was 7 all, then you probably wouldn't take it on. But for me, this has got to be the shot. If you're going to want to start winning matches and getting far in competitions, these are the shots you've got to take on. Yeah,
it's a big pocket, isn't it? Oh, and that's a bit unlucky. That's a bit unlucky, and I think his face is about to show us how he feels about it. But to find that gap between the yellow that's making it a big pocket, like you see the smile on his face, it's a sarcastic grin, because he's like, how did I find that gap? He didn't even think that gap was there to find the knuckle. But he's found it. He's a bit bamboozled, but he's found it somehow.
10 seconds.
And it's Dave back in with a great chance to go 3-2. It's all going to be about position from up to this yellow in the right middle pocket. Needs to leave himself an angle on his second last one.
Yeah, and that's going to have to be his last ball, the way that this white ball's finished. I mean, he could go up for it on that, but it's just not really the shot. He's going to have to take these yellow balls in this bottom half first.
10 seconds.
And it's all about the leaving the right angle. He needs to leave an angle at least.
He didn't want to be hampered, Kieran, first and foremost, but he's a bit straight there. So, I mean, he can definitely get back up to the left-hand side of the table and have an easy enough pot on the yellow in the right middle, but the cue ball's going to be going into the reds.
Yeah, it is. So, these yellows. And again, not a really great positional shot there. Where is he going to be looking for this to go? He's definitely ain't got a double on. He's going to have to try it.
Into the cushion off the red. No, he's tried the double, but
I didn't think the angle was there. I just think there wasn't enough space to get that yellow through into the potting angle.
I think that's all stemmed as well from when he had 4 yellows left. He's jacked the cue up and played the yellow into the bottom left corner at pace. I think maybe he could have gone cushion first, dropped it in, then left himself on the one that was lowest, so that he could leave himself a natural angle to bring the white up table. But I think he maybe felt a little bit of time pressure. He got down to it quite quickly. The 10 seconds was called. I can tell you from experience, it's a lot easier said than done to handle that 30-second shot clock without feeling rushed.
Yeah, absolutely.
David
Adenall, I mean, when we just saw that picture of him, just as he'd missed that double, or attempted double, you could just see he was probably feeling a little bit of pressure. But Ryan Clark is letting back to the table, so with pushing that
So
red
touch
over
Sign
behind
ready.
that yellow. Isn't going to suit him, but it looks like he's got a pretty good snooker here. I don't think it's a one cushion escape.
Well, the problem is, I mean, it could maybe manufacture an angle and play it off one cushion with lots and lots of left-hand side, but because the cue ball was so was glued
One
to
free
that
shot.
left-hand
One
cushion,
visit.
it
Time
couldn't
running.
really dig down on it. So he's played it off
Time
two
out.
cushions, and Ryan's got his foul.
Time running.
Yeah, he has. And I think first shot here, he'll be putting that yellow ball onto the top cushion. So just to give him a little bit of insurance. But these are the shots that you need to get right and you need to get position. You can just sometimes concentrating on getting this yellow ball so tight to the cushion, you forget about your position, but he hasn't. So he's reds now. Pretty much all in his hands. He's got no difficult ones. Once he gets in this top half of the table, it should be dot to dot.
Yeah, easy enough this. He's in perfect position now for fairly simple reds. And I think it's a bit of a mixture of the good and the bad at the moment. I think either one of these players could have found himself 4-1 up by now. But it's a tight affair. A couple of good finishes from the break, but a couple of scrappy frames as well.
Every one of these balls he's taking here, he's always got options of any of the other ones, and it just depends on the way he sees it, depends on what angles he wants. Well, you don't see any problems here.
No, I think sometimes you see Ryan maybe take a little bit longer over these when others might get on with it a little bit, and maybe he knocks himself out of a rhythm sometimes.
Yeah, but that's the way he plays.
Yeah. Played that very well.
Yeah, he did. He made that cue ball do some work, though. That's just down to pretty much of a poor positional shot, but yeah, he's easily put that into that left centre. And now 3 frames to 2. Ryan Clark. Not a lot, so much in between these two. They've sort of, what? I bet they've had 2 or 3 pots each missed.
Yeah, scrappy start, really. Neither of them found top gear. So, yeah, at the moment, you kind of... It's a battle of the B games.
As you can see, some of our latest scores there. We saw Clint Ianson on his... We didn't see Clint Ianson on the table. I did watch this on the table. 8 frames to 3. Which is Swaffield. Luke Sanges 4-3 up against Steve Thompson. And our
Time
event
running.
1 winner, Corey Reese. He's 1-0 up against our chairman, Kevin Barton. Don't know much hope there for Kevin. Against our event 1 winner. Played some great stuff in the week, didn't he?
Oh, he
Corey
was
Reese.
brilliant, yeah. Really, really good. I mean, that was a really good break as well from Dave. 3 balls, a couple of yellows and a red. If he had to go reds, I'd fancy him to get them anyway, but yellows are very nice.
10 seconds.
Yeah, do you think he'll probably play the plant first, or... I mean, he's going to have to take a plant, isn't he, I think? Unless he can leave an angle to pot that yellow first.
I think that's going to be the only thing that can go wrong. So he's just a little bit wrong side. If he was, yeah, so he's playing the plant now. Wants to play it dead weight if he can. almost went wrong, but he's pretty good now. It's just getting on this yellow that's welded to this bottom cushion. He's going to have to leave that till last. It's just about how he's going to manoeuvre the cue ball around. If that red wasn't there, bottom left of the table, these would be as good as gone. But he just needs to get below that red, and he's got quite a small window there. Well, actually, he's got such a small window, and not really that much angle. He's actually looking to leave the cue ball above the red.
Yeah, I think that's the only way, Dan, really. I mean, if he could spin this off the cushion, but you're playing that, it's so risky. There's not much percentage there, is there?
No, if he had a little bit more angle, he could almost use the red and go into it as a natural. See, and that's the problem. So if he'd have had more angle, the natural angle would have bumped it into the red and the red out of the way. But it's a good effort from Dave there. Maybe just about kept himself in the frame. But another chance missed.
Yeah, it is. And that red, that's near that right-hand middle pocket. I don't think it's further enough down just to drop into the right centre.
Extension
it's a big shot, 'cause he knows if he misses it, it'll be the end of the frame. So Ryan, he's looking at probably going another way round to try and take these out. Can he pull this cue ball back and get the red out? He's had a go. He's missed it.
Yeah, I think he might have been cheeky in the pocket just to get to that, to be honest. But it's a lifeline there for Dave. We're going to see Ryan lay a snooker. Does he look pretty straight on the double? I always think if you're right behind these doubles,
10 seconds.
they're almost unmissable into the middle pockets, but he's actually got a good angle to go up the table now. Ah, it's a lovely shot. Really, really good.
Well,
still far from over, though, this frame.
Yeah, a little bit sort of welded on that red ball there, but he can get to the one in the top left-hand corner. Put that red just above that left centre. It's going to be one that he needs to get on. Do you think he'd leave a double on that one, Dan?
10 seconds.
I'm not so sure that'll be his intention, but I think we may well see him end up playing a double on it. Not now. I think the only option he's got now is to lay a snooker, so bump that red he's closest to just off the cushion again. Leave the white behind it. Ideally, you want to leave it just so it's just about potable into the middle pocket, but without compromising the snooker.
10 seconds.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Total snooker.
That's perfect. Now, he's left Dave a chance, and there's a good chance he'll almost certainly hit it. But it was the right shot. He didn't have much other choice, did he?
No, he didn't. But I'm just wondering what shot he did try to play after he potted that over that pocket on the left-hand pocket.
10 seconds.
Don't think he was going to play a snooker after, and I don't think he had any plans to.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
Frame.
David Adenall. Well, well, well. He said he definitely hit it, and he might get close. But he's not even gone the side cushion. He's gone bottom cushion with rakes and rakes of left-hand side.
Yeah.
What a shot that is.
I mean, we would have been going off the right-hand cushion, wouldn't we, without a shadow, just to make sure we hit it, and hit it with power, wouldn't we?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he's gone all out for the pot because he's played it at pocket weight as well. So there'd have been no chance of getting a double or a treble out of it or putting something safe if you did miss it. What a shot. The massive difference as well. 4-2 to 3 apiece. Oh, that's tough to take.
Yeah, it is. But Ryan, it's a problem when you sort of play a little bit
Ryan
negative. When you play a snooker, anything can happen.
Time running.
Well, yeah, you see, I say it to my mates now and again, I said, well, it's your fault, because he had the chance to break that ball off the right-hand side cushion first up. He's missed the cannon. You could have took it out in one chance. If you do end up snookering somebody, you are giving them a chance to get lucky or to pull something out of the bag, and that's why you've got to be clinical, but it's tough at the top. Easy to say from here.
Yeah, I'm sure we're being a little bit overcritical, but we're allowed to be. Not for any reason, of course. No. But yeah, that's what can happen, and you see it more times than, God, quite a few, don't you? You really do. It does happen a lot.
Yeah, but he's first back at the table now. Chance to make amends. Hit a really good break. Really good connection. Controlled the cue ball very well as well.
Ten seconds.
Referee just calling 10 seconds. That's a really good shot.
Yeah, I like the way that he played that with just a little trace of side. Didn't have a lot of side on it, but it was just enough just to get the perfect position.
Yeah, and if he can... I mean, he is absolutely perfect now to just drop this in, leave himself the angle to
10 seconds.
manoeuvre his way around these two reds. I want to just cannon the yellow above the red. Doesn't want to be cannoning the red. Just a soft cannon maybe onto the yellow. Depends how he sees it. The only danger is sometimes you can leave yourself hampered queuing over the one that you cannon into.
10 seconds.
If this goes right, could be frame over. So that couldn't have come out much better really. Played the soft cannon,
Certainly.
but it's just slightly hampered queuing, but you can get to that easy enough with a spider.
Time running.
That's such an easy part. You just got to bring the white anywhere down past the centre of the table. Shouldn't really be able to go wrong for him.
Ten seconds.
He's got 10 seconds to play this.
Thank you.
He's played it well. He's played it well, so fairly simple. Red into the bottom right corner pocket, and this should be looking good for 4-3 Ryan Clark. Good way to respond as well after the disappointment of the last frame. Needs to give this his
10 seconds.
full attention. Perfect.
Yeah, and these two pretty much simple reds, followed by the black. He'll be back in the lead. 4-3, 4 frames to 3. He's only been behind once in this match at the very start. David Adenall won the first frame. How is he going to get back into this match? What has he got up his sleeve? It will be him to break next.
Frame.
Yeah, perfect answer to Dave Adenall's miracle shot on the black in the last frame to make it 3-all. Got the side of it all over it, hasn't it, Mark?
David Adenall to break. Trailing 4 frames to 3.
I suppose it has, especially with me mentioning that thing about these deciders keep following Ryan Clark all over.
You're going to be in his bad books if that happens and he listens to this back. I was none the wiser to it, but, you know, you've pointed it out to me now.
I've had to listen to him about it. So that's how I sort of know about it.
Funny enough, I've only ever played him twice. The time that I mentioned, 5-1 up on stream when he played perfect pull to win 7-5. But the other time was earlier this season, and I actually did beat him 8-7. And I broke and cleared the decider as well, so he didn't even get a chance. So he's well and truly, you know, if it was in his head, it was that kind of match as well, where he had a, you know. But what you say, it's
All right, I'm going to rest my case now. Then that's I'm not going to say any more now. You've just mentioned that,
right.
So, well, I mean, we'd love a decider. We always like the deciding frames. You look at have a few with a few twists and turns.
Yeah, I think we're seeing them up it now as well, because it was a really good shot from Dave Adenall. One bad ball, he's gone into it early. Textbook. It's come out perfect.
Yeah, they have. But remember, this is their two's first matches this weekend. And it's always a difficult one. It's just one you sort of just want to scrape over the line. Any result's great. It doesn't matter how you get it. And it's the difficult ones. The first match is the most difficult.
Yeah, definitely. And you always feel a little bit more relaxed if you get over the mark in that first match. A lot more relaxed.
Yeah, and I can see that in David. His demeanour, he seems to be picked up the pace a little bit. And this is probably the time where he needs to pick up the pace. Not too much pace, just enough for him to control.
10 seconds.
Well, not perfect at all. There, really, from Dave. Don't get me wrong, it's not that difficult a shot into this bottom left corner pocket, but he didn't want to be playing it from off the cushion. Makes this missable. Yeah, and just caught that thin, missed it on the far jaw. And look at the angle he's left as well, just to make things worse. The angle he's left Ryan Clark to dislodge his bad ball.
Called.
Couldn't, I mean, it's perfect. Absolutely perfect. A little bit of stun. He's got a big target as well, because if you place to miss it thick, he can go cushion first and catch it. So I really can't see Ryan missing the cannon on his bad ball on the left-hand side. It's just a case of whether he's going to be able to get the cue ball out, because there's a good chance that the only ball he's going to leave himself on is the one he's breaking out. He knows how important this is.
Yeah, and also I'm with you, Dan. He probably knows this as well. This is the only yellow he can leave himself on, and I think that's why he's gone against it.
I don't know, has he? I mean,
he's not played to get that yellow out in any way, shape, or form.
He couldn't have, could he? There's no way he'd have missed it by that much.
Unless he was overreaching and he's got a bit too much side on. I don't know.
Maybe
he's
felt
just
a bit
play
rushed.
snooker. He's looking like just tucking him up.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what his intention on doing. But we've seen David. He's come off a cushion already, potted a black. Has he not learnt his lesson?
I was about to say that, but I suppose percentages-wise, you know, you always want to carry on playing the right shot. I don't want to be put off just by someone pulling a miracle shot out. But I mean, if he makes a hit here, he's still got the problem of the yellow on the left-hand side. So I don't know.
But if David gets this, Ryan will just think, this waste of time snookering him. Because he's going to hit this at pace. Is he? He's not going to hit it at pace.
No, but
it's quite controlled, though.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. And he was almost guaranteed a hit. You know, at this level, you expect him to hit the red. So, you know, what was harder? His previous visit, where he could have gone into this ball, and if he'd have played it at a gentle to medium pace, he'd have been guaranteed some sort of shot on the yellow that he was breaking out. But I mean, he's in a worse position now, surely.
Yeah, he can't cover the white anymore, and he's left David a chance here. That red passes that yellow, be able to put that one over the pocket. He's going to have to play it dead weight though. He didn't want that red just to go on the cushion and sort of go towards the black.
No, nasty shot, but I think he's a little bit. He's kind of got it in his favour a little bit, because if he does just go cushion first, the red's going to pop out just slightly to the right of the pocket, but the natural angle of the cue ball, as you've just seen, has brought it out perfect for it. So, yeah, absolutely fine. 4
Frame.
apiece. Decider written all over it.
Yeah, it has. But again, that, I'm gonna put it right out there now. That negative shot that once again has cost Ryan Clark the frame, and it's only him to blame.
Yeah, he'll be regretting it now.
Again, second time he didn't learn from the first time.
Yeah, he'll be regretting when he had that chance to break that bad ball off the cushion. He'll be regretting not doing it. But always easy to be wise after the event. Having a bit of a joke with Dave about it. I don't know quite what he's saying.
And you know, once he got that snooker, and if he got out of it, he was always second favourite to get that.
Scores
And
the time.
now
4
we're
frames
into
all.
a best of 7.
Time running.
What was a best of 15? It's come down to the best of 7. Ryan Clark needs to get this break going.
And he broke very well last time. Seems to have broke. Oh, look, tracking towards that corner pocket, but he's got lucky. That was going straight in off the top right corner pocket. Got bumped out of the way. And he's going to have first chance. As always seems to be the way. One problem area for Ryan.
Extension called.
No, I don't think he's got much choice but to go yellows. He hasn't really got an easy opening red.
No, he hasn't. He's probably going to have to take the one over the pocket first. I know he don't want to, but
I think
and
you're
then
right.
leave himself that one in the top half, just above the sort of blue spot line.
Yeah.
And then cannon into his tough yellow ball. I think that's his only option.
Well, is he looking at playing a plant first up?
Can he get through there?
He's playing a plant first up and maybe
10
use that red that he's using to plant it to go into the bad area. I don't like it. I didn't like that. Not for me.
No, shot selection was, for me, not the greatest there.
No, and what he's left Dave now as well, which is sort of adding insult to injury. Dave can go yellows if he wants. Although, to be fair, actually,
10.
now that he's brought the reds out, the reds do look better than they were. But if he wants to go yellows, he's now got the perfect angle to play yellow top left, right middle pocket and go into his bad area. He's also got, in the bottom left-hand side of the table, that pocket where he's almost certainly going to have some sort of shot. So you see there, he's on the one into the bottom left corner pocket. If it didn't come out good, but luckily for Dave Adenall and his fans, that's come out perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, and if that yellow does pass into that top right hand pocket, which is, he ain't got all the pocket, but I think it goes. And, well, he should be pretty much all over here, because that yellow that's next to that red in the middle pocket, which he's just landed on now, which he's landed on pretty perfect.
Yeah, the only thing really that can go wrong is there's a few reds in the way between that yellow over the pocket, bottom left corner pocket. There's a few yellows in between, a few reds in between that and the black. So he's just got to have to be careful with his cue ball. But
10 seconds.
he's in the driving seat. Oh, he hasn't underhit it, has he? Surely not.
Looking at his body language, it don't look like he has. He looks like he's okay.
He's just on it, yeah. There are a couple of options. He can just screw through the gap that he's playing through now, if he's confident enough. Just needs straight cueing. Or he can bring it over to the right-hand side of the table. That's a shocker.
Yeah, what's he tried to do there? Has he tried to hit the cushion first?
I think he
play
has,
it with
yeah.
side?
I think he's gone cushion first.
That's careless.
Yeah, and he's gone cushion first, and he's kind of caught the ball on the cushion at the same time. But, yeah, looks a hell of a lot worse than it was. But if he'd have just a fraction before caught the cushion,
10 seconds.
he'd have been effectively cutting that ball into the corner pocket, and the white would have been over the other side of the table. What a let-off that is. What a let-off.
Yeah, it is. I don't think Ryan Clark's going to be letting him off here, especially if that's a plant into the top right-hand corner. It looks pretty set to me. David Adenall. Wants to go 5-4. I mean, anywhere in the bottom part on the right-hand side, he had a shot at the black.
And there'd be one that I'd expect him to get 10 out of 10.
I think maybe, you know, I saw him practice yesterday. From what I saw, he looked like he was playing really well. But there's been a few errors in this match so far, and they can knock your confidence a little bit. I think if Dave was maybe 5-1 up, 6-2 up in this match, you might have just seen him power that yellow in and just screwed straight back up table and just backed himself to sort of cue it sweet and, you know, dead centre striking. But maybe confidence taking a little bit of a hit. I don't know.
And what message do you think that sends over to your opponent? You know, because he had that shot on where he could have screwed it back. Does it sort of show that he's not probably cueing that well, or he doesn't feel like he's cueing that well?
Yeah, it just gives you confidence. Yeah, I mean, seeing your opponent. For me, I like it when my opponent's moaning as well. I really enjoy that. You see your opponent beating himself up in his chair. You know, whinging about things, cursing his luck and stuff. I really enjoy that.
Yeah, me too.
Because it just gives me confidence then, just to know that if I can kick on, you know, you can clearly see his confidence is dented.
Yeah, and it is just about really punishing your opponent when they're down. You know, kick them when they're down. That's the best way. Yeah,
foot on their throat, as they call it. Not being too nasty. I mean, not literally.
Ryan Clark's done here again. I mean,
yeah, it's just careless.
It is very careless. And if he pots this red, this white ball's going to be doing some travelling when he pots that into the left centre.
Yeah, well, I think it's can he reach the bottom of the cue ball without hitting the black? If he can, he's all right. But it looks very close. It looks like he can only strike the left-hand side of the cue ball. And I mean, that was a good shot, but fraught with danger. If he flicks the black on the way through, he could be on the back cushion. He's just making... There's a lot of tension out there, Mark. They're making easy finishes look difficult at the moment. They're both a lot better than this.
Yeah, they are. But they're making this white ball do miles too much work. And even this shot, this white ball's going to be swinging off a couple of cushions. But that's very well controlled there from Ryan Clark, and he's going to be taking the lead again in this match.
Yeah, that'll be a real confidence booster. He's cued that really sweet, really well. Looked fairly effortless there to get into the cue ball as much as he did. 5-4 Ryan Clark.
Frame.
Yeah, been a bit of a topsy-turvy match. No one can seem to get a two-frame lead. Is this going to be the time where Ryan Clark just steps his foot on the gas? Go towards that end figure of 8 frames? Or is it going to be where this tide turns a little bit and David Adenall, he puts the foot on the gas?
When we see this match, apart from the first frame where Dave led 1-0, it's just been nip and tuck the whole way. No players have read a 2-frame gap. We've quite literally seen Ryan go 2-1 up, 2-all, 3-2 up, 3-all, 4-3 up, 4-all, and now 5-4.
Trailing 5 frames.
It's gone with the breaks, but
time running.
There's only been a couple of break and finishes, so there's games there for both of them. Just they need to up their level. It's a good break from Dave. He's made a ball.
Yeah, I've got to say that's probably his best break of the match so far.
Yeah, perfect.
You say made a ball. Oh. He's made 1 red, 3 yellows. So
look at that.
Superb.
And yeah, I mean, reds or yellows here. I mean, the yellows, one tricky yellow, but he's going to go reds.
Yeah, I agree with reds. It just keeps that ball under control.
10
I
seconds.
think I'd take the one in the top left-hand pocket
Extension
first.
called.
Yeah, it's just one of those. These two that are on the back cushion in line with the white needs to leave himself. Doesn't want to leave himself straight, you know, on, say, the one that he's on now. Needs to be able to get that cue ball out, but I think we're clutching at straws a little bit here, Mark. These are fairly easy.
Yeah, but we saw what we thought was an easy positional shot on the black in the previous frame, and it just never come out for him.
Right.
And he looks like he's a little bit short here.
I like Dave's body language, though. He sort of ups the tempo a little bit and stays positive, you know. He definitely He definitely exudes a bit more confidence than Ryan at times. I think in general, really. The old saying, fake it till you make it. If you're not confident, just pretend you are. It soon kicks in. But someone of Dave's class. Scrappy match so far, but he can easily find another gear. Wouldn't be surprised to see him do 3 or 4 off the break in a row. It happens. I've seen him do it lots and lots of times.
Yeah, and it is just about these one moments. They can just trigger a player's sort of confidence. It's just amazing how this game sort of it makes that happen sometimes.
And little things. He's upped the tempo a little bit here. He's played a little bit quicker. I had it before where a mate said to me, "I'll play a bit quicker." You look like you're overthinking things, and sometimes them little bits, little tweaks that you make in your game can make all the difference. You see the bit of a round of applause there from his fans in the background.
Yeah, I think there's a few more that's come in just to watch Dave.
He's happy now.
Coming to the conclusion of this match. I mean, we've still got a few frames yet. I mean, we was in a best of 7. We're now into a best of 5. I wonder what Ryan's going through Ryan's mind at the moment. Then people sort of applauding him. How would he deal with that?
Well, there's a good chance he might still be thinking about where he could have gone 5-3 up and didn't.
Frame 11. Ryan Clark's
just
break.
Get those demons out of his
Scores
head if he's been talking to you about losing close matches.
Time running.
You know, he needs to use this as a tool to dig himself out of that rut. Build a bit of belief again. He looks a little bit OCD as to where he wants the white. He's been breaking well. He's hit them good. Nothing down. See, he wears his heart on his sleeve, doesn't he, Ryan? Not happy with that.
Yeah, really does. A big puff of the cheeks, and he just doesn't know why. What has he got to do? And it's just how he will respond if Dave does manage to take the clearance out here.
He's literally just looked over to his mate and shrugged his shoulders as if to say, I can't hit him any better than that. And to be fair, he's hitting well. It's just that, Paul God seemed to... oh, and look at that as well. If you get a picture on Ryan's face now, he just looked to the side. Look, that cannon couldn't come out any better, could it?
No.
It's just always the way.
There's a little flick as well, weren't it?
Oh, it was the perfect flick.
And when you sat in your chair, they're the things that really, really hurt.
Yeah. But these are still tricky for Dave. The red top left is difficult to get on nice. I mean, he can cut it in now, but it's a very thin cut. I like that he is, though. Very positive. Yeah. Very positive. Fortune favours the brave, as they say.
Yeah, and that could have gone wrong, but yeah, it's a difficult pot. He's going to have a bit of hampered queuing, but this is one that could have gone even worse than this.
Yeah, it's okay, isn't it? It's not too bad. But again, I like his body language, Dave. He seems to be like, right, I'm not perfect, but I'm going to find a way. It's just about to get a lot more difficult, though, this finish, because 2 in the bottom half of the table, it's still a little bit wary. The red into the right middle pocket. If the yellow next to it wasn't there, it'd be fine for him to just drift down table. But it looks like he might well be flicking that on the way down. Yeah, he was. So for that reason, he's gone back up table. And I like that. He's just left it out of... taking it out of the question, so to speak. But if it had just been a little bit further, he'd have been perfect to play this red into the bottom right. A little bit of trouble now. What's he got? A double? Double into the right middle?
I think he's got to play a containing shot here, isn't he?
Well, looks like he is. Yeah. Yeah. He's laying the gauntlet down to Ryan, and it's a clever shot.
Reset the shot clock, please. Thank you.
It's a clever shot because, I can't see an easy safety. Can you?
Extension called.
He's taking his extension and he's running out of time to find some sort of safety shot here. Just going to see him try and leave him
10
on this back
seconds.
cushion. That's about all he could have done there, to be honest. Kept himself in the frame.
Yeah, that's not another great shot there from David and Ryan. What can he produce here? I mean, sooner or later, he's going to have to take these on. I mean,
10
he's going
seconds.
to need a good pot here. If he gets this pot, he's probably going to be able to play a lovely containing shot. And what a... Oh, I thought he'd got
really?
that.
Very close. Oh, sort of second prize. He's left him welded to that yellow. Chinese snookered.
Yeah, Chinese snookered, but can he cut this red back? It looks a bit thin. It's going to be awkward cueing, and that white ball is glued to that yellow.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Referee will be taking a very close look at this. Oh, it was a clean hit, but could have come out better. He's got the cut into the bottom left corner, but he's losing the white. He's in trouble here.
Yeah, he is. I'm just wondering if he can play this with a trace of running side, trying to hold for that red. I
10
mean, he's
seconds.
asking a lot, but when you've got only 2 of these balls left, he's going to have to produce something, and he's got to make a decision when it's time to pull the trigger. But a very good containing shot. But for me, he's going to be in some trouble next.
He should be. Yeah, he should find himself snookered up at the top of the table here, but I think from where he was, it was almost impossible for him to land on anything but a double on that red next to the black. So he's done as well as he could there, to be honest.
10 seconds.
Yeah, and this is where Ryan Clark has got to glue him tight. He's seen David come off a couple of
10
cushions,
seconds.
come off one cushion and got balls, and that is a better shot there from Ryan Clark. So finally, he's learnt a
Total
little bit.
snooker.
It's not a bit of a loose safety this time.
No. See shots like that, I mean, the difference between leaving your opponent a one cushion escape and something like this is massive,
10
because
seconds. Extension call.
I can't really. He's less than 50-50 to hit this.
I mean, I don't even see a great angle for him, really. I mean, if it's 2 cushions, I think it just doesn't go near the red.
No, he ain't got much on at all. He's missed
Foul.
it, and
1 free shot, 1 visit.
what
Time running.
probably will see from Ryan is use his free visit to get rid of this red over the bottom left-hand corner pocket and make his way through the rest of them.
Ten seconds.
There's another problem that looks like his obvious bad ball. It's on this left-hand side cushion. He's on it now, but the yellow just next to the pocket is making it almost unmissable. It's a big pocket for Ryan, so
10 seconds.
not absolute gimmies from here. Couple of the yellows bottom of the table, kind of covering each other, so he's going to need to play that one kind of pinpoint positional shot to win himself this frame, but he should be getting these. He should be taking a 6-5 lead.
10 seconds.
Must be a lot of pressure for Dave, obviously, because he's the local hero. Put on the stream table. Probably put an awful lot of practice in for this event, as he does for every event. It's nice, and as nice as it is to have
10 seconds.
your friends and family and fans and whatever watching you and supporting you. It does bring a slightly different dynamic to it than when you're just away on tour by yourself, playing for yourself, with your, maybe just your roommate, and that's about it, supporting you. So, sort of, you appreciate the support, but it can sometimes be a hindrance, maybe. A bit too much pressure, or a different type of pressure.
Yeah,
10 seconds.
definitely a bit of pressure. Added pressure, I think it is.
Added pressure, yeah, that's the word.
I'm trying to question this shot there from Ryan Clark's selection. I'm not sure what he was thinking there.
No, it's just because he's lost the cue ball, and he
This is one of them. That red, it could go anywhere, it could go in. I mean, it's a simple enough escape.
10 seconds.
Got to hit this with power.
He's almost certainly going to hit it.
Foul.
Oh, he's missing the yellow. Famous last
1
words.
2 shots. 1 visit. Time running.
Well, I didn't think. I thought it was just a one cushion, easy enough escape. And it's turned out it hasn't. And looks like Ryan Clark, he's going to continue this run of where he's been ahead by that one frame. Apart from the very first frame, which he lost to David Adenall.
10 seconds.
And again, that's a little bit sloppy. Shouldn't cause him a problem.
Yeah, just I may be overthinking it a little bit. This is just a shake of the head again. He knows he's not perfect. He should still definitely get these, but he's going to have to go about it a slightly different way as to how he wanted to. And now he's left himself. I mean, if that's you see, he's not happy at all, because if that's dead straight, we might even see him play a snooker. Eh? I mean, he just can't keep that cue ball under control, can he? It's really been really out of sorts, Ryan Clark. And to be fair, Dave, in this first match, bit of first round jitters maybe.
Yeah, and this is his third attempt to try and win this frame. And he's potted that ball, and what's he got on now?
Well, he's underhit it. He was topping it through to play this yellow into the right middle pocket, but he's underhit it again. It's just the pace of the table, really. They're not missing pots left, right, and centre.
10 seconds.
At all. They seem to just be both struggling to get the pace of the table. It's a lovely shot from Ryan. Really nice recovery. And these are the ones, I don't want to curse him, but these are the ones that are tricky, but you really don't fancy him missing. His single ball potting is brilliant. Ryan Clark, it's just, if he can just get that cue ball under control, he can run away with this match. He can finish this match off. He can, but
10 seconds.
I don't know. For me, it's got Decider written all over it.
Frame.
There you see it. The trend keeps on going. Ryan Clark ahead again, 6 frames to 5. Well, we're going to see David Adenall pull Ryan Clark back again to level this match off at 6 frames each. The sort of form sort of says that's what's going to happen.
It does. See, Ryan, he almost looks a bit embarrassed as to how bad he's playing by his standards. I mean, you're sort of your local players watching this would love to be able to play as well as this, but I think he just can't stop shaking his head sat there in the corner, can he? He just can't stop shaking his head, even when he's won a frame.
Time running.
He's relentless. He's in his corner. I think that would be the first thing you'd work on, wouldn't it? Just if you play a bad shot, don't dwell on it. He's going to have first chance here. Dry break from Dave. It's a nice layout. He's looking to see if he can make a yellow. I don't know if he can see the yellow on the right hand side of the table. Can he? If not, he's got an easy opener on reds.
Extension call.
Reds aren't that difficult. I think if you were to go reds, the hardest thing is where's the black going? I'm not quite sure it passes into the bottom right corner pocket.
Yeah, it looks very, very tight indeed.
Yeah, he'd love to be able to play a yellow first, but I don't think he can. No, he's going reds.
Ten seconds.
Looking at screwing into this yellow that's stopping the black from going. He did. He tried it. It's all right. Not too bad. You see the black as it is, if it doesn't make any cannons whatsoever, it only has two pockets, and they're the two at the top of the table where he breaks from. And that is not going to be easy to land on.
10 seconds.
But he's got plenty of reds there to play a clever little cannon if he needs to. He's just got to G himself up a little bit. He's got to be grateful that he's 6-5 up and in the balls with a chance to go 7-5, you know. Sometimes you're not going to play great. He knows how good he can be if he's at his best, but if you're not,
10 seconds.
You know, get on with it a little bit, snap out of it, be positive. You know, look at the positives. You're 6-5 up. Well, I was going to say, you're 6-5 up with a chance to go 7-5 against a very good player, and you haven't been at your best. So look on the bright side.
Yeah, it's a chance, but it just looks like this
10
chance
seconds.
is just fading away a little bit. He's going to have to he needs to leave an angle. After he's putted this in the left centre, he needs to leave an angle. Is he going for it now? Well, if he was going for it to now, that is way off the mark. And that.
Slapped the table on his way back.
Yeah, just sort of got into it a little bit too aggressive, do you think? Or
He's raging it. It's just that, like we say again, story of this match so far. Just hasn't been able to control the cue ball, really. If either of them had that white under control, this match would have been over by now.
Yeah, it was.
But we are where we are.
We are, and David just pushing that red to the bottom cushion, trying to give him a little bit of insurance. Is he on a yellow? He's definitely got one into the bottom left-hand corner, but I think he tried to leave that one over the right centre, maybe.
Yeah, luckily for Dave, he's got so many other balls that are all in the open now, and the red that he moved out the way was his main problem, really. You know, just making it difficult for him, just causing a little bit of traffic, but they've all come out nice now. And barring a positional error, this has got this should be 6 apiece in no time at all. Just going to see Dave probably up the pace a little bit now.
Yeah, you can't see where he can go wrong here, and as Dave is picking up the pace, he's probably not going to see too many problems either. Because normally when you sort of dwell about it a little bit, try and have a look, things can sort of go wrong.
Yeah, sometimes you find problems that aren't there, and you overthink it a little bit. Yeah, I mean, he ain't that great, but luckily, I mean, if he wants to, he can just play the yellow into the left middle now and screw across. Not really a problem, but that's not what he wanted to do. That wasn't the original plan.
Yeah, just don't want to overcook this like he did with that last shot, and that's pretty good. I mean, on and off the cushion, I think he's got a bit of an angle here.
Yeah, he's perfect. Should be fine. Just stay away from the black. Yeah, I'll just drop this in, and we're going to be back to level pegging again. 6 each, playing speed pool now, Dave. He has definitely made a conscious effort to speed up.
Yeah, he has. And we all of a sudden, it wasn't a best of 7, now a best of 5, and now we're into a best of 3. They're just not giving in, are they, these two players? But these errors are making this match even closer than what it should be. I mean, who deserves to win this match, Dan? Who for you has made enough effort to win through and get through to the last 16?
As it stands, I don't think either of them deserve to win the match. They've both been under par. It's just going to be all about these last 3 frames and who could hold themselves together, a little slice of luck. And, you got to tell yourself, sometimes winning's winning. You can win ugly. The amount of times you've played bad and scraped through a first round, or I've commentated on people that have played badly in the first round, scraped through, and then they go and win the tournament because something kicks on, something clicks. So you've got to tell yourself that. But at the moment, yes, toss of a coin.
These dry breaks just continue to keep coming for Ryan, and they're not very helpful. But again, looks like a little bit of an untidy table.
Yeah, a bit more of the same. Nothing seems to be simple, does it, for either of these two?
No, it doesn't. Just wondering if he plays the plant, can he just screw it round the back of the black and just open all the table up, the red onto the yellow to play the plant.
Yeah, he
very attacking.
He definitely can. He just doesn't want to. The reason he's played it like that is if he just screwed into it, I think he'd have been highly likely that the red would have stayed over that pocket and then meant the red didn't, the black didn't pass it. So he's tried to come twice across. Hasn't come out great, but he has got an angle to go into it again from yellow in the top right if he needs to.
10 seconds.
Yeah, but he might have to leave this towards the end and take these. Oh, that's not the best positional shot. I think he's tried to find the gap there to come for that one on the bottom cushion.
Yeah. He's going to play the shot now that I thought he could have played just the shot before. And although he's nudged it, he's just flicked it. He's only just flicked it, and he's flicked it onto the cushion and back out where he started. Has it come out enough for a double, though? If it has, it's not that bad.
Well, I think if you're taking this in the top right corner, I'm suggesting he's going to try and get into it again, or is he just going to stun it back? Yeah, stun it back.
Yeah. He's playing very positively now. He's hitting things a bit harder. He's for whatever reason, he's not brought his A game today. He's trying to kind of get himself through this match somehow, and he's clearly made an effort to sort of speed up a little bit.
10 seconds.
Yeah, but we're into the 13th frame now, and David Adenall, he's not been ahead in this match till the very first frame. So these are big moments now in this match.
Yeah, and again, he's just underhit that one. So if he'd have come further up the table, maybe the double was on.
10 seconds.
As it is now, I mean, what's he got? Yeah, he's gone for the double. I think it did just go, but he's missed it. And Ryan's back in. Story of this match, isn't it, Mark? Someone gets in first, and we've had a few clearances from the break, but it seems to be someone gets in first and makes that one mistake, and the other one comes in and mops up.
Yeah, and is that going to happen again here for Ryan Clark? I mean, again, I can't see too many, even that one, the red that's sort of just above this left middle pocket. You can just play that up towards that plant and put that red. But he's made a mess of these.
Yeah, luckily for Ryan, he's done it first up because he's going to have plenty of options to break back into. He can maybe play the red into the bottom right corner now, top it through and use the red into the right middle to break into his black and red together, but he's already made a bit of a hash of it.
But this is probably the key shot now, this frame. He does need to open them up earlier rather than later. He needs to like step up the positivity a bit. He's trying to get it out. Has he got it out enough? Does it go to the right centre? But look where that yellow's gone. On top of that red. Things are not going easy for these two. They're really not.
No, and I don't know. I'm not sure if it was the right shot in the first place.
I mean, looking at our camera angle there, it definitely goes into the right centre, that red. So he's had a little bit of a bonus there. But needs to get this one out. And he's done it. And what a shot that is from Ryan Clark.
Yeah,
that's
good.
Better. It's better to see him punching balls in, doesn't he? He looks a bit more confident now.
Does, yeah. He's played it well. Not an absolute gimme into the right middle, because he's going to have to play it at a little bit of pace to get it out. But if it was just about making the ball, fair enough. But it's a bit of an acute angle. Just doesn't want to leave himself behind the black. He's played that well. It was better than it looked, that shot. So the plant now, ideally, leave himself on the red next to the black after this shot.
Yeah, I mean, he can play this one or two ways. He can take the one in top right first if he wants, but I'm with you, Dan. He's got to take the plant first.
Yeah, leave that first red over the pocket as well.
Needs a bit of respect, though, this pot. He's got it, and he's left that red ball lovely over that pocket.
Yeah, and what's he, 6 inches short of ideal. He'd love to have just been able to play that dead straight into this bottom left corner pocket, but under hit a little bit. It's not out of the woods yet.
No, it's not. But, I mean, these are one of them little jabby efforts, aren't they? They can be, because he's going to have to do a little bit of work with the cue ball.
Yeah, we'll screw across the right-hand side of the table. Needs to stay away from the middle pocket. Don't need to get into it too much. Yeah, that's good. Nicely done. I can't really see anything going wrong here. Just about how close he wants to get to it. If he's playing that into the bottom right corner pocket, if he overhits it, he should be on it into the right middle. Just don't want to leave yourself at too much distance. It's okay.
Ten seconds. Frame.
Once again, Ryan Clark ahead again. He wants to be ahead, but is he going to be ahead when he needs to be?
When it matters. 1-0 down, and he's led by a single frame for the entire match. 2-1 up, 2-all, 3-2 up, 3-all, 4-3 up, 4-all, and so on. 7-6 up now. Doesn't want to leave it to a decider. Nerves will be jangling.
David Clark,
Frame
David
14.
Adenall to break.
David Adenall to break.
I mean,
Trailing
we've
at
not
7
seen the
frames to
best
6.
of David Adenall breaking,
Time
etc.
running.
But this is the time he needs to have a break.
Needs a ball. Yeah, he's made one.
And these have opened up.
They are, yeah. Yeah, they're nice. I mean...
Yellows are probably a little bit better.
Yeah, 50-50 these, I think.
Yeah, but not an easy opener.
No, I think aside from... I mean, if you did go reds, you've got a red on the right-hand side cushion, but...
10 seconds.
If you land good on that,
Extension called.
you're leaving yourself perfect on your second last red, on your last red, which would be into the left middle pocket. So you. It's gone yellows. Played that very positive.
Yeah, he has, but I don't. Is he on this one into the bottom right-hand corner?
No, I think top left.
He's got it. Yes, I think that's his only option. And
He
then
ain't
he's
got much choice now. Top left, screw it back a little bit, yeah.
where,
And then,
where the red is.
yeah, about there, somewhere between the red and the yellow now. There's perfect. And then he needs to come down table now. Just doesn't want to leave himself right on this back cushion.
Yeah, and if he takes these out, we're going to be going into a decider. Oh, I don't like him canning into balls, do you?
Well, he doesn't need to, but it's one of those where it shouldn't. Yeah, that's about as bad as it could have come out, really.
But you say bad, that black is stuck to that cushion, so it should make the pot a little bit easier. But he's still got a little bit of work to do here. He's going to take these two into the right centre first. Oh, a little bit short.
Little bit. He just doesn't want to. It's all about getting close to the black when you've left it on that back cushion. He doesn't want to glue to the red now. Should be okay, I think. Yeah, so he'll be losing the white a little bit, but he's fine. He can still hold this and leave himself straight on that. Straight on the yellow into the bottom right corner. Should be good for 7-all.
Yeah, it's just about just dropping it in now. You don't have to do too much to get great position on the black.
Playing a cannon?
Wow.
No. What's he done? Is he?
I don't like this shot.
I don't like this. No, I don't like. I don't know what he's done there. I don't know what he's done.
He just had to just drop that in, didn't he?
Yeah, but it almost looked like he couldn't drop it in, so I thought he was cannon in the black.
Well, not that pot, but he didn't need to go up the table, did he?
When he had 2 yellows left, no.
No, I didn't think he needed to.
No, he could have left himself slightly off straight and then topped it through with a bit of right-hand side to get him on that back cushion. He's going to have nightmares about that if he doesn't win this match. But luckily for Dave, Ryan's got a problem on that right-hand side cushion. These aren't easy at all, but he's almost, he picked up the pace a little bit the last few frames. He's almost just rushed that and chucked in a real silly mistake, real lapse of concentration.
It has. I mean, these aren't easy for Ryan Clark to get over the line. He's going to need a big pot here. He's played the big pocket, and what a great shot. Still got that problem ball on that right-hand cushion, where that yellow is.
Are we going to see him snookering? He could lay a snooker here.
He could do, but you've got to try and take these out, don't you?
I think he looks like he's going to go for them.
Yeah, I think enough's enough now. You can't keep playing negative. If you want to win a tournament, you've got to take these chances out. Well, he's getting a little bit edgy out there, I think. He's got to make sure what angle can he leave it on here. Can he get it on here? He could take this one into the left centre, but you're just running the risk canning into that red.
10 seconds.
Not leaving himself on a ball. This couldn't go wrong.
Oh, he's played that a dream. That is an absolute dream. Couldn't have come out any better. Perfect on the red top left, and he should be able to leave himself the perfect angle on the red. He's just bumped out to get himself on this black into the bottom left corner.
Well done. This is some big shots here. He's just got to leave himself a nice angle here, hasn't he?
Yeah, you just want to leave it natural. What's he doing? I can't believe that.
This is one of them shots where it can sort of just, slide off the cushion.
Well, you're relying on the bounce of the cushion, and all he had to do was just play that into the top left corner, and This is much harder than
10
if he'd have
seconds.
just left the red over the middle as his last ball. As he potted that, he's left himself awkward queuing. I'm a bit confused as to what he's done there when he had two reds left. I don't see why he's done that.
Well, I mean, suggests to me the nerves are probably jangling. You've got to remember this is their first match here this weekend, and this is very tricky indeed. How many times out of 10, Dan, will he get this one? I mean, that's 7, 1 frame away.
If the yellow isn't there, and it's in practice, it's a 9 out of 10. But hampered queuing to win the match.
10 seconds.
50-50 for me. He's knocked it in.
Frame.
Well played.
And the match. Ryan Clark wins 8 frames to 6.
Well played. It wasn't pretty, but it happens sometimes. First round. Wouldn't be surprised at all to see Ryan kick on from here and have a really good run in this tournament. He's an absolute class act, as is David Adenall. Both below par there, but a win is a win, as they say. Be on into the last 16 later on this evening. Just going to grab a few words with Ryan Clark with Mark Pickworth.
Well, Ryan, I've seen a fantastic match there. Are you just sort of pleased to get over the line there? Did you think you'd ever going to get over the line?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely happy to win because, I mean, we both played a lot lower than what we'd expect. Every time I seemed to get in front, I just got clawed back. Like clear his own break or something. I couldn't really get anything going off the break either. But yeah, exactly. Just glad to get through.
And that final clearance there, we were sort of saying in comms, me and Dan Davey, we sort of thought you'd gone the wrong way. Did was you always sort of confident that you'd gone the right way to get down to that final black?
I mean, to be honest, I don't play a lot, and just with the shot clock pressure and stuff like that, I find myself going the wrong way a few times just because I've not had enough time to think because the routes aren't clear in my head. The fair shot was a bit awkward because I didn't really have much of a shot, and then I don't know, maybe I should have just left the double on the red for the black maybe, but I was kind of tight to the cushion, so it would have been tricky to get perfect. So I don't know, possibly. I would argue with that anyways, but
we got over the line in the end, and I mean, what are you going to do now? So you've got like a couple of hours before your next match. What's your plans of what you're going to do?
Just go and get changed and chill, really. Hopefully do something that'll make me play better in my next match, because I'm going to have to play a lot better to beat Liam later. But I'm still in, so you still got a chance on you.
And last question, just before you go, how hard is it just to play your first match? I mean, you haven't played since before Christmas, and your first match in this tournament, just to sort of tell the audience how hard it is. Yeah,
I mean, it's tough. Like, obviously, you travel a long way to come over here and play, and you've got your first match. You really don't want to lose it because you don't feel like you're in the tournament till you've won your first game. And it's a long way to come just to lose your first game. But yeah, it's very tough. There's a lot of pressure on just getting that one out the way, really.
Well played, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. No doubt we'll be seeing you back on this table again. All right, good luck. Well, thanks very much, and if you stay with us, we've got another match coming straight up. It's going to be Ben Davis against Alex O'Donoghue.
See some of the other results. First round. Corey Reese, who we just saw on our TV screens on Tuesday night. 7-1 up against Kevin Barton. Clint, we saw earlier, 8-3 against Rich Swaffield. Ryan Clark we've just seen. And Luke Sanges has just won 8-6 against Steve Thompson. Next up, we've got Ben Davis, two-time world champion, against Alex O'Donoghue. We'll be back shortly.
matches first then. Okay. Would you like for a break, please, gentlemen? Yellow ball. Would you like to break, Alex?
Well, hopefully you've stayed with us. And this is our next matchup. Alex O'Donoghue against Ben Davis. I'm still joined in the comms box by Dan Davey. He will be back with us very soon. Hopefully you're enjoying the action here, live from the Isle of Man. And we've got some incredible lineups for you throughout this afternoon to sort of show you our last 32 in the pro event and last 16, which will be later on this evening. We'll keep you right up to date with all the other scores, but if you wanted to look at any latest scores, all on qscore.com. All the links are on our IPApool.com website. Any information, even if you want to join the tour for next season, you want to play in our World Championships, all the information is on there. Very useful. Alex O'Donoghue, a very capable performer. Not the best start there with a dry break.
No, and Ben first up. His only real saving grace is he's slightly hampered queuing. Left Ben slightly hampered queuing on the by the yellow that he's next to, but I think he can get through. I think he can get through quite easily to the red top right corner. And reds are pretty nice. Nothing needs to be sort of broken out or anything like that. The most difficult thing Ben's going to be faced with here is the black that's on the side cushion.
Here he is, but should be okay. A little bit short on just leaving this red into the top right hand corner. So cue ball probably going to be travelling around a little bit more than normal.
He's done well to kill the cue ball there, bit of check side. Wanted to avoid the yellow and he did.
Well, Penn, definitely one of the best potters on the IPA ranks. And he's really good to watch when he's flowing into Dan. One of the best breakers. He's just nonchalant with it, isn't he?
Yeah, he said we'll see it shortly, but he said he kind of gave up on the break a few years ago, so he now just hits them really, really hard and hopes for the best, but he's actually got a brilliant break. He's just about got away with that there. He's used that as an opportunity to try and get that black off the side cushion. But not quite. So now he's got a decision to make. Is he going to play on this black into one of the corner pockets? Is he going to try and break it out? He could leave himself a double.
Yeah, I mean, if he cannons into it, he needs to cannon it in with control. I mean, I thought he was going to, all day long, just drop it in and play it up into the top left-hand cushion, or even a double. And he's short of that.
Yeah, that's no good. You can overhit those and still have a cutback double, but if you leave yourself where you left yourself there, he's going to be double kissing that black, so he can't even double it into the corner pocket either.
Yeah, and he had a lot of room for error there. It should never have been in this position.
Yeah, he could have overhit that he could have hit that another 10, 12 inches further on, and he still would have had a cutback double. He's tried to double it off the yellow into the middle. It's a really creative shot, but Hasn't quite made it. So it's Alex back in.
Yeah, so all we've seen of Alex so far is that dry break. And Alex has been, you know, he's one of them players, isn't he? We just haven't seen the best of Alex, you know, for, 2 or 3 years. But he seems to be back. I'm sure he can start getting back to winning tournaments.
Yeah, did has never really fulfilled his potential, has he, Alex? I know he was a really, really good snooker player. Sort of tried and didn't quite make it, but regular century break maker at snooker, but yeah, never really found himself in the final of any of the pro or the pro-ams. I think he did really well as an amateur to earn his professional status. But hasn't quite kicked on.
Yeah, and he's not really started this match off too well. Just missing that yellow. And that's it. He's just not settled down.
No, that's a bad one from Alex. Bit of a nervy one. Is he going to see him go cushion first? I mean, he hasn't got a double on. Cut double into the middle. Is he just hitting the knuckle?
Wow, what a shot
a
there
great
from Ben Davis. I mean, we didn't even call that shot, did we? In the top right-hand corner.
No, if you look at it as well, the white almost went in off the middle. He's hit both knuckles before coming back out, but that's going to be tough to take for Alex after Ben's made that mistake, and you really need to sort of punish, more so when it's someone like Ben, you know, 2-time world champion, great front runner. When he makes quite a bad mistake early doors, you need to punish that. You sort of fear the worst for Alex there, but early days, can't let it get to him too much. About to see that break we were talking about. Barely gets down to the shot. It's just absolutely hammers them.
Yeah, I want to advise anybody to try this at home, because it's one of them that you can look very silly on. It's took years of practice for Ben to come up with that. Not very successful with what we've just put him under there.
No, I mean, he's hit him really well, though. He's just not made a ball, but you see, he literally gets down 1 or 2 sort of drawbacks and just pulls the trigger straight away, almost as if he's just being lazy and, you know, and he's got the hump with it. Like he said, he's given up on the break now. I'm just going to hit him, hope for the best, hit him hard.
Yeah, and if Alex Adenall is going to make a stamp in this match, he's got to be taking these out and really just show to Ben Davis he's not going to be pushed over in any way, shape or form. He just needs to get a bit of an easy finish just to settle down, because these are tricky.
Yes, the yellow and the red together that's causing him the problem. How he's going to get into those. He can go into it now. Not quite. He has got an angle to play this yellow into the bottom right corner pocket and screw into it. But he's not guaranteed to be on it afterwards. That's the problem. You always want to go into them bad balls early, because the later you leave it, the more, the fewer options you're going to have once you play that cannon. So we've seen it now, and I mean, what's he got? He's almost welded to that yellow that he's got into. I think he might just be able to cut it back.
Yeah, I think he can get to it, but even if he pots this and comes down for the one in the bottom half of the table, he's still got that yellow in the top half. Going away from his work. He's just, I mean, he's come this far. think he's just got to just go all out for it and just hope he gets a bit of an angle. And that has not gone right. It's a good enough pot.
Yeah, he just needed the screw to kick in a little bit before, but where he's had to jack the cue up, it's kind of skidded a little bit before the screw's taken effect. So well out of position now and in a bit of trouble.
10 seconds.
That's a great shot. That's a great shot, and he's probably glad it didn't go in as well, because he's give himself a bit of a lifeline there.
Yeah, and he's played that just to make sure he covered that pocket as well. It was a good hit. But Ben Davis, he is a very attacking player. You don't often see too many safety shots from him. And he'll be going for these, let me tell you. I mean, just looking at that red, does that pass into that bottom left-hand corner? Can he remove that yellow in there?
It's tight.
10 seconds.
That's a very clever shot. So I don't think he could have quite potted it, but even if he hadn't have covered the pocket, he was covering that yellow with the red just below it. And the yellow top of the table hasn't got a pocket either.
Yeah, and now really Alex Adenall, he's in heaps of trouble in this frame. And it's really looking like he's going to go 2-0 behind. Effortless, that one. Then into that top right-hand corner. When he's on song, he's a brilliant player to watch.
Yeah, ultra aggressive. Only ever has to play a safety shot if he really needs to. Great for a neutral to watch. Flowing sort of cue action. And he backs it up. 2-time world champion, Ben Davis. Played in one of the best world finals we've ever had against Simon Ward. 4-3 in sets, went to a deciding frame. Pulled out an unbelievable finish under the pressure.
Yeah, that was an absolute classic. Even that, you can, if you wanted to watch that, that's on our YouTube channel, which is what you're watching now. Plenty of videos on there, Dan, isn't there, of glorious action.
Yeah, 2-0 Ben Davis.
And already, for me, the writing's on the wall here. Alex Adenall, he hasn't come to the races yet.
No, just got to stay positive and just forget those first 2 frames, really. Hasn't started well, but, you know, I'm sure there's been plenty of times in the past where he's started badly in matches and still come through, and he's a class player, so he just needs to tell himself that. It's early days still.
Here's some of our latest scores there at the top. Ryan Clark, obviously, what we've just seen. 8-6 over David Adenall. Luke Sanchez had a great match there against Snaky. Steve Thompson, 8-6. Corey Reese, 8-1. Demolishes Kevin Barton. And some of the other matches there just getting underway. Like I said, if you want to keep up to date with any of the latest scores, qscore.com, or you can get the links on our IPA page. A lot easier to use on ipapool.com.
Yeah, and nice break from Alex, exactly what he needed. I think Reds is what he's going to take.
10 10 seconds. Extension called.
Probably just going to be a case of how he and what order he takes these in, specifically the one at the bottom of the table and the one over the top left.
Yeah, I mean, he can leave that in the top half of the table till his last ball. He's going to have a few sort of yellow balls to avoid and navigate around. So I don't sort of like to leave the one in the top half, and you've got to do that. His cue action, for me, he looks very nervy.
Yeah, chucks the odd quick one in sometimes, but don't we all? He's very much a confidence player, Alex. I've seen him play some unbelievable stuff and at a pace as well, Mark, when he's at his best. Now, I mentioned about these two, the one at the bottom of the table and the one top left. Just needs to leave himself some sort of shot on the black. Stay away from that right middle pocket.
Oh, he's done that. He's got this, just over mid-range black.
Yeah, this is a tester. You're 2-0 down to get yourself on the board. Yeah, lovely shot. Well played, Alex.
Yeah, not even was that a lovely shot. That was in the heart of the pocket. And Alex O'Donoghue, he's got to feel a little bit better about himself now there. And he's 2 frames to 1.
Yeah, I think he tends to play at his best when he plays a little bit quicker. You know, he's quite a fluent player, Alex. And it's a fine line, though, between playing quicker and quickly, like getting yourself into a rhythm, but without chucking in the odd silly mistake. Likewise, you know, being measured, making sure, double-checking the angles that you need, but not playing too slowly and getting yourself bogged down. It's a real fine balance. Speak to a lot of the players, and quite a common thing that they'll try and get right.
Yeah, and as we see again, Davis with an absolute huge break. And is he going to reply with his own break and clearance here?
So he's gone yellows, Ben. And the main problem here is going to be the yellow at the bottom of the table over on the right hand side below the black. Looks like he's going to try and get on it now. He's done that very well.
Yeah, he has. And if he can just push this through without clipping the red, he'll be in prime position. He's a little bit more.
Yeah, I think he's all right if he's on the yellow into the closest to the left middle. Looks a bit of an acute angle, but I think it was fine, absolutely fine. It'd be a little bit tricky sometimes from the old commentary box. You don't always see the table as well as the players do. I can tell you from experience. He just needs to leave himself. Love to be straight on this yellow into the left middle pocket, so he can just stun back and play the black into the bottom right. But I don't know if he's made that a little bit more difficult for himself now. Just trying to kill the cue ball. I think he's just about okay there.
Yeah, it's not bad. He's sort of controlled it and dragged it in and held it as much as he could.
Yeah. It's quite hard to tell with Ben. He doesn't show an awful lot of emotion. I don't know just how happy he is with that. So he's playing it into the right middle, and you see he just came round and double checked because it looks like the red's blocking the pocket, but he needs to play it quite thick off the red. That's fine, it's just wedged itself in there.
Yeah, this has been a good performance here. He's replied exactly how he wanted to. His own break and clearance. Now, That's O'Donoghue. 2 frames behind. Can he get back into it again?
Yeah, just a quick mention as well. Our referee Darren Maidment has kindly been allowed a relaxation of the uniform so he can wear the shirt that he's wearing today in tribute to their friend Stephen Horsey, who was the captain of their local pool team. Unfortunately passed away at only 48 years old
Alex O'Donoghue's a break.
recently, so a lovely tribute there from Darren to his long-time friend. A nice gesture from the IPA to be able to allow him to wear that shirt.
Yeah, thoughts out to his families and friends. Hopefully they're watching. Put credit there to Jim, our referee, just doing his bit. Well, we'll call him Jim because he's Jim of all trades.
Jim of all trades.
Yeah.
Does a bit of everything, does he?
He does, yeah. I've made up a Jim of all trades, obviously. But back to this match.
Seconds.
And here he is, look. Keeping a close eye on things here. Our newest recruit of referees.
Yeah.
They've all been sort of, say, recruited from by our senior referee, Scott McMillan, who's unfortunately not with us here in the IPA, but he's left it in very good hands. Ben Teleferente, Brian Moss, they're all here.
Yeah.
Doing a cracking job.
They say the mark of a good referee is you kind of don't notice they're there. You know, there's no dramas, everything runs smoothly. Just go about their business. You see Ben Davis go about his business, and he's just run out of position there. Overrun that a little bit. We just see him taking his time now to figure out how he's going to rescue this situation. Play a cannon on the red. Just, well, I think he was trying to cannon the one that he's just gone past there. Just slightly run out of position here, Ben.
Yeah, he has. And I think all he's got is that clip into the left centre. Don't seem to be too much on.
No, I don't think the red and the yellow are together. I don't think it passes into the middle pocket that it's closest to, so... Yeah, and he's just missed one. I think he was trying to play in with a bit right hand side to check the cue ball. He took his eye off the pot. So another good chance for Alex to get back to within 1 frame.
Yeah, and luckily for Alex, he's left his gap. She's potted that lovely. They're not straightforward, these, are they? The white ball's going to have to do a little bit of travelling.
No, not at all, but I like the pace that he's starting to play at now, Alex. I think this is when he's at his best. Plays very confidently.
Yeah, and you said earlier, you touched on it a little bit about Alex. He's a bit more of a confidence player, but once he gets going, sometimes it's hard to stop him.
Yeah, once he gets going, he can beat anybody. It's just like, I suppose, like 99% of us on the tour is consistency that we struggle with. But yeah, when he's at his absolute best, very good to watch. Very attacking. Oh wow, that was a. He's just trying to cheek the pocket a little bit there and play it into the left-hand side of the middle, but it's just come off both jaws. I don't know how that's not gone in, to be honest.
No,
The only saving grace is not. There's not left anything too simple for Ben.
Extension called.
I'll see him play the yellow bottom left and cannon the red that's between the 2 yellows.
yeah, and that'll leave him the chance then to take that up into the top left-hand corner. Needs to get the cannon right, though.
That couldn't have come out much worse after he's got the cannon. I mean, hampered's an understatement, really, there. That's awful, awful cueing coming up for Ben Davis.
think I won't be personally be able to reach this one, but I'd be on tiptoes and everything here.
Yeah, so we've just seen him try and play safe there, but I think he's left the edge into the... I think Alex can just about see enough to cut the red into the right middle, or the left middle as we look at it. Big frame this, Mark.
Yeah, it is a big frame. I mean, he has got the option of the other red as well, but that is an even tougher pot. This one, he's just got to float it in. The white's going to be travelling. How's it going to come out?
Oh, that's a dream kiss.
Yeah, it is. And one that he really needs. He's just got just one careful positional shot here. I mean, I don't think he's got a nice angle in the one in the bottom right-hand corner to swing round both angles. I think this is one he's just got to cue naturally. To the far cushion. Oh, he's done that one. Great shot.
Yeah, now it's the case of does he stun across table or does he play this with a bit of top and right-hand side and swing it round 2 cushions? Either way, oh, he's just stunned it. He's leaving himself a red into the right middle. Sorry, the black into the right middle. Bit of an acute angle. No problem at all.
Frame.
Yeah, and Alex O'Donoghue, 3 frames to 2 now. He's stepped up the pace, like you've already recognised, and he looks in better condition than he did in the first frame.
Yeah, and like I said, you know, he made a bad start to the match, but we've all done that before, so he's just like needed to tell himself, just stick in there. The momentum can always switch and change in matches very, very quickly. He's won 2 of the last 3 frames. And Ben Davis has made a couple of mistakes of his own to let Alex back in.
Frame 6. Ben Davis to break, leading 3 frames to 2.
Let's have a look again at Ben Davis's break. Been successful on one of them. Can he complete the run? And he's got right behind them. He's got a ball, he's got 2 balls. But how they come out, it looks a bit untidy in the top half of the table. These aren't perfect.
Seconds.
He's going to have a chance to... so he can cannon this. If he just rests into the black, he should be on the yellow into the right corner pocket afterwards, but he also could just land on that yellow below the black into the bottom left corner pocket. Depends how he sees it. Certainly the way he's going to go about it now.
Yeah, he did, and just another result from the professional event, last 32. Gavin Robinson, he's beat Rob Donkin, who's been in a little bit of form recently, 8 frames to 3. And that's a good win there for Gavin, gets him into the last 16. Other matches that are currently in progress at the moment. Conor Treacy, he's playing Craig Marsh, another Welsh boy, Craig is. Buddha, he's 2-1 ahead there. And Curtis Lee is taking on our current world champion, been the longest ever world champion. He's 1-0 up at the moment, John is. Craig Brown is playing Jimmy Carney, and he's 4 frames to the good there against Jimmy. Just looking at see if there's any matchups yet in the last 16. The only matchup we've got is Ryan Clark, who we just saw win that last match against David Adenall. He's up against the world #1, Liam Dunster. That's a tough match there for Ryan.
Yeah, we'll need to up his game from what we saw earlier.
Yeah, and that's live in about half an hour's time.
See, Ben's just making his way through this clearance. He hasn't quite had the white under full control for the entire clearance, but like these class players do, they find a way. It's just called his extension now. I don't think he likes the angle he's got, so if he was a little bit straighter, he could have just topped this through and taken the white over to the left-hand side of the table, but I think he's worried about cannoning the red on the way back up, so could play this with lots of top and left-hand side. You see there, he's only just grazed past the red there.
Yep, he has, but he's got back his 2-frame lead that he's been getting. At 2 frames to 0 up when he was, and then he was 3-1 up, and now he's 4-2 ahead. But I'll say, Alex is looking a little bit better in this match. He's more than capable of getting this match back level. But he needs, as we say, a break of serve.
Yeah, needs to hang in there. Still early doors in this match. Early days, shall I say.
Looking at our next match on the on this table, straight after this match, it is scheduled for 7 o'clock, but we'll be bringing it earlier.
Frame 7.
If this match does seem to get finished quickly. It's going to be Dean Shields against Drew Hughes. That's going to be a bit of a classic, isn't it?
Yeah, 2 very good players. We'll see Alex there, just a fraction away from going in off. Heart would have been in his mouth for a second or two there, as it tracked towards that corner pocket and you saw other balls following it. You always fear the worst. But as it is, these have come out pretty good.
Yeah, and these yellows, these are wide open. Obviously he didn't have too much angle to try and get off that cushion, but he's off it possibly just enough.
I think, one of them. I think it's about as well as he could have done really from there. Does he play the cannon into the red just to the right of the black? Again, I don't think he had much choice.
No, and with the amount of balls his cannon there, you've got to say he's a little bit lucky. Something could have tied up then.
Yeah, it almost looks messy, but actually they all still go. First glance, you thought, oh, he's made a bit of a mess of that, but I think the yellow still next to the black still goes in the left corner pocket. The yellow
10 seconds.
In the very centre of the table still goes into the bottom left corner pocket, and he's on that nicely now. It's really good.
Yeah, he had only a little bit of area to play in there to get on that yellow, and he's played it very well. But as you said, that black, that's crucial. If that does go into that bottom left-hand corner, yeah, that's a little bit of a slice of luck, and that cannon was lovely.
Yeah, got to ride your luck sometimes, and yeah, just had to be a little bit careful there because he knew he was running into the red, but he didn't want to push it over towards the yellow and the black. He's played it well, quite a delicate sort of soft stun. Now we're going to see another breaking finish from Alex O'Donoghue, the second of the match.
Yeah, we'll be on 2 apiece, and all of a sudden we're seeing a good standard now.
Yeah, nervy couple of frames at the start from both players, but there's a bit of class kicking in now from both. 4-3.
Yeah, 4-3, and this match is just heating up. But Alex, he needs to try and get level. He really does. He can't keep giving these 2-frame leads to Ben Davis, and but he just needs Ben to make a mistake. He hasn't made one for the last 3 frames.
No, and I think that's the problem at this highest level when you get off to a bad start. You know, you can kick on and start playing better, but your opponent's highly likely to as well. So all of a sudden, those first couple of frames, which Alex could have won, finds himself 2-0 down instead of 2-0 up, become even more important now when you look at the scorecard. Could easily have been 5-2 up
Davis
instead of 4-3 down.
leading 4 frames to 3.
But as
Time running.
Alex has upped his game, so has Ben. Hammer break from Ben Davis. Absolute hammer. Looking at reds.
10 seconds. Extension cool.
Not the easiest route to map out. Sim Ben take his extension. It's a good shot there from Ben.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, these have developed. Still needs a good positional shot from here. Probably the key positional shot of the frame now, I should say, from here. To play this off 2 cushions, or can you play it on and off the cushion? I think he's got a couple of options.
Yeah, he'll know better than us from, as you know, when you're down there in amongst it, you sort of see things a little bit clearer.
Yeah, played off the 2 cushions, which I thought that's, when I first looked at it, I thought that was his only option.
Yeah, and he might have to, the red goes into this middle pocket obviously, but might have to end up leaving it long into the top left. See here, it's kind of, you can almost try and be too precise with your positional shot, and you're going to have to go dangerously close to the 2 yellows in the middle if you try and land on it into the middle. So he might just have to leave it long, back himself to get it. Always guaranteed, really, a much easier positional shot to play this. It's just the pots are not as easy, but he's landed as well as he could, really.
Yeah, I think if you was going to put your white ball anywhere on the table, you'd probably place it there with your hand.
Yeah, perfect, absolutely perfect, yeah.
Wow, and that's that black. We've seen 5 breaking clearances in the last 6 frames. And Ben Davis, he's back ahead again by 2 frames. He only needs 3 now to get through to the last 16.
Yeah, both really upped it a gear, these two, Alex and Ben. If it does end up being Ben that wins this match, and it ends up, they keep exchanging, sort of finishes off the break and stuff, and ends up, say, 8-6, Alex is going to sit there and kick himself for those first couple of frames in this match.
5 frames to 3. Time running.
Dangerously close to that corner pocket again, but again, he's fine. Again, he's made a ball. But what's he on? I mean, reds is what he wants to be on, but he's snookered on reds. Can't see a single red. Can he play a 3-ball plant? Yellow in the centre of the table. Onto the 2 reds over the middle pocket.
Extension called.
This is tough. Yeah, that's what he's looking at, Mark.
Yeah, I think that's his only option here.
Well, he can't even pot a yellow. I mean, the yellow he's looking at, he could double that, I suppose.
Yeah, and there's not even a containing shot of safety. He's going to have to sort of go out a bit of attack here.
Yeah, there's a harsh leave off the break.
I'll tell you what, how well has he controlled that shot?
That was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from Alex. Might not look that difficult at home. The pressure he was under, 5-3 down, after the disappointment of leaving himself such an awkward leave off the break. That was a difficult shot.
he seems to be playing these cannons nice, because, I mean, that red, I think it just still goes into the bottom left-hand corner. You don't have to take it yet, but these 3 balls in the bottom half are a bit close together. He's going to need the right angles, and that's a great shot. Left himself a perfect angle now. Just pop that red out on the bottom cushion, and he'll be fine.
Yeah, I think so. All about the pace. If you play it at the right pace, it really shouldn't go wrong. Just a soft cannon.
And he's trying to avoid the double kiss as well. He's avoided the red as well, and it's probably the safest way to play it.
Yeah, no, I like that. It's a very positive way to play that shot. Bit of a rule, you know, don't play a cannon unless you absolutely have to. So just doesn't want to leave himself straight on this last red. I might see him screw into it now, actually.
Yeah, I like this. I like this because he could leave himself an angle. And the way that he's gone about this, and not playing the cannon, like you said, it's very positive. A lot of players would have played that cannon.
Yeah, very confident. Oh, where's that white gone? Oh, he's just about got away. How's he got away with that?
Wow, and he's had a little giggle to himself. Was that a little bit of adrenaline? I don't know. I don't know what it is.
I think part of it is he knows he didn't want to land behind the black, so he didn't want to just dribble it in. That's a very good shot. He's played that into the
far jaw, nearest jaw.
The far jaw of the pocket. Yeah, he's which is a bit of a nervy, sort of edgy one to play. If he'd just potted that into the centre of the pocket, he'd have found himself snookered. So, really good stuff now from Alex.
Yeah.
That's that 6th breaking clearance out of the last 7 frames. What a match.
Yeah, 6 out of 7. Great standard. And they just keep chucking like bombs at each other and say, well, you take this one, you do this. Who's going to be the first to miss a ball off the break?
Well, they both broke really well, yeah.
Frame 10. Ben Davis to break.
There's your referee. Frame 10. I thought we was going to get a decider in our last match. Are we going to get one in this match, Dan? Anything can happen, but what's happened here is he's lost the white ball.
Exactly what you mentioned there. Who's going to be the first one to
shot
to make a mistake off the break? And Ben's, you see there, the white was dangerously close to that top left corner pocket, but it was the other 2 or 3 that sort of followed it up there that's kicked it in. Now, these look fairly easy for Alex. Just no lapses of concentration. Sometimes they can almost be a little bit too easy, you know, and you don't quite give the finish the respect it deserves. It's very easy to run out of position on these sorts of things.
Yeah, I'm happy with the way that he's developed that. And again, he's straight down to this pace has been picked up. And are we going to see him level this match up for the first time since it was 0-0?
Yeah, I like this from Alex as well. The order he's taken these, he looks like he's figured out his route and he's getting on with it. He's not playing too quickly.
No, and it shows he's thinking very clearly as well. Yeah. That white ball's got away from him a little bit, but
just about all right, I think, isn't he?
He's going to be fine.
Yeah, I'll just drop this in. Dead weight. Now, what does he take? Does he play the red into the left middle and screw across to get a bit closer? Or does he play this red now? Playing it now. Brave shot. Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah.
Good stuff this from Alex, and it's really good.
Yeah, very good. Not only brave, and the way he's playing it, nice and positive. Just drop that in. He didn't need to do a lot with the cue ball.
No.
And this black, to level this match up at 5 each. This is going to be a great match on our hands here. Coming down to the best of 5.
Right.
And there you see it. 5 apiece. Alex O'Donoghue, finally back level. It's taken him a while. He's been firing as many bombs as possible. We saw that error there with an in-off from Ben Davies in that frame. Can Alex O'Donoghue hold himself together and continue this run of break and clearances?
Yeah, he's been brilliant. From 2-0 down, he showed a lot of mental strength, a lot of resilience to others would have folded after making a couple of mistakes in the first couple of frames, especially the first frame. It's quite an easy one for someone of Alex's class. Has done really, really well, and it's been top-class stuff. Both players.
Scores tied, 5 frames all.
Yeah,
So just like it says, 5 all.
yeah. Just as that one's tied, I'll quickly run you through a few of the other matches. Craig Brown, Jimmy Carney. Jimmy Carney's pulled 2 frames back now. It's 4-2. Craig Marsh and Connor there was locked at 2 frames each. That's 5-3 to Craig Marsh now. John McAllister 3-0 ahead against Curtis Lee. And that's all we've got at the moment. But there's going to be even more matches. We'll keep you right up to date with them all. Remember, this is the last 32 at the moment. We're going to be showing the last 16. Not the next match on, but the one after that.
And in the meantime,
Extension called.
Alex has made a ball off the break. A very good break. I mean, you see there that there's 10 balls in the half of the table he breaks from. He's really got into them well, but left himself not much at all. That's a very good shot. Could see him lay a snooker here, Mark.
Yeah, he could do. He could really lock that white ball. I just don't think it's his type of game.
No, it's a real delicate one as well. Is it necessary? We know he likes to attack, Alex.
Yeah. If he's straight enough on this, he can probably develop them both out. And then he's guaranteed on the one in the left centre. I think that's what he's played.
Yeah, it wasn't the best kiss, but it's all right.
I think he's got to take this down bottom right first, do you? I mean, it's a tough pot, but he's only got to get the pocket, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think we might see him do it, and this would be some finish if he clears these. I mean, these are tough. Yeah, he's played it well. Now he's got an angle on the one into this top right corner pocket to either go into the red and the yellow together or land on that left-hand side of the table for the red into the right middle. Depends how he sees it.
10 seconds.
He's played the cannon. What a shot, Mark. What a shot that is.
Yeah, the way that he's playing these cannons, it just shows that his background from snooker, that is superb. And now, God, this is dot to dot now. Needs to be on this a little bit. Should be okay now, shouldn't he? On and off the cushion.
Should be okay. I mean, these are testers. Made that a little bit more difficult by the match situation, and he hasn't been ahead in this match yet. Heart of the pocket, though. Barely touched the jaw.
Well, we did say from the start, he's a little bit, well, he's unpredictable at times, Alex is. But the way that we're seeing him play here, he's only got one thing on his mind, and that is to eliminate Ben Davies from the competition. But that's not his cleanest cueing action there.
No, a little bit of a twitchy one there. He was
Yeah.
just betwixt and between. He didn't want to stun it because he was going towards that bottom left, the bottom cushion. So he's played to go on and off. But he's nailed it. Brilliant stuff.
Frame.
And that's a great clearance there. It really is. And
Really
he just
good.
keeps that run going, doesn't he? There's not just nothing stopping him.
No, he's been on fire. Absolutely on fire, Alex O'Donoghue. Hats off to him.
Yeah, 3 break and clearances in a row for him. Well, first time he's been ahead. 6 frames to 5. You see some of the latest scores, what we just sort of spoke about. Curtis Lee's got one back now, 3-1. And Craig Brown has extended his lead to 5-2. as I said, Jimmy Carney pulled 2 back.
Frame 12.
You see there, Luke Sanchez, he's safely through. Alongside Clint Jansen. We know Ryan Clark, he's through. Ben Davies has give that some. He's got a ball. What a kiss that is.
Oh, look at these reds. He's got a ball, and my God. I don't want to put the mockers on this, but he might have one positional shot to play that's about a 3 out of 10 in difficulty.
Wow.
These could not be easier for someone of Ben's level.
So Gavin, it must be. I mean, can he? Oh, I mean, he looks perfect there.
It's just this
With
shot
one of
here.
the camera angles we've seen. This one here, this camera angle here. One little screw shot there. He's played that ever so positive.
Yeah.
This is great to watch. The audience must be having a treat here at home. Some great pool being shown.
Literally couldn't have come out any nicer. And in a flash, we're going to find ourselves back at 6 apiece.
Oh, and a flash of a pan there. He's right back into this. He's just made light work of these. I mean, what was looking like it could have been a scruffy table, all of a sudden, it just broke up nicely when the balls just stopped moving off that break. There you see it, 6 apiece. We're into a best of 3. We had a best of 3 last time, didn't we? And it was 1-2-0 from Ryan Clark.
We did.
Are we going to see our first deciding match? Or first deciding frame, should I say, in this tournament? They just keep delivering hammer blows to each other. There's not many visits to the table, is there?
Well, we said a couple of scrappy ones at the start, and it's been sort of near perfect pool since.
Well, I think we've seen more of the referees setting them up than we have the players on the table.
Yeah.
He's had plenty of practice. The referee, Darren. Hope you're enjoying the action live from wherever you sat or watching. We're in the Isle of Man.
Frame 13. Alex O'Donoghue to break. Scores tied. 6 frames all. Time running.
Wow, and finally a dry break from Alex O'Donoghue, and he looks really disappointed there.
Yeah, now, if the yellows at the top of the table are a plant, then yellows are pretty good. I'm not sure they are. From the overhead we've got, it looks like it really needs to be made. I don't think they are a plant, so... And if he takes reds, he's got an easy starter on reds, but I don't think the red goes into the pocket, the bottom right pocket as we look. Not quite sure if it squeezes past the yellow. A tricky finish for Ben.
Yeah, and you feel if he gets this decision right, it's all about the selection. I mean, he's obviously going to be canning into these 2 yellows now, but he's got some danger about it.
Oh, I like this though. He's done the right thing.
Did you come off the top cushion first, or just go straight into him? I mean, it's
Straight
easier
into
to
him,
go
I think.
straight in him.
Straight into him, just don't want to push. No, he's missed the cannon. So he's had to straighten it up. I think he needed to put that thinner into that middle pocket. It's a bit of an error there. I'm quite surprised he's missed the cannon.
Yeah, because he's obviously played the cannon on the right hand, 2 of the yellows. But now, what's he going to do now? He's still going to have to cannon them 2. Trying to leave himself an angle now.
Yeah, the last thing you want to be doing is leaving that cannon until your last ball. So you're relying on being on one of those two after you make the cannon. Just leaving it a lot more trusting to luck. But he's got no choice. If he can flick it from behind, so maybe go top cushion with left hand side, like that, but make the cannon, it would have been perfect.
Again, he's just missed it. And as you said, Dan, he's left it till the end, and this is what can happen. This is where it can go wrong. He's had 2 chances at cannoning these, and he's missed them both times.
Yeah, and he's done the right thing. The right thing was to play it like that. Now, he could have guaranteed he'd have got the cannon had he just gone straight into them, but he was thinking one step further than that. He wanted to be on it. Oh, unlucky, Ben. Unlucky. It was a great effort.
Yeah, it was.
It's a great effort.
Now, what does Alex Adenall do here? Because he knows one mistake here, and he's going to be 1 frame away from being eliminated. I think he's got to play a containing shot here.
He ain't got much choice, has he?
10 seconds.
He can't set this along the top. I know he's really debating it, because this is how he plays.
I think you got to flick off the red that he's right next to and try and leave almost touching ball on the yellow.
Yeah, you don't want to leave it touching. Just needs to be semi-glued, is it called? That's
Delicate
all right.
one. That's perfect, I think. That's about as well as he could have done from there.
As long as it's not touching, he'll be fine. But he's pushing his red safer.
Big moments in this match. 6-all. First round. Not much else Ben could have done there.
No, there wasn't. But what does Alex do it? I mean, does that, them 2 reds that's together in the middle of the table, does that plant down to cover the pocket? It's a bit risky in my eyes.
Yeah,
Again, another containing shot. It's
One
going to be overreaching though, isn't he?
Yeah, it's one of those. I mean, he could just rest onto this red, leave Ben almost Chinese snookered.
He's under time pressure though, isn't he? Shot clock pressure.
Yeah, no.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, but I think he's left Ben a double, but sometimes you really don't want him, especially a shot maker like Ben. But sometimes you just haven't got much choice. He's looking at the double. It's just whether or not he's going to flick the red on the way back out. I think he can just about make it.
10 seconds.
He's made it, hasn't he?
He has made it, easily made it.
Wow.
What a shot there from Ben Davis. Nicknamed Ding. And wow, this is brilliant here. One good pot and a cannon. And wow, that is on a piece of string. Ben Davis. He's going to retake the lead. And deservedly so.
Yeah, look, I don't think there was anything Alex could have done differently there. He's played all the right shots. He's done everything right. You know, Ben's run out of position, played the long double, been lucky to leave Alex nothing really to go at. And Alex has done all he could do, just leave it awkward for Ben, and Ben's pulled a rabbit out of the hat.
Yeah, and you know what? Well, these players are under this 30-second shot clock. You're just wondering if he was out there in the arena where the other tables are in action. How much longer would he have took over that shot? Would he have got the rest out? Would he have played it so he got rested on the top of that yellow to make sure Ben didn't have any shot? But what are we seeing?
He looks confused. He is not happy.
That's a pouring off into the centre. You know, it's one of the
straighten off.
Yeah.
He's not happy at all, Ben. You don't give a lot away, does he? But yeah, really. So wondering what's gone wrong with his cue action. He's replaying the shot in his head. You see Alex now just taking his extension, because the most important shot in this frame, or passage of play, is really going to be Alex just deciding what he's going to do. Which ball he's going to take, what order he's going to take them in. He's played a good shot there. I like that.
And once again, he's been so clinical. When he's had this one free shot, he just seems to play the right shot every time. It's a developing shot. And he's a credit to him. And we've got to be seeing a deciding frame now, haven't we?
Well, I think so. The way it's gone so far.
He's got to hold himself together.
Yeah.
I mean, the black, is that going to have more than... Well, probably, it's definitely got 2 pockets.
Yeah, I don't think... We're not going to see him develop it or anything. I think, it goes into the right middle. And it goes into this bottom left corner. So he's just got to land on it. And it's just going to be how he goes about getting onto that yellow at the top of the table. What order he's going to take them in.
Just needs to keep it simple. I mean, for me, does he go up the top of the table? Take that in the top left next? I mean, it just depends on what angle he's got for that one in the top left. Because leaving that ball, the one he's taking now, it would be an easy ball to get on the black with.
Yeah, so yellow top left. Don't leave yourself straight. Anything but straight on this yellow in the top of the table. And then leave himself a natural angle to play this last yellow into the middle.
Yeah, he had options, didn't he? And again, he's perfect.
Perfect with his cue ball, perfect. Now the only thing that can go wrong here is he takes the white too far. So he wants the B. You're going to see him probably point out with his cue exactly where he wants to leave it, but anywhere about where the balk line is will be perfect.
Yeah, and that's where he pointed his cue. Don't have to do a lot with the cue ball here.
Right, that's perfect. I think we're going to see another decider. And it'll be Alex to break if we get there.
Yeah, it will.
So white off that top cushion.
I'd like that to bounce another 3 inches, I should say.
Yeah.
But again, just left it a little bit short. But no problem. We're at 7 frames each, and we're into the last frame decider.
I see your notes there. How many times has Alex broken cleared in this match? 3, 4?
4.
4. 4 out of 7 so far. In theory, more than 50-50 chance on that form that he's going to clear these off the break.
Yeah, and Ben Davis has broken clear 3 times. It's been a pretty good standard. 2 in-offs have really cost Ben. And it was sort of the second half of this match, and then 2 big in-offs in frame 10, and then that frame there in frame 14.
Yeah, and it was straight in off as well, so it really was kind of,
Scores tied, 7 frames all. This
it wasn't unluckily kicked in off, it was straight in off. You can see how unhappy he was with himself.
Time running.
Anyway, here we are. Alex to break. How's his luck?
He was dry last time. Can he change his look this time?
He's made a ball. White's on the table. Yellows look pretty good.
Yeah, but look where that red, just that last roll, does that block that black into the bottom left-hand corner?
If it does, they'll be taking it into the bottom right. These look not too bad.
And he's got, I mean, if he takes it into left centre first, he's going to be canning it. He's got every cannon 100% right so far. For me, try and keep it as simple as possible.
I think that's what he's looking at. He's took his extension already. We know he's going to go yellows. Is he going to play the plant first? Right, he's going to cannon. Well, he won't be happy with it, but I think he's all right. If he can cue, if he can cue the centre of the cue ball, it's not as bad as it looks.
And might do him a favour. And then he'll be taking the ones out in the bottom half of the table, going upstairs. It's just that yellow that he's close to now. He needs to make sure he gets on that into the left centre.
Yeah, and he's awkward cueing as well, slightly hampered with his bridge hand. He's played that well.
Yeah, he's potting pretty good. Don't look much of a window there. He's obviously going to try and find the gap. And take the one into the top left, the one closest to that pocket.
Yeah, and I think one of the problems is where he'd like to leave the cue ball is pretty much where the black is, and the last thing he wants to be doing is leaving himself Chinese snookered over the black. I think that's all right. It must be.
Yeah, again, his positional play has been A1. And again, he's left that not hampered. He's left himself to cue at this white ball where he'll be able to do something with it.
Yeah.
But this key shot of the frame now, positional wise.
Yeah. You see he's just sort of like with his cue pointed towards the red. If he cannons into the red, he should be all right. He's held his hand up in apology there. I think he's actually gone the other side of it. He was showing with his cue he wanted to almost rest into the red, but that's come out perfect.
Yeah, I don't think he's played the cannon on the red, has he?
Well, he apologised to Ben for some reason. He must have done.
Is that just because he just flicked it? Oh. I don't think he needed to apologise there. The positional play was perfect.
Well,
but
yeah,
we're going to see a twist.
It was all about the pace, that shot. If he'd left himself straight, he could have come down on the left-hand side of the table and played the black into the bottom right, but I don't think he wanted to go anywhere near those reds.
No, he's left himself a shot, and it means he's going to have to set the black into the same pocket as that yellow.
Doesn't want to be cueing off the back cushion.
Wow. If your nerves aren't jangling at the moment, there will be now 7 frames each. Oh. This black ball.
These are horrible at the best of times. Can he hold it together? Just about. What a finish.
Wins 8 frames to 7.
What a superb match we've had there between Alex O'Donoghue and Ben Davis. And Ben Davis, the only thing that sort of cost him that match was, what, a couple of in-offs, do you think, Dan?
Yeah, look, he's not done an awful lot wrong in that match. He's played really well. They both have a bit of a scrappy start. And from then, I mean, what did we have? Like one mistake in 11, 12 frames? It was brilliant. Absolutely fantastic match.
Yeah, and that was a great standard. And Kevin Barton is at the table, and he's going to be getting a few words with our winner, Alex O'Donoghue.
Welcome back to the arena, where I'm delighted to be joined by the Don, Alex O'Donoghue. Alex, that was a bit of a nervy one at the end there.
It really was, to be honest. I felt it on the black. I thought, you can't be missing this with everyone watching back home, you know. So it was nervy ending.
Everyone who knows you and you know how good you are have been really wanting you to do well, and you know, I think it's fair to say the results haven't probably gone as well as you would have hoped, but we've seen this season the emergence of Alex O'Donoghue, and I think that performance just sort of emphasises that. Do you feel that?
Yeah, I think, to be honest, I haven't probably put enough into the game over the last 18 months, so I sort of don't deserve to get much out of it, but just trying to start again and sort of get some momentum sort of thing. But yeah, the results have been rubbish, to be honest, but I'm just glad to grind out a win there against Ben, because, you know, he's such a good player. Yeah,
and that's the sort of victory that could really springboard the weekend and your career.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully I just need to get on a run, you know, keep trying to break well and, yeah, push on.
And in that last frame, when you brought the balls and you saw the yellows there, was it just a matter of staying in the moment and not getting too excited?
Yeah, they weren't easy, you know, but it's one of them where, you know yourself, you should get them. I made a bit of a mess of it, obviously, I'm bridging over the yellow. But yeah, just got to stay in the moment and try and relax as much as you can.
Well played, Alex. You're through to the next round, and hopefully we'll see you later on. Well done.
Cheers, Kev. Thank you.
Well done, Alex O'Donoghue. He comes through a deciding frame thriller against former world champion Ben Davis. Next up, we've got another fantastic match between Dean Shields and Andrew Hughes. So let's get over to the commentary box and Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Kev. Good evening, everyone. Hope you're enjoying your Friday night, and I hope that we can continue to provide you with entertainment. Let's have a look at the current standings, if you like, in the last 32 of this Grand Tour Grand Finals, rather. Professional event. See there, the local hero, David Adenall, knocked out first up on the stream earlier, 8-6 by Ryan Clark. Luke Sanges safely through to the second round with a win over Steve Thompson by the same scoreline. Clint Jansen flying through against Richard Swaffield. And then we've got some games that are still going on. Craig Brown and Jimmy Carney, they're locked in tight at 5 apiece. Connor Tracy in a similar situation with Craig Marsh, but that one is 6-all. We'll let the players get ready and then we'll rejoin this match in a couple of seconds. I am delighted to be joined in the commentary box for this match by, are you the bald assassin still, Swaff?
Yeah, that's the one.
Richard Swaffield.
Evening.
Good evening. So I have just mentioned your scoreline, so I'm sorry about that.
What was it, 7-3?
8-3.
Oh, that's the one, yeah.
But
yeah, not a good afternoon, but there you go.
it's fine, you've still got the Open to go.
Yep.
And the Open is double points, of course, so
Yep. Tomorrow night.
tomorrow night you're on.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of volunteered for the TV table this afternoon just to get a bit of experience on the shot clock. So didn't really need to put myself through that, but there you go.
Don't get me wrong, I've watched you play before. Do you need 30 seconds, ever?
Only when they go messy.
Yeah.
Yeah, when the balls go a bit scrappy and I've got to think about it.
I mean, your seniors final against Lee Clough, I know, I'm bringing up painful memories again,
Yeah.
I know, but that is one of my favourite matches I've ever commentated on
Is
because
it?
you were mad and I loved watching it.
Yeah, attacking pool. It's
Yeah.
the way to go.
Yeah, quality. Just looking down at the list at the moment, Dan Davey is safely through over Andrew McKee. That is a walkover. Andrew McKee is not here. And the same goes for Gareth Hibbert, I believe. I don't think Nathan Bridges is actually at this tournament either. So those two are safely through, which just leaves a couple of professional matches. We've got Dean Shields, Drew Hughes, that's next up on the stream. Simon Ward v Mark Pickworth and JJ Fall against Ross Fernie. Have you got any predictions for those, Swaff?
No.
Yeah. This is going to be a very interesting game. I mean, you've got to make...
Look,
let's
I've
take JJ v Ross. You've got to make Fernie the favourite, haven't you,
Yeah.
on recent
I
form?
mean, I've played Ross at the Isle of Man the last tour. Yeah, and he absolutely stuffed me.
He's a sick man. I played him once, and
Yeah.
it was just, yeah.
Yeah, he just looks so relaxed when he's at the table and, you know, playing for fun, really. That's the way to do it, isn't it?
And he sort of, the last, well, he won his first tour title this year, did Ross, and made the final of the 2021 Champions Cup as well, or the final four. I feel like he's had a bit of a coming of age recently.
Yeah, he's got confidence from that event, and looks very, very strong when he's playing.
Yeah, back to this match. Dean Shields versus Drew Hughes. It's England v Wales. This is the last 32, the first round of the professional event. You can see that glorious trophy there, the Grand Finals trophy that they're playing for. Both these players, for me, Swaff, have never really hit the heights that I think they're capable of. They're always there or thereabouts, but they never quite get over the line.
Yeah. Dean looked very good the other night on sporty stuff, didn't he?
He did. He looked phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Played really well. Not so much in the final, but you know,
his first round
Dean
was
Shields wins the lag.
exceptional.
Dean, your
Yeah,
choice?
he was
played really
very,
well.
very good.
Yeah. So for me, I would say Dean, for me, is the favourite today. But then I haven't seen a lot of Drew play, to be fair. So
Can I push you for a scoreline?
8-3.
8-3 Dean Shields.
Yeah. Say it
Whoa.
quietly. Don't let me hear. Say
There's
it.
going to be a lot of people in the valleys unhappy with you. That's okay. I promise you they don't watch it back.
No, I'd say I'm only going on what I've seen, and I've only seen Dean play, and I've always seen him play really well.
Yeah, very tidy players, both of these two. But both will be hoping to have a deep run in this tournament, get their ranking up for the start of next season. Our man in the middle there, setting up the rules, Brian Moss, for this match.
professional grand finals, last 32
Are
match.
they cut breakers or
First
front
8
ball
frames.
breakers? I can't remember.
First frame.
I think
Dean
I've seen
shields to
Dean do
break.
both, whereas I
Time
don't
running.
think I've ever seen Drew cut break. But this, I mean, this has got to be a front ball, doesn't it? A bit of chewing gum.
Chewing gum always helps.
Bad breath. As long as he doesn't hit the brake too hard and swallow it, it'll be fine. Wow, what a split that is. How is that dry?
Controlled the white nicely.
Yeah, I mean, it's the perfect brake apart from nothing going in off it.
Yeah, it wasn't a monster brake, wasn't it? There wasn't a lot of power, but they split well.
Ten seconds.
Drew starting off with a beautifully cued long yellow. And now he's right in amongst it. These yellows are an ideal opportunity for the start of the match.
Just seen your message, Dan, to me a few minutes ago. Where have you gone? Yeah, I did try and get out of this.
You tried to run away. Tried to run away from the commentary box. Oh. Thought you were a nice bloke. Well, you're still here, so I'll let you off. I can't believe no one's heard your dulcet tones before over a microphone.
Yeah, exactly.
Or is it more like a karaoke bar at 3 in the morning?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, I'll make a note of that for Saturday night.
Yeah. Bit of bat out of hell.
Oh,
Or is that
well,
bad
that's a
timing?
timely. Yeah, very timely. Oh, interesting way to go by Drew. Certainly not as he played it. He's pushed that yellow. Very awkward.
Doesn't look like it goes down the rail, so.
It's really tight, isn't it? It's one of those where on the TV table where the bags play a little bit looser and the cloth is a little bit slider, you might have a chance.
10 seconds.
Well, he doesn't think so, so it'll be the double. Looks a perfect angle to me. Yeah, beauty. Nice recovery from Drew Hughes. Knocks in the simple black to take a 1 frame lead. Good start from Drew, but wasn't the perfect start, was it, Rich? He made hard work of that.
Yeah, just before he played that shot and put his yellow safe, I was just about to say these are pretty much drop-ins. Not a lot to do, and he obviously had an iffy angle.
Yeah,
felt we needed to stun into that ball.
Yeah, not as easy as it looked, perhaps,
No.
but it did look easy from here. And you never miss a ball from the commentary box. That's what they always say. I'm not convinced that's true. Time to find out how Drew Hughes is going to break.
Frame 2. Drew Hughes to break. Leading 1 frame to 0. Time running.
Bit like Dean's that, Rich. Bit subdued.
Yeah. 2 dry breaks. Maybe they should try the cut break.
Maybe. Oh, or maybe they should just try hitting them a bit harder.
Yeah.
I do know that I've spoken to quite a few players who, when they come away on the tour, because they're playing with the best equipment, you know, you've got
10
good
seconds.
cloths, grippy, fast, very clean balls.
Yeah.
Some players take a bit off their brake for that reason, because they feel like they don't need to generate as much power to get a good split. Whether that's the case with these two, I don't know. But those 2 brakes certainly weren't hit as hard as you would necessarily see most players hit them.
No. I mean, when I played on it earlier, I think it was the first match on, wasn't it? And I found the table a little bit slow.
Really?
Whether, the lights hadn't been on long, maybe a warm up throughout the day.
10 seconds.
But yeah, it wasn't as fast as I was expecting.
Dean's just opened up the middle pocket there. He controlled that shot really nicely.
Is is that going on what I've just said? Are they expecting it to be a bit faster?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, if he was... Has he under-hit it or has he over-hit it? Was he trying to hold for the red top left? It's difficult to tell.
Yeah.
It's also difficult to tell if that
Extension, please.
red below the cue ball goes past the black. The fact that he's not down on this already suggests to me that it probably doesn't, but... Because it's still a relatively simple clearance if it does. Choosing to screw back off that black. He's making work out of this. They're still there. He's got two choices. He can take the red on the right-hand side down the right-hand rail, or try and cut that one in the centre of the table back.
10 seconds.
Chosen the option with less to go wrong with the cue ball, and that has worked out rather nicely. But he has covered the middle pocket for what will be his last red.
Ten seconds.
Nicely done from Dean. Dean's going slightly away from his work with the cue ball here. That's why he's chosen to punch it. That's not a great positional shot. I expected him to just drop that in and leave it long, Rich, because he's actually further away from it now than you would have been, and with a much worse angle. This is a big black. Oh, nailed.
That's two reverse dish.
Two reverse dishes in a row, yep, to get us underway. Scores at 1 apiece.
Being handed a pint of water. By the looks of it.
He's a professional, don't you know? As long as it is just water.
Has he got a bad neck or something? Has he got an issue? Seems to be
don't know.
Rubbing his neck. Maybe he's nursing an injury.
Is that just a mannerism, though, do you think? There are a lot of... I see a few players give it a bit of the neck rub between frames.
Yeah, maybe.
We are, of course, live on YouTube at the moment, but we will be on the BBC tomorrow. So if you are wanting to catch the rest of this tournament, and indeed the rest of the whole weekend, don't forget to join us on the BBC Sport website. Back to the action here. It's Dean Shields to get us underway in frame 3, and he has, Rich, switched to the cut break.
Exactly. I think he's doing the front ball break next.
I think you just switch until one works.
Yeah.
Is that what you do? Have you got a particular break that you like, or?
Well, this weekend I came here thinking I'm going to cut break.
Yeah.
And I did against Clint earlier until the last frame, where a front ball break broke, and it was the best break of the match for me, really. So I think whatever you decide, you've got to stick with it for at least a few.
You've got to give it a fair chance, fair crack of the whip. Yeah.
3 or 4 goes, I think.
Although I don't hate Dean there in the first 2 frames of the match trying both out.
Yeah. I mean the cut break, obviously, on the TV table, first frame, you don't really want to be bouncing the white off the table. So chances are with the cut break, you're going to take a bit off.
Yeah, you can look silly with the cut break.
Yeah, exactly.
10 seconds. Extension, please.
It's another decent split, though, isn't it? These yellows look pretty tasty. There's not a huge amount of work here for Drew.
See that for me.
Don't get it.
It just should have been flying around there.
Yeah.
The pace of the table does seem a little bit slow to me.
Perhaps it did feel like an unnecessarily expansive positional shot.
Yeah, he didn't really need to play that, but obviously we can't see the angle that he sees. You know, with the camera angles, they can be a bit deceiving.
I see you've been reading the Commentary Excuses 101 book.
Just putting that out there.
It's true. It is true. People don't believe me when I tell them, but it is. It looks completely different sometimes to what the players can see. And that is the first mistake of the match, and it's a pretty poor error from Drew Hughes, you have to say. Those yellows look gone to me. And,
red should be gone here, really.
do you think he's got enough of that left middle pocket for that red?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that flies in there.
Perfect timing on the overhead camera angle.
Yep.
Dean's jumped off of that. He thinks that's a bad contact. Yeah, Dean was not happy with that at all. He wanted to be on that red on the right hand side, just to the right of the cue ball now.
Time running.
Well, if that red does pass to the left centre, Rich, then this is still a decent chance, but this is tight. I mean, played to perfection, really, wasn't it?
Yep. Nothing really to do here. Drop-ins.
Oh, wow.
Unless he overhits another one.
Well, I mean, I think you're right about the pace of the table. I'm really starting to see that.
This is backing my theory up.
Yes, it is. Yep. Yeah, you can come back.
Yeah.
It's making you look good. I am surprised that he played it that way. Again, though, given what had happened before, I thought he'd have taken the red that's now above the cue ball, because I feel like nothing could have gone wrong then.
Yeah, but that was a simple shot, wasn't it?
It was, yeah.
Even if he overhit that, really, you know, so that's
criminal to underhit it.
Really, yeah. And like I say about the pace of the table, you know, I had my table recovered earlier this week in preparation for the Sporty Stuff event, which obviously that table was playing very fast. So I've had a little bit of practice on that. That's a great shot.
Oh, my word. Dean Shields. That is a great shot. Wow.
So, yeah, I think this is definitely going slow. But you've got to adapt.
That is a beauty. Next up, a bit of a test securing this one. Nice and easy. Dean Shields has got himself out of trouble here. He nearly put himself in it a couple of times. Apparently he likes to be an escapologist. Dean Shields leads Drew Hughes by 2 frames to 1. That turns out to be an excellent finish. Drew Hughes really with the only mistake of the match so far in the 3rd frame. But he does have the chance to rectify it in the next. It will be him to break.
Frame 4. Drew Hughes to break, trailing 2 frames to 1. Time running.
Oh, cue ball just about stayed out the centre, and everything else stayed out of everywhere else.
Extension, please.
4 dry breaks out of 4. Nothing's working for either of these two at the moment, Rich.
They need to get down the gym.
Have some Weetabix in the morning. Other cereals are available in preparation for our stint on the BBC this weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, the trouble is with this, if you've got a slightly slow table with this cloth, obviously there's nothing you can do about it. You can't, you can't iron it.
10 seconds.
No, not quite.
So
I've seen that.
I do think it's probably going to hopefully warm up a little bit the longer the lights are on. Because, as you know, when you go from the main room to the TV table, it's always faster, isn't it?
Well, it's an interesting theory, that, the lights. I'm not sure I'd buy it. I certainly do in the old days with fluorescent lights. I'm getting into really techie electrician stuff here, and I fear the audience is probably going to turn off. But these are LED lights. They don't give off the heat. I think the TV table tends to be quicker just because the cloth tends to get used less. I don't think there's anything more to it than that.
We need to change the table then.
Change the table, or get some old lights or a table heater.
Okay.
No.
Table heat is probably not a bad idea.
I mean, I've hardly been out in the room today.
He's waving the white ball on there.
But would you say it's noticeably colder in that room then?
It's a bit cooler.
Is it?
It's not terrible.
I mean, I have noticed our referee's wearing an undershirt, so...
Yeah, I did earlier, actually, for my game.
10 seconds.
Oh, that's why you were warm then.
No, I was all right.
You weren't too bad. Can Dean get into this? Oh, that's a nice shot.
Lovely shot.
Now, we've seen him under-hit a few. I think he might overhit this one to make sure.
Got to avoid that middle.
Oh, that's perfect. Perfect.
So I'm now starting to wonder, is it a couple of the cushions that maybe are dead, or is it the bed of the table? He seems to be struggling coming off the cushions, doesn't he?
He does. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is it just first match of the weekend as well? There's probably a bit of it with that. It hasn't had really... There's no practice tables available, so neither of these two have had the chance to get their arm going at all. This is straight in, straight on.
Yeah, possible.
So I think it's probably a mixture of everything. Yeah, table might be a little bit slower, but also they're not used to the pace of any table yet.
Yeah.
Either way, Dean Shields extends his lead with another. I mean, he's got out of jail a couple of times. He can't keep doing that. He does need to get that cue ball down at some point, or Drew is going to take advantage.
Yeah. Well, my scoreline's looking good.
Certainly
my
is.
Prediction. Oops.
Careful.
Frame 5. Dean Shields to break, leading 3 frames to 1. Time running.
Head in hands there for Dean Shields. And you could see him mouth it there. 5 breaks. That is 5 dry breaks.
This could be a world record.
Oh, well. I wonder if... I wonder what it is. I suppose the good news here, if you consider it good news, is that Dean has at least forced Drew into going for red, surely, because...
10
I did look away on that, but I didn't see it. Was that a cut break or a front ball? Didn't see either, did you?
We were. I should point out to the viewers at home that we were rudely interrupted by Ben Taylor Fuente, as he has
getting the beers
become known. But it is. I mean, we didn't see the start of the break, but we certainly saw the end. It is 5 dry breaks in a row.
The way the balls have gone, I think that must have been a front ball break. So What's he
10 seconds.
on your notes? Have you noted whether he's cut or
Nah.
no?
I'm not that good.
Just putting you through your paces
Yeah,
now, Dan.
yeah. I mean, it's not a bad shout. I might start doing that.
Yeah.
Of course, I might not. Who knows?
Stato.
I think Pickers would play that character better than me.
Should we see if we can try and predict a route, a pattern?
Well, I mean, you can, but I'm not going to now because that's gone horribly wrong, I think, for Dean. Sorry, Drew. I mean, has he got a pot on it?
Yeah,
Even?
long red top right.
Can he see enough of that?
No.
Oh, enough. Oh, double kiss.
He'll
Well,
take that.
that's come out nicely. I'm fairly sure he didn't play it that way.
Well, he hasn't apologised, so maybe played the double kiss.
Has been known. Tap of the table as well from Dean. Yeah, maybe we're too quick to judge, or I am rather.
10 seconds. Extension, please.
It is a nice safety from Drew. Because it's developed the right hand of those reds as well, so Dean's going to struggle to get out of this and find safety. You almost feel like he needs to get a pot. Oh, wow, how's that missed everything?
That's pretty unlucky.
One free shot, one visit.
He looks stressed.
He does, but I mean, you could play that shot
Yeah.
20 times and not have that result.
I would imagine he's played the twice across to play the yellows down in the bottom corner, hasn't he? I don't think he's tried to cut that one in the middle.
No. No, I'm with you. Because that would have been, actually, if he gets contact there, there's a good chance of safety as well.
Yeah.
It was a good effort. And, yeah, been a
10
touch
seconds.
unfortunate.
Yeah, probably one of the layouts really where you don't really need to use your free shot. Just clear them up.
This isn't a great angle, bearing in mind we know the pace of the table, though, is it?
True. Let's see. Oh,
It's starting to creep wrong here for Drew Hughes. He's going to have to leave himself a bit of distance on the next one, I think. I think he'd be happy with distance. He just wants to be straight, really.
yeah, he's got a big area to land in now. Plenty of options. That's pretty good.
Yeah, nicely done. That will give Drew Hughes a little bit more confidence.
Frame.
He now trails by just one frame. It's 3-2 to Dean Shields. It's been a really weird start to the game. 5 dry breaks in a row. Both players struggling with the pace of the table, struggling with the pace of the cushions. As you yourself mentioned, you
Yep.
played on this table early, you had exactly the same problem. Did Clint have that problem, or was it just you?
Well, have you seen the cue that Clint breaks with?
No.
It's like a graphite cue. It must be, the tip must be something like 15 mil or something. It's like he's breaking with a broom handle. Personally, I think he should have been made to play the whole game with that cue. But there you go.
That would have been more embarrassing had you lost that.
Well, yeah, that's true. So,
Have to keep an eye out for that if
Frame six.
Clint makes it back to the
Drew Hughes to break.
TV table this weekend.
3 frames to
50p on this one, Dan, or carrying on the dry breaks?
Yeah, right, you're on.
Yeah, 50p.
You're saying it's going to be, yeah?
It's going to be, I'm saying 50p that he's going to break dry. Yeah.
It's outrageous. He's hit those well as well, and he's put a lot more power into that. That is 6 on the trot.
Unbelievable.
I mean, the players are laughing about it, but we are going to have to start keeping records of things like this. Definitely.
10 seconds. Extension, please.
That red and yellow together in what is the top left of the screen at the moment. That is awkward, isn't it, Rich?
It is.
So that's causing the biggest problem on both colour sets.
Yeah, he might just hand it over to Drew. Or is he going to go for something?
Well, he could take the plant on, couldn't he? And then the ball that he's just used to make the plant is now a nice ball to break out of the yellow.
Well, he's got the one in the middle. He's got a nice angle to just break out the yellow, if he wants to take that on.
Yeah, no guarantee he's going to be on anything with that, though.
No, his yellow that he the plant ball, that's gone a bit too far away from the pocket.
Yeah.
I think he wanted that nearer the pocket.
10 seconds.
I think he wanted it near the pocket. I
Yeah.
also think he wanted to be straight on this in the middle, so he could just top it through.
I think he was playing for the angle. Oh, he's missed that anyway. But that's not too bad.
Now a proper apology there from Dean.
Yeah.
Not even just a hand up, an audible sorry. You don't actually hear that often.
No.
Not mid-frame. Drew doesn't look like he's thanking him for it.
10 seconds.
Nice return. Not a lot that Dean can do from here. Can he get him in behind that yellow? I mean, it's really delicate, isn't it? But if you hit the yellow half ball.
Yep, that's a good shout.
Just got to make sure it's a cushion, really.
10 seconds.
Yeah, and doesn't go in off. Lovely.
Oh, that's a beautiful shot. Nice little passage, tactical play. Not necessarily something that we see a lot of here on the IPA with the black ball rules.
Yeah. I mean, the yellows are now just sat there, aren't they? Waiting to be potted. He's going to need some
10
luck here.
seconds.
Ooh, well, he's had a bit of luck, but
Yeah,
probably not enough. All the yellows are still in the open.
he
but
was hoping to mess them up a bit, wasn't he?
yeah. He was probably a bit fortunate the cue ball stayed out of that right centre.
Right, let's see how he copes with the pace then.
Pretty good. Maybe he's getting his bearings going now.
Like I say, the good players will adapt. They'll get used to it pretty quickly.
Looks like he's getting to grips with the table now. Dean is making light work of these yellows. That's another perfect positional shot landing on that. That yellow was a bit awkward, wasn't it? Because it doesn't go in the...
Yeah.
Ideally, you'd want it going left centre.
I'm just looking at the black. Does this go into the corner? Or is it... Can't quite tell. Has he got to play for it in the middle?
I reckon he's got half a pocket from this angle, top right.
10
Top
seconds.
left, I don't think it goes. But he can just overscrew this and play it to either centre. So I think he's straight enough here, isn't he, to screw past the red in the
Yeah, I don't
middle
like
of the
this.
table? No, not a fan.
No. Mind you, he can, if he screws to almost to play for the in-off into the corner.
Yeah.
The red's there to save the white, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
10 seconds.
Don't want to hit that red.
Ooh. No, you were right. You were right not to like it. And I'm... Well, Dean's reaction tells you that black doesn't go bottom left.
Not a fan of the chewing gum.
No? No, I'm not particularly. So, uncouth. I'm sure there'll be plenty of people messaging him about this after the game.
Maybe sponsored by
Ricky's.
yeah. Airwaves or something.
Oh, he's gone the double. He's gone the double. That is magnificent, Dean Shields. What a back double.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Length of the table. That's a quality shot. We've seen a couple of corking shots from Dean so far.
Yeah, he's a bit of a Houdini, isn't he?
He's pulling them out,
Yeah.
isn't he? He really is.
Yeah, he is a bit of a shot maker.
Well, Dean Shields increases his lead once again, 4-2 in a race to 8. And yeah, he's doing it the hard way, but he is managing to do it somehow.
Dean's break?
How annoyed are you now if you're Drew Hughes at the moment?
Oh, very.
Twice.
Yeah.
Dean Shields has made life unbelievably difficult for him and got out of it.
Yeah, they do say, it's easier said than done, but don't watch how they go about the clearance. Just stare at the floor or something.
Yeah.
And then I'm sure he'd have picked up that he's pulled out something special there.
Yeah,
from
yeah,
the crowd.
absolutely.
The crowd loved it, didn't they?
They did.
Leading 4 frames to 2. Time running.
Double or quits, by the way, on this break?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Front ball.
Yep.
He'll probably put 5 now. He's give that a bit extra.
No
You're joking.
way. Where's the
Oh.
yellow? No, it's not. Oh,
Wow, that is unbelievable.
and I owe you £1.
Yeah,
It's worse.
I'm going to make a fortune out of this commentary laugh, aren't I?
7 dry breaks in a row. This is madness.
And they were, me and Clint, we were potting off the break, so you can't blame the ref. It was the same ref, setting the balls up the same. So it's just the luck of the break, isn't it? They're hitting them well.
Yeah, big time. Yeah, it's exactly what it is.
So he's got one problem ball, he's getting out.
Oh, how do you miss all those? Drew's got to be a little bit careful here. He's not always the coolest of customers, and when things aren't going your way, it's quite easy to lose your head. And the way things seem to be panning out here for Drew Hughes, I think he's just got to take a break between frames and just.
He needs a little bit of luck here, I think. Red, he's going to double into the.
10 seconds.
Well,
Does that
it's not
go?
a big pocket. It's going to sort of wobble and take the pocket, I think.
Oh, well.
Bigger than I thought.
Yeah, he played it well, didn't he? That's
Yeah.
the thing. It was one of
Yeah.
those. You've got to catch it either off the cushion or flush,
Yeah.
but in the right way. You catch that in between the two, no guarantees.
Yeah. So can he screw straight back into the problem? I think he can.
You can.
That's unfortunate. What's he got? The red into the top right.
Can he
It's
cut?
possible in off.
Can he cut that in the centre? Thin, but I think he could cut it in. But where the cue ball goes is anyone's guess. I can't see a lot else on though.
Yeah,
Well-
that's it. I think I didn't.
10 seconds.
Tell you what, that's a nice shot. He's played it with a fair bit of control.
Yeah, he's chasing it. It's not the nicest of angles. Mike's going toward the middle.
And even if you avoid the in-off, it's still not a great angle, is it? Because there's that wall of 3 yellows
Yeah.
there.
You
Catch any of those and you're in trouble.
Can't do a lot with the white.
10 seconds.
I think he might
Close to
have
the
to.
cushion.
Could he dig right down at it and try and
Please.
sort of get it between the gap between the.
He might be able to.
Other red
He
and the
might be able
right.
to stun the yellow to the right of the red. If he can, no.
Watch the middle pocket. Oh, he's played it in the middle.
Oh dear.
Oh, what? It's still not good news, is it? Fortunately for Drew, the cue ball didn't drop in that left centre, but it's another decent chance for Dean.
Yeah, you can see Drew's starting to get a little bit sort of flustered. Got to try and block everything out. And
Well, it's Drew's break next. And after the first 6 breaks, they were laughing. But I think if the next break is dry, I don't think you'll see any.
you're probably right. Yeah, I think he's going to give it everything.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to see any smiles from Drew Hughes if the next break is dry as well.
I mean, Dean hasn't cleared these yet. You know, there's a little bit to do. A couple of the yellows on the right hand side. He's got to land on them perfectly.
Yeah, if the middle of those 3 went in the centre, you'd be saying these are absolutely gone.
Yeah.
And of course that one also doesn't pass the other yellow bottom right, so where's
He's just got to top. He could top this yellow through and almost land on the red. Nudge the red. Probably doesn't want to go that far, but.
Oh, wow. That's harsh.
Oohs and ahs from.
Oohs and ahs from everywhere. From the crowd, from the commentators, probably from Dean.
I think there I would have been topping through to try and land on the red and nudge the red onto the side cushion, and then you're guaranteed a shot on your yellow.
Yeah. If this is touching though, he's all right, isn't he? Because he can probably play a pretty telling safety.
10 seconds.
Is it touching?
I didn't hear a touching ball.
Nope. Clock's running down as well. Oh. I mean, that's a perfect containing shot, really. The weight of...
Well, he's got a shot on here. He can cut this, pop the red into the... As we look at... Is it this screen here?
Yes.
Into the bottom right. White's going to come round the back of these two yellows on the left and land perfectly on the red in the middle.
Simple as that.
Yeah.
Curing off the rail, full length of the table. Under pressure already. Well, that's interesting. He's looking at playing the red off the yellow here.
Yeah.
This is a big shot. Oh, wasn't far away. That wasn't as bad as it looked. And it hasn't worked. And Dean Shields, you would argue, has sort of got away with one again. I can say that. I mean, Dean's playing well, and neither of these players are having chances off the break. It's not being disrespectful to Dean. It's just he's underdone that again, hasn't he? A little bit.
I'd be interested to get their feedback on the table after the match.
Every one of these little moments is just going to be feeding into Drew Hughes' head.
Yeah, I mean, Drew's got to remember, this is a race to 8. There's still plenty to do for Dean.
Five frames to 2. Drew Hughes is rocking here a little bit. Dean Shields, 3 frames to the good now. You can see Dean there having a little chat with his team. Deb Birchall, Rachel Tucker and Vicky Lomax, I believe. 3 of our ladies players. 3 of our finest ladies players.
Yep. 5 frames to 2. Time running.
Here we go. He's got to give this everything.
Double or quits, 1 more?
Yes.
Oh no. Is it dry? It's dry as well.
It's dry. This is incredible. How
This
many
is
that?
Unbelievable. This is 8 on the on 8 on the spin.
£1.50. No, £2.
£2.
Sorry, double or quits,
£2.
wasn't it?
Double or quits.
Yeah, the body language of Drew isn't great now.
Well, can you blame him, really?
No.
I mean, also, this isn't just a dry break, it's an in-off. So it's a foul break. So 1 free shot, 1 visit.
He's decided on reds.
Yeah, I mean, he could have decided any. You could have made him flip a coin there.
Yeah.
And he'd have taken whichever one you told him to. It didn't matter. It's so easy.
Yeah, the match is starting to slip away now. It's going to be for 6-2. So, my 8-3 prediction. I hope I haven't jinxed Drew.
You feel for Drew, really, because he hasn't had a lot of luck at all. And Dean has pulled out some monsters.
Yeah. The double the length on the table, there's an element of luck in there, isn't there? So he's played it.
He's played it, but I know what you mean. It's a what, 2 or 3 in 10 shot at most. So, although it's not what you would, I suppose, traditionally call luck,
Yeah.
you're
It's not a
unlucky
fluke.
to have it
It's
happen
not a
against
fluke,
you,
yeah.
I think. You couldn't say that it was lucky for Dean, but you could probably make a claim that it was unlucky for Drew, that he makes that shot against him.
Absolutely, yes. Can't see this going wrong.
No, he's making it look pretty simple, isn't he?
And he's got to get this angle right on his last red.
Has he got that? Would he like to force it through into the yellow and use the yellow to hold it?
I think he's just rolling it through the gap. Oh no. Good call.
Every now and then.
Every now and again you get one right.
Every now and then I get one right. And everyone gets shocked.
You're used to the camera angles, Dan.
Yeah, here we go. Nicely done by Dean Shields.
Frame.
And, well, that's 3 reverse dishes for Dean now as well.
Is it?
In 4 breaks. Yeah.
Well done. Well done, Stato.
Yeah, thank you. And it's 6-2. And the match really is slipping away from Drew.
So
what
now
would be typical now, if you're Drew Hughes, is now Dean Shields makes the ball off the break.
break and dish.
Yeah.
They're having a chat about it.
Frame 9. Dean Shields to break, leading 6 frames to 2.
And our referee there, Brian Moss, say frame 9. Will it be 9 reverse dishes? Double or quits, by the way.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yes. Success for me. Success for Dean Shields.
I nearly had enough for a pint.
Success for me, success for Dean Shields. It's not that successful, though. This is an awkward looking table.
Extension, please.
Is he looking at the plant here, Rich? The yellow closest to the cue ball onto the red over the pocket. I just can't see a lot else.
Could well be.
I mean, I know that's the sort of shot you'd play, isn't it?
It probably is, to be
Mad,
fair.
but
10
he's just
seconds.
trying to hold things up. Oh, he's tried to swerve it. He's missed it completely.
Foul.
Well,
It's
could
one
that
free
be a
shot,
turning
is it?
point?
That's exactly what you took the words right out of my mouth, Dan.
My apologies. Yeah, I mean, first not dry break of the match, and that was a harsh leave against Dean Shields, but
10 seconds. Extension, please. Timeout.
just been told by our chairman, Kev Barton,
Timeout.
that next up we have a clash of the Welsh Titans, and this is one that you will not want to miss. It is the winner of the first event of the Sporty Stuff TV Champions Cup that's been happening recently, Corey Rees, up against former world champion Craig Marsh, and that's going to be some match, isn't it?
Yeah, that is going to be one to watch. I don't think there'll be many dry breaks in that match, Dan.
No, certainly not like this. It's almost a, sort of student and master. Marshy and Rees, isn't it?
Yeah.
Corey's the up and coming, and
Well, I saw a comment on social media the other day that from Ronan
oh yep.
saying that Corey's now the number 1 in Wales.
I do wonder if Craig's listening to this at the moment.
I've got a feeling he might be.
You're going to get me in trouble. Talking of trouble, Drew Hughes is doing well to keep himself out of it here, but he's going to have to play a very big positional shot in a couple of shots'
10
time.
seconds.
That red in the balk area, that is awkward to get to. Those 3 yellows must be like a wall.
Yeah, he doesn't need to go too far up the table. Just by the middle pocket, really.
But if he's, I mean, I agree with you, but if he leaves that angle,
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean,
what's
yeah.
the guarantee to get on the black? It's
Oh,
oh, this is not going to work.
I think if he had left it near the middle, yeah, he's potting the red, guaranteed. White's going into the yellow. He's going to have some kind of shot on the black, isn't he? Rather than what he's left himself.
Dean Shields is back to the table again. That foul in the first shot of this match, frame rather, hasn't cost him. What's worse is that Drew Hughes has essentially moved all this hard work out the way for him as well.
Nice shot there from Dean.
Yeah, you could see that he underhit the previous one. Wasn't
Yeah.
particularly happy with it. Has, how many times have we said this? Has recovered.
Yep.
It's what he's been doing all game, and he's been doing it very well. But again, he's got one sort of transitional shot left, hasn't he, really? Next shot.
Again, huge margin for error there, so he can't fail here, surely.
Oh, there's the curse of the commentator. No, there isn't.
Could have slipped behind that red.
Yeah, easy, easy. You've been watching me play, are you? Well, the simplest of blacks. Once again, Dean Shields is on a roll. He leads by 7 frames to 2, and your prediction is...
I think I'll be cashing out now.
Yeah, I mean 7-2. You said 8-3. That is a very good call by the master commentator, Richard Swaffield.
Totally out of my comfort zone. Dragged in here
Hey,
with
doing
my
well.
arm behind my back.
Doing a fine job. Well, I mean, it won't be, but Drew would surely be happy to make one ball in the match, wouldn't he? It won't be any comfort, I know, but...
I think he was just looking at the scoreboard there while shaking his head.
Thanks, Drew. Frame 10.
Here we go.
Drew Hughes to break. Drilling 7 frames to 2. Time running.
Well, Drew Hughes
He's got a ball.
has made a ball. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, surely. Now, Rich, put you on the spot. Reds or yellows? For me, it's yellows, but... It's just that red on the right-hand side, isn't it? If it wasn't for that,
Yeah.
you can make a good case for either.
Yeah, yellows look pretty simple to me. I'm sure I'd still mess them up, but they do look simple at this stage.
You're not allowed to say that. You're a pro. The one thing I don't like about this finish, and it's not necessarily the way he's gone about it, because I'm not sure he had much choice, is leaving the black so isolated.
Yeah.
It's now going to take a decent positional shot to get back there. It's not necessarily simple. It's quite close to the rail, so you want to be,
Yep.
you know, a decent angle on it.
There's a lot of traffic in the way, isn't there, to get
Yeah.
back down for the black. you'd think you'd leave one of these 2 yellows at this end of the table. At
There you
least.
go. He's going to leave both of them. He's a bit straight on this in the middle, isn't he? He's a bit straight on either.
I think he was hoping for a slight angle to leave the one nearest to the black spot for his penultimate, and then probably cut the one in the middle to come down for the black, maybe. I don't think you can do that now.
10 seconds.
Not entirely convinced about this angle. Is he going to have to play the right hand one first? Nope. No, he's going to try and stun this back. That's a nice shot.
What's the angle like?
I think it might see the cue ball past the other side of the red.
Maybe a tracer right hand side.
There you go. Oh, more than a trace. Is it too much? Oh, it's a bit too much. Can he cut this in? Oh, I don't know.
Probably may not have needed the side.
Well, can he cut this in, or is this cushion first?
Can't quite tell.
If he does cut this in,
If you cut
he's
it
got
in,
to
it's
get the
getting the cue out of the way,
Yeah.
and trying to keep the white on the table. It's all sorts.
Cushion first. We've seen Dean Shields with some escapes in this match. We haven't seen Drew Hughes with any.
I mean, if that's right over the pocket, you know, he's still in the frame, but I don't think he's. I think that's it now for Drew.
Yeah, because it just takes the pressure off Dean, doesn't it? now?
Exactly.
You know, he knows that he can put the cue ball reasonably safe at any point in this
Yeah.
finish if something does go wrong. It looks like he's got the perfect angle here to move that tricky red on the right-hand cushion off as well. Top this through into it,
10 seconds.
into the right centre. Not playing that. He'll be moving it now, though.
Perfect angle.
Yep.
So it's looking like 8-2.
It is. It is. Your cash out would have come at the right time, Rich.
Yeah.
It's an easy game, this, isn't it, really? Apart from the break.
It's easy
Apparently.
sat here. Yeah.
Yeah, simple. Now, he's made hard work of a few things, but you've got to say this has been a classy performance by Dean Shields in the end.
Yeah, he's done well. He didn't want to be dead straight on this, did he?
No. I mean, he could just drop this in and cut the black in, though. It's not that old.
Yeah. You can force it a little bit. Oh, maybe not.
This black for the match. In it goes, easy as you like. Dean Shields
Frame
completes an
for the match.
8-2 victory
Dean
over
Shields
Drew
wins 8
Hughes.
frames to 2.
He made it look so simple at times. At other times, he made it look exactly the opposite. But he was dominant in that performance. It was a great win for Dean, Rich.
It was, yeah. He stuck at it and, yeah. Kept his composure when he needed to.
Yeah, really, really good performance from Dean. Drew will be disappointed, but he will have another go in the Open. And I think I'm right in saying the professionals come into that event tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow night, I think.
Do you? Well, of course, you don't know your draw yet because the Open's only just started anyway.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
is there anyone you're looking to avoid in the amateurs? Or?
No. Well, Sean Broad, I've seen him playing this afternoon.
Is that what you've heard? Right, well, enough from us. We will hand you over to Kev Barton, who is going to have a word with our winner, Dean Shields.
Thanks, Dan. Delighted to be joined by the winner of our latest match, Dean Shields. Dean, tell us about the match. I mean, dry breaks, doubles, I mean, a bit of everything.
Yeah, it wasn't. I don't think it was the best standard game, to be honest. As I say, we both struggled with a break. We were splitting them well. I mean, Drew had a bit of a chat. They were bursting open, but for some reason, no matter what we tried, nothing was going down. And then I don't know if it's because I played on the Champions Cup where I've got used to the table being rapid. This seems a little slower, so it's just running out of position and forcing myself into long doubles, left, right and centre. But thankfully I got them.
Yeah, as long as you keep going in, that's all that matters, isn't it? You must be delighted with your form in general. Last few tournaments, you seem to be, bubbling up to the, the latter end of tournaments more consistently now.
Yeah, on the whole, yeah. I think it's just a case of being more comfortable playing the calibre of play on the IPA, and just being more settled when you're playing and not being overawed by your opponent and just playing the table.
Talking of your opponent in the next round now, I think you've got a date with a certain Mr. Farnsworth. Looking forward to that one.
Yeah, should be a good game. Yeah, I'd say I relish playing the better players, so chance to test myself again.
Okay, well played, Dean, and hopefully we'll see you later in the tournament.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
Well played, Dean Shields. Excellent performance there. Now, coming up next, we've got an absolute mouth-watering tie between two of the best players in the world right now. It's an all-Welsh battle. We've got the form man of the moment, Corey Rees, and he's up against the former world champion, Craig Marsh. So let's get right over to the commentary box and Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Kev. Well, it's not just me. We've got the two Dans. Dan Davies joined me as well.
Yeah, we just did a little 50p on who was going to announce first.
I keep losing that. I don't know if you heard any of the last match. But, me and Rich Swaffield were having 50p on whether it would be a dry break next or not.
Oh,
because the first 8 frames of the previous match were dry.
Well, I hope you gambled responsibly. It sounds like you did.
I did, because I won one and then we stopped. We were going double or quits until I won. And then
Well. Oh, just noticed on the draw there, John McAllister, 7-6 against Curtis Lee. World champion in a spot of bother.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, Dan, it's time for me to go and play my match, I'm afraid. I've just noticed. So I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of Kev Barton.
Yep, good luck.
Thank you very much. And, see you shortly.
See they're going through. So we've got Gav Robinson, an 8-3 winner over Rob Donkin. Craig Marsh just sneaked through 8-7 against Connor Treacy. Jimmy Carney, who was, I think, quite a bit behind against Craig Brown, has ended up winning 8-7. Ross Fernie currently 4-2 up on South African JJ Fall. I'm joined by Kev Barton. Just pointing out there, Kev, world champion John McAllister in a spot of bother, only 7-6 against Curtis Lee right at the end of that game.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of matches there. If you look, 8-6s, 8-7s, obviously apart from mine. That's the
win comfortably, did you?
That's the standout one-sided one. But we can see how the last 16 is beginning to shape up. And coming up now, as I said, we've got Corey Rees and Craig Marsh. This is an absolute cracker at that. I can't wait to watch. We've got Corey Rees, the man of the moment, the man who won event one in the Champions Cup a few days ago, up against the former world champion Craig Marsh, who himself is trying to rediscover that form from a few years ago, and certainly showed signs back in November. So this is a mouth-watering one down that we've got in store.
Yeah, what a match! What a match! I mean, that'd be worthy of a final. Be worthy of a world final on current form. Corey Rees been brilliant for a long time now, all season. So I think this is his first season as a professional, isn't it? And I'm pretty sure I know he got to the final of his first ever professional event, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Just ran out of steam in that one, but the signs are there for everyone to see, and he's just really continued to go from strength to strength.
Yeah, very consistent. He's not one of these sort of flash in the pan players who, when he's good, he's good. He's very consistent with it as well. We've just seen John McAllister slot in there, so he's obviously finished the job against Curtis Lee. So he plays Gav Robinson at, I think must be the 10 o'clock session.
Yeah, John McAllister he's a great player. He's the world champion. I think he'll just be glad when the World Championships actually start, because he's been tagged as the longest world champion ever, and this, that, and the other. And I guess he's probably getting a little bit tired of us saying that, and just wants to get back in and start the defence of his title.
Probably does. He won't be sick of it if he wins it again, though, and he will be one of the favourites for this World Championships coming up. I think he'd already been to a semi-final or two before he went all the way and eventually won the world title. He's won one of the few players to win back-to-back IPA tours as well. So he's certainly not just a player that turned up and played well at the Worlds. He's won many, many titles on the IPA before that, and wouldn't be surprised to see him go close again.
Yeah, well, that's coming up in 4 weeks or so time. But just looking at the draw there, Liam Dunster at the top of the draw, Mark Farnsworth at the bottom of the draw. Are those two destined to meet in the final tomorrow night, do you think?
Well, it could happen. It definitely could. I mean, if you're going on current form, then without a doubt that's going to be the favourite with the bookies, I suppose. But plenty of good players in there that can cause an upset. If Dean Shields plays the way he just played there in that match, he's going to give Mark a hell of a game later on tonight.
Yeah, could we be seeing a Liam Dunster, Corey Rees semi-final and a John McAllister, Mark Farnsworth semi-final? That would be.
I think
dream.
you're missing a name there, though. I don't know if I have to really point it out to you, Kev, but there is someone in there that can spoil the party.
Well, there's another 14 players that could spoil the party, and yes, you are one of them.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed.
Still waiting for two names to populate, to complete the last 16. Those matches are just going on now. Certainly Simon Ward, Mark Pickworth is one. I'm not quite sure who the other match is.
One that I commentated on earlier, Ryan Clark, scraped over the line really against David Adenall, both quite below par, and as much as I say that Dean Shields could really cause Mark Farnsworth problems if he plays like that again, if Ryan Clark plays like he did in his first round, then Liam's going to absolutely wipe the floor with him, because he was well below par. But like we said, quite often the amount of times people will, find a way to get through a match and not look anywhere near their best, and then all of a sudden they relax. First match jitters out the way, they relax, something clicks. All of a sudden you see them in the final. It can happen.
Yep, and all those players in that last 16 more than capable of going all the way. There's one or two that are still looking for the first major IPA titles, but there's plenty in there who have got them under the belt, including our very own Dan Daver here.
Just the one. Look at there, you've got Mark Farnsworth, Gareth Hibbert, due to meet in the quarterfinals in theory, both former world champions.
Yeah, so we see that what's happened so far today. And in the middle there, Craig Brown 7, Jimmy Carney 8. I know Jimmy was 4-0 down and 7-5 down. So fantastic comeback there from the showman. Clint we saw on our screens earlier on today. Comfortable-ish 8-3 over Richard Swaffield. And some other tight tussles there, as we saw Ryan Clark beat local favourite David Adenall. Luke Sanjee's another close one against the experienced Steve Thompson.
You mentioned about Simon Ward, Mark Pickworth earlier, so the winner of that game plays Gareth Hibbert. And if you're going with the form book, you'd make Simon Ward favourite there. What a last 16 match that is, Simon Ward, Gareth Hibbert.
Yeah, that is juicy. Yep, lots of fantastic matches coming up over the next few days, and I hope you can join us Saturday and Sunday. We start tomorrow 5 to 2 on the BBC Sport and the iPlayer. So you'll be able to watch all the action there. And then we'll be back on the BBC again and iPlayer on Sunday as we conclude the Grand Finals and the 2021 season.
Yeah, a long one it's been.
Well, it's been quite short, really, because we've crammed it all into about 5 months.
Oh, it took 2 years to happen.
Yeah, we had a bit of time off and then...
completely wiped out. Like you say, John McAllister won the world title 2 years ago and he's still world champion now. But onwards and upwards.
So Corey Reese just heading into the arena now. We just walked past our commentary. I can't call it commentary box, can we? It's more a commentary area.
Yeah, commentary corner. Tucked away.
The broom cupboard even, yep. So let's look ahead to this match then. Corey Reese, Craig Marsh. So if you've been following the Champions Cup on Sporty Stuff TV, you will have seen how Corey Reese won event 1 in incredible drama with that sudden death black ball shootout. So his confidence is absolutely through the roof. And he's up against Craig Marsh, who we all know the talent that this guy has. It took him to a world title, and certainly signs back in November that he is on the way back to some form.
Yeah, he's a very weird statistic from Tour 4 in November. The same 4 players contested the semi-finals of the Open and the professional event, and Craig Marsh was one of those players. He did lose in both semi-finals, but a return to form it definitely was.
Thank you, gents. When you're
Good
ready,
friends off
please
the table,
lag for
these
break.
two.
So you wouldn't normally have Craig Marsh as not the favourite in a match, but do you think if the
Craig
bookmakers were
Marsh wins the
pricing
leg.
this one up, they would have Corey as the favourite?
Ever so slight favourite, yeah. You've got to. Current form, he's the best of the rest, I'd say. If you want to put Farnsworth and Dunster in that, which I think at the moment consistency over the last 6 to 12 months they have been. I think Corey's, he's right up there with as the best of the rest. Marsh is always in that conversation, but right this second, I think I'll make Corey a slight favourite.
IPA Professional Grand Finals, last 16 match, race to 8 frames. First frame, Craig Marsh to break. Time running.
So it's Craig Marsh who gets things underway. The 2017 IPA Professional World Champion.
You won't see many breaks hit better than that and not make a ball. You crunch those. You've got 10 balls in the top half of the table. Couldn't have hit them any better.
And there's obviously going to be a little bit of extra spice here in this match. Obviously both players from Wales. You know, it's a real hotbed of pool, and I'm sure they want to be regarded as the top dog in Wales.
Yeah, always up for grabs, and
Extension
I reckon,
call.
right this second, you've got to say Corey's the man. Corey's probably the number one in Wales, but they've got a real clutch of 4 or 5 top elite level sort of professionals in Wales. Ben Davis we saw earlier, although he did lose to Alex O'Donoghue. It was a very good standard match. Very good match. That was a good shot first up from Corey. Awkward queuing. We're going to be about this yellow in the bottom left hand side of the table. You can see where he's just lining his cue up there, exactly how he wants to attack it.
10 seconds.
Like all these top players, he's going to go into his bad ball early. If he gets this right, he should be guaranteed to have a shot in the top right hand corner as well. If this goes well,
10 seconds.
you'll be fearing the worst if you're a Craig Marsh fan. It hasn't gone well. Flick the red on the way through, and then the white sort of followed through, and although he's pushed the yellow into a potable position, that's It's an ultra thin cut if he's going to attempt that. I don't know if it even really goes, but probably not impossible.
10 seconds.
But he'd have been hoping to hold the white somewhere where the red and the yellow were. It hasn't come out good for him. That's a very good shot.
Yeah, left his opponent pretty much nothing to go at there. That's a really good safety shot, and Craig just scratching his head thinking, what am I meant to do out of this?
Where's his heart on his sleeve, Craig?
There's a gap through the two yellows towards that cushion that Craig's pointing his cue at, then there is hope for him, but he's relying a little bit on a bit of good fortune.
What a shot.
Well, never mind good fortune. That is a fantastic shot. Absolutely nailed it.
Yeah, and he hasn't lashed at that either. He wasn't hoping to. He's played it at a pace where the only thing he could have hoped for was that. Sometimes you see people hitting hope and hope for a pocket, but he's played that.
And the red at the top right corner doesn't look like it pots anywhere, but I think it'll go off the sort of top of those three yellows into the right hand corner.
Yeah, almost the middle of the three. Yeah, it will. You'll have to play it at a bit of pace and catch it quite thick. But you see there, he sort of sighed a little bit as he played the shot because he wanted to be straighter on that red into the right middle, so he could have topped it through and been playing it this shot. We'll be interested to see how he attacks this because he's got the angle to go into it if he wants to, but he's also got the angle to just. He's got a few options. He could leave himself a double into the middle pocket. I think he'll try and land on it as he wanted to. Worst case scenario, he's gone into it. There's always the risk.
He obviously didn't see the shot that we talked about earlier because it looked pretty straightforward.
Ish. Yeah, it's one of those, it was straightforward, but you had to be pinpoint with a cue ball. So I think he's probably, percentages-wise, played that thinking, you know, it's probably at least 50-50 for that to have come out nice, and it hasn't come out great. But he's still got a shot on this into the corner pocket. Just about made it. Any harder and that wasn't going in.
Yeah, did hit the cushion a little bit earlier than the pocket, but because of the angle it was going in at, it was just going to slide in off the cushion.
Yep.
And this has been an impressive visit from Craig.
He hasn't got quite as close to this black as he wanted to, but this is isn't the sort of shot that poses someone like Craig Marsh any problems.
And no problems at all for the former world champion, and he takes the opening frame in this race to 8 frames
time,
even.
In your own time. In this 8 to race.
It's been a long 2 days already. So good start from Craig. Last 16, so obviously the winner of this takes their place in the quarterfinals, and that's really when you start to smell that silverware, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you do actually. I don't think anyone's ever really explained that to me before, but I totally agree. Quarters onwards is where you tend to sort of feel like you're really in the tournament, and you tend to be able to really relax and
time running.
Express yourself, if you like. It almost becomes pressure off, doesn't it? In a strange kind of way when you get to the quarterfinals. You're in the tournament and might sound a bit crazy, but one of the best feelings you can have is actually being in a final, and you think actually you'd be a nervous wreck, but you're often not. That's actually when you kind of feel at your most relaxed. You're guaranteed a bit of money.
Well, tremendous break there from Corey.
10 seconds.
One of each colour. So if you're just new to black ball rules, that just means you stay at the table, and then the first legal ball you pot after that is the colour that you're on.
Yeah, Corey's potted a yellow. Doesn't come quite as far as he wanted to with the cue ball. I think he might have been looking at playing this yellow bottom left. He can screw into it now. He can screw into the red and be guaranteed to be on a ball in the top, but depends how he sees it, because the black still does go into the bottom right corner pocket, so be screwing. Yeah, so he's just took his medicine almost and just guaranteed himself a shot.
I think he could have attacked that a little bit more, couldn't he? Could have screwed back off the red.
Could a little bit, but I think it's a sign of confidence he hasn't, because although it would be very harsh, if he'd have screwed off of that red, he could have found himself behind the red that's in the centre of the table, maybe. The one he might be awkward queuing over now.
Wow.
Yeah, that's not great.
Extension called.
And it is unlucky, I suppose, but then it was the only ball he had to stay away from.
Yeah, and this is going to be an awkward one for Corey. He's not the tallest.
No, and it's in your eye line as well. That first yellow, he probably has just about got a full pocket, but the other one's in his eye line. These are horrible little shots to play. But he's the man in form.
He could be tempted to take the outside one and then the other yellow into the bottom left-hand corner, but he's taking the difficult pot first.
He's missed it. He's missed it. He's just gone near knuckle.
But yeah, again, Craig Marsh comes to the table with nothing very exciting to go at.
No, but we said this last time and he ended up finding a way.
He may even look to play a safety shot. Well, there's a thing.
Don't be silly, Kev. This is Craig Marsh we're talking about.
No, is it not in his repertoire?
No. He hasn't played a safety since 2004.
Craig using his extension. Every player can use one 30-second extension per frame.
I'm trying.
Well, I told you. I thought we might see one.
Now, if he can go cushion first and put the yellow over the corner pocket, this isn't much good to Craig. If he can't, he can also go cushion first and hit the yellow that's not over the pocket. Anything sort of half ball, quarter ball, and play the billiard shot.
Is that white to bounce?
Yeah, he's played it. He's played it well. Just underhit it a little. If that had just bounced out another 6 or 8 inches, he'd have been perfect. It's a tester.
Some fantastic camera shots from our team here from Streamscape, bringing you these pictures.
10 seconds.
Needs to stay away from this middle pocket. That's perfect. Pressure shot that, early doors. 1-0 down. A bit of pressure on that.
There's a bit more pressure on this black as well, just slightly hampered queuing. But in it goes. Corey Rees ties things up at 1 frame apiece. And that could well be the last safety shot that Craig Marsh plays in this match.
If he sat there now to himself, that's why I don't play safeties. It's a horrible feeling though. It's quite a hard thing to do, to make yourself play a safety against such a good player, knowing that even if you get it right, there's a good chance they're going to, like we saw in the first frame, where Corey played a great safety and Craig potted the ball out the snooker. It's hard to play percentages when you know what your opponent's capable of doing.
Scores are tied, 1 frame all. Time running.
Hammer break again for Craig, but kicked it off.
And that's the sort of thing that will test the patience and mental fortitude of Craig Marsh. Things like that happening. That was so unlucky.
Yeah, and he will let you know exactly how he feels about it. Not happy. Already slouched back into his chair with the hump. Is he going to sleep?
I'm not sure. He's just woken up.
Cool.
But, I mean, it was bad news anyway for Craig because he hadn't made a ball anyway. So, as you know, obviously it's a little bit easier for Corey because he's got the free shot to use as he wishes, but they're fairly open, these yellows anyway. See him push this yellow out and then play the plant, actually. Well, maybe not. Maybe he doesn't need to. He can just about get to the yellow. So this is now his visit where what he pots is on. Pretty much joining the dots here. Nothing needs developing. Nothing needs to be broken out. No tricky positional shots. Well, keep you cool.
It's the sort of finish he's just been gobbling up over the last 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, for fun.
Really has stepped it up in the last few months, and surely it's only a matter of time before he wins one of these major titles.
Yeah, and he's just underhit that one a little bit. Might even take this long now. Originally was going to take it into the middle pocket. Very confident shot from Corey.
And the table looking resplendent in its black camouflage wrap. But it can't be that good a camouflage because we can still see it.
Well, if you get Corey and our referee dressed in all black just stood behind it, we might get lost a little bit. So, quite a simple shot here, just to control the speed. Don't take your eye off the pot.
This will be quite painful for Craig to watch. And he'll know as well as anyone just how good Corey Rees is. You know, they've been playing each other down the club in South Wales for many, many years.
Yeah, and he looks like someone that's just won a tournament, doesn't he? Corey, he's full of confidence.
Yep, no mistake. Excellent clearance there from the Craig Marsh in off from the break, and it's Corey who takes the 2-1 lead. And we'll try and keep you updated on matches that are going on the outer tables. I can tell you that the pro number 1, Liam Dunster, he started out against Ryan Clark, and he's just taken an early 2-1 lead. But Ryan's the sort of player, I know he probably wasn't quite at full speed when he played David Adenall, but he's a tough competitor, is Ryan Clark.
Yeah, one of those you've kind of got to scrape him off the table.
2 frames to 1.
Mentioned earlier, I've got some very bad memories of playing Ryan Clark on stream. It's 5-1 up, playing very well. Made one mistake, a couple of dry breaks, and lost 7-5. He was unbelievable. a few years ago now, first time I'd ever played him. Very capable. As is Corey Reese. Look at that break. Look at that.
I seem to think the last time me and you played down it was 7-5. Was that the score? I can't remember. A few years ago. Don't know if we mentioned it before.
I think the last time we played, I beat you 3-0 in sets.
Did you?
In a qualifier for one of the World Series events.
World Series. Oh, you got your revenge then. You got your revenge.
Yeah, you keep bringing it up.
But just have to mention it.
Don't like to live in the past.
Crikey, I do.
We live in the past, we both have hair.
Well, that is a long time ago. I definitely can't remember that far back.
10 seconds.
I played you, so I'm 34 now. I played you the 1 year that I played on the IPA tour, when it was different rules. I'd have been 17, and you were bald then. And you tucked me in as well.
Did I?
Yeah, very solid display. I think it was 7-4 or something. I didn't play that bad. I remember it really well. Actually. Back when you were pretty good.
I could wield a stick back in the day.
Yeah. It's a very delicate positional shot from Corey Reese. Looks so in control of the white, doesn't he?
Yeah, and
full of confidence.
That's the thing, isn't it? You know, all these players have got great ability, but the difference between winning and losing is very often who believes they can win it more.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know if this yellow goes into the bottom left. I don't think it does. Might see him take on a double now. I don't know if he can. I think he can just cue this actually without being hampered. One in the very centre of the table. This could win in the frame if this goes well.
10 seconds.
Playing this into the side cushion to break into the yellow and the red that are together.
Yeah, just doesn't look like he wants to miss.
I don't fancy it. Not this weekend. He doesn't look too unhappy, so he might be able to just spin this in. He keeps looking at it. He might be able to pot this with lots and lots of left-hand side. That's exactly what he's doing.
10 seconds.
Or attempting, at least. Yeah, and he's had to pot it into the left-hand jaw, so he could only just get to the potting angle.
Yeah, so because he didn't have a full bag, he was just a little bit hesitant on the speed. He just took a little bit off the speed to make sure of the pot. But he's sacrificed position, so
10 seconds.
I think he's going to have to just drop this in and then leave the double.
Yeah, and he's got a bit far.
Oh, that's not.
No, he can't double this. If he's doubling this, it's got to go into the corner, I think. He can't straighten this up, surely.
Well, this is Corey Reese, a man in form.
I think that's about as close as he could have got. I'm not sure that was on.
So good attempt there from Corey, but just ran out of position and it cost him in the end the clearance, and hands the table over to Craig.
Very nicely done. He's gone towards that bottom cushion, but it's not a problem for him. Perfect on the red into the left middle.
Yeah, I think there's one thing for certain. There was never any danger of Craig playing a safety shot.
No chance.
And Ryan Clark just levels things up 2-all against Liam Dunster. And our very own tiny assassin, Mark Pickworth, takes an early 1-0 lead against the boomerang, Simon Ward.
Oh.
Another last 16 match getting underway. A couple of the young guns, Luke Sanjeev and Ross Fernie. That should be a nice game.
Yeah, Ross has really come of age in the last year or so.
And, Luke has, come on the scene a few years ago, burst onto the scene with some really consistent performances. Probably the last 18 months, maybe not quite kicked on as he would have hoped.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it's definitely fair. I think Ross Fernie was in that category as well, but he won his first pro event this year. It was very, very good.
He certainly was. He was pretty much unplayable that weekend.
I was just about to say that. If you look back on it, I haven't got the scores to hand, but I'm not sure any of the matches were close. Or if it was, there was one close match and all the others were kind of 8-2s, 8-3s. He was on fire.
Craig.
He certainly was. And Craig Marsh just letting Corey Reese know that he isn't going anywhere. Levels things up 2 frames apiece. And you can see there the scores.
Yes, Ross Fernie's through now. 8-4 against JJ Fall.
Pretty comfortable there from the young man from Scotland. The Riot, they call him. You'd never know if you talk to him, would you? He's almost quiet as a mouse.
Yeah, until he gets a couple of drinks in him.
So yeah, some
Good
performances there.
Craig Marsh to break.
Lots of
Scores are
subplots
tied,
in all of those matches.
Time running.
And away we go now with frame 5. Craig Marsh to break. The White's the White was arcing towards the corner pocket, stopped, and in the end a pretty nice split. And
some power he got into that. Hand on the table though.
Yeah,
that's not normal for Craig. I've seen him do it before, but he doesn't normally do that.
I mean, Craig is obviously he's a big guy, but the timing that he has on the break is nothing to do with size. It's just phenomenal timing.
Yeah, it's not a power thing. It's like you say, it's timing. And some of the best breakers you see. I mean, we've got Mark Boyle's a fantastic break on him, and he's a very slender guy. It's not always the biggest golfers that hit it the furthest.
No. Is that a game you're into, Dan? Golf?
That's okay. I don't enjoy it enough. It's too long for me. If you want to have a game of pool, you can be in and out for an hour, can't you? Game of tennis, 2 hours maybe. 10-pin bowling, but the list you go and watch a football match, get there half an hour before, door to door, you're still only out for 3 hours. But golf's like a 6-7 hour commitment. You have to get there 20 minutes early, get on the range.
6 or 7 hours? How many hours are you playing?
Well, I hit it sideways, so I go side to side. But you want to play on a Saturday or something, and then you always get stuck behind other people playing, and then that gets on your nerves a little bit. And then you have to have a drink afterwards in the bar, even if you don't want to, because everyone else is. And before you know it, you left at 8, and you don't get back till 3. I'm not good enough at golf to enjoy. It's a big commitment, that is. It takes too long.
So no, I think what was the
No,
answer?
I haven't played golf in about 2 years.
We got there in the end.
And I don't know where my clubs are either.
In the meantime, Craig Marsh does a break and dish and roars back against Corey Reese, and he just moves into a 3-2 lead, and there he is sat there all nice and focused, and the world's a better place again.
Yeah, happy bunny. Always looks like he's about to doze off, doesn't he, Craig?
Yeah, it was only a 4-hour ferry journey, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Liam Dunster has just moved into a 3-2 lead against Ryan Clark in the last 16. And Simon Ward levels things up. 1-1 against
Frame 6.
the
Before he
star
reads the
of
break.
the
22
betting
frames
office,
to 2.
Mini Mark
Start
Pickworth.
running.
Mark Pickford.
Mark Pickford. See Corey fidgeting around. They call him the Ben Davies of Paul. Not the Ben Davies.
Where's the
of
white?
Paul.
Is the white going to get kicked in?
Foul.
Oh, it has got kicked.
He
out.
was
That's awful.
flaunting with it. There was 2 or 3 reds that were
Yes.
threatening.
Shot.
It's harsh, sort of, but the white was over in the area, and you're giving the other balls every chance to sort of to do what they just did. So a little bit harsh, maybe, but you're asking for trouble if the white's over in that corner in the first place, aren't you? But yeah, they call him the Rafa Nadal of Paul. Ben Davis told me that because he's always sort of like
Extension cool.
fidgeting or flicking his eyebrow and picking his shirt and he's got a bit of a routine. Since it's been pointed out to me, he really is quite prolific with it. He just keeps on flicking and picking away at himself.
So it's not because he's won 20 majors then?
No, it's not because he's good on clay. No.
Yeah. Well, Rafa Nadal, one of my heroes, sporting heroes.
I see Craig Marsh has got a really good chance now to go 4-2. It's really high quality so far. I mean, we've seen one frame where there was a mistake and the rest have all been off the break, I think. First visit. I think Corey knows there's not much he can do. Just needs to be patient and wait for his chance.
Are you watching any of the Australian Open, Dan?
10 seconds.
No, actually. As much as I love tennis, I kind of always leave it till about the quarters before I watch any of the Grand Slams. If there's nothing else on, I'll watch it, kind of thing. But I'm a massive tennis fan, really do enjoy it. But 2 weeks is a long time, isn't it? A bit like golf for me.
I was just going to say, if golf's no good at 8 hours, then 2 weeks of tennis is
Golf's another
really
one.
unlikely.
I like watching the golf, but I'm only really going to watch the majors, and I'm only really going to watch the final day. Too long for me. Can't sit there for 7-8 hours watching golf.
So, you're a big tennis fan? Are you a Federer or Nadal?
Federer.
Federer.
Yeah,
Okay.
purely on style. It's at their very, very, very best, Federer is the best.
Arguably.
Arguably. But Nadal and Djokovic are more consistent, I think. But it's,
Nadal is just a warrior.
yeah, but Nadal would only have, I say only, would only have 7 or 8 majors to his name if it wasn't for clay.
Well, that's...
I get it.
Well, you can take 9 Australians off Djokovic, and he's only got 11. So I mean, that's what they're playing with. So that's what they've got. I mean, they're all on 20, aren't they? So
I've touched a nerve there. Sorry.
I'm a big Rafa fan. I'm not having any of this Federer stuff.
No, the Federer's the better. It's his it's the way he plays. It's the way he plays. He's the best to watch, Federer.
Do you think he's the best loser?
What, too gracious?
Not gracious enough.
Not gracious enough.
Unless it's Nadal, because obviously there's huge respect between them two. But do you think sometimes
Frame 7.
when I've seen some of the interviews and he's been beaten,
Leading 4 frames.
sometimes he's not really given the opponent the credit?
I don't mind that though.
No?
No, as long as I don't think he's disrespectful with it, is he? He's just, there's nothing wrong with people having the ump after they've lost. It just shows their mindset. Really. Look at this break from Craig. I mean, he's been at
It was a hand on the table again break, wasn't it?
yeah, massive break.
Q flying up in the air after his...
And the thing is,
white ball.
on another day as well, the white's all over the
10
place.
seconds.
But, you know, can be almost unplayable at times, Craig, if he's in this sort of mood. And he has been pretty special so far. But it's a bit simpler, a bit different to a couple of other matches we've watched. They seem to be leaving themselves quite easy finishes. Less clusters than a couple of the matches I commentated on today.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw the signs at in the event in November that Craig was, putting a few hours on the table, starting to hit the ball a lot better, and I think we're seeing that a continuation of that.
10 seconds.
Looks focused. I know he was a little bit at 6s and 7s when the white got knocked in off. I think that was 1-all, 2-1. But since then he's looking like that focused Craig Marsh that won the world title in 2017.
Yes, and we've mentioned it before, but it's no problem with you getting the hump if things don't go your way, as long as you're ready to take full advantage when it's your turn again. You see some people punch the table and bang their cue on the floor now and again, but it doesn't really matter as long as you're able to clear your mind next time you get a chance. Some people, once the head's gone, the head's gone. It's just overrun that tiny bit. So I'm just going to have to leave the black a little bit trickier than he wanted to.
So leaving 3/4 distance black. He's just going to stroke it in. Screw the white to the right and cushion. Oh, where's the white going?
Where's the white gone?
Oh,
my God.
He's counting to 5. He's got to wait 5 seconds.
He's counted to 5 and then 6, and then he's marched out the arena for a toilet break.
Yeah, well, the black just wobbled in, but in it went, and the white just stayed on terra firma. So 5-2 to Craig Marsh. It has to be said, pretty impressive.
Yeah, very. He'd have been fuming if that white had gone in as well, because he could have just rolled that. Could have played it just plain ball. He's almost played it the confident way, but almost come unstuck. We see there, Mark Pickworth still 1 each. Simon Ward. And the last of the last 32 matches still going.
Yeah, and Liam Dunster still 3-2 up against Ryan Clark. So there's, you see there on your screen. So they must be having a little titanic tactical battle, which normally you'd expect Liam to win. He is the master tactician.
He is. Got chess background. Plays a bit of bowls. Taekwondo, European champion. I know he loves me talking about it. Won the Taekwondo European Championships at youth level and he wasn't even a black belt. But he won the tournament. That's ridiculous.
Well, I'm not going to argue with him if that's the case.
Right.
And that match at the bottom there, Dean Shields and Mark Farnsworth, that match will be coming up next on the stream. So we saw Dean Shields earlier in action, pretty impressive. If he can get his break sorted, him and Mark Farnsworth should be a fantastic way to end the evening's entertainment.
Yeah, it'll be a great match if Dean carries on that form from his match we saw just previous on here. It's brilliant, he was.
So just waiting for Corey to come back to the arena. So you mentioned obviously Federer and why you think he's the best. So in terms of say snooker, obviously Paul's older brother. Who's your best? Is it Hendry because he's won the 7 world titles? Is it O'Sullivan because he's done all the things that he's done? Is it somebody else? How do you judge it personally?
So I judge it, and I'm a Ronnie O'Sullivan fan as a player. I think he's a bit miserable as a person. Some of his interviews are a little bit to be. You know, could be better sort of thing, a little bit attention seeking, I suppose, or whatever you want to call it. But I'm a massive Ronnie fan to watch him play. He's still the best player to watch for me. Read his book. I find him interesting. Not sure I'd be a good I'd be sort of mates with him, but I find him really interesting and fascinating. But I think I judge the best on, and the reason why is, what a break that is, by the way. Oh my, that's mental. What an exhibition of breaking we're seeing here from these two players. Seen it from Corey Reese there. It's a hell of a, it's like anything you can do, I can do better.
Extension call.
So I like to judge it on who was most dominant during their pomp. And if that's the case, then Ronnie O'Sullivan doesn't even come second, he comes third. Because we've had this conversation before about how conditions have changed. The cloths have got finer and finer, which means that you can manoeuvre the cue ball around with much less effort than back in the day. The balls have got better, the cues have got better. Everything's got better. So I personally would judge it on who was most dominant at the time. So for me it's Hendry, because he was so much better than the rest for 10 years. On the bounce, really. And Ronnie's never had that sort of domination. He's 10
seconds.
His longevity, he wins on that, of course. Keeps himself super fit and has almost got better with age, but for me it's Hendry.
Okay, we'll pick that conversation up at another time, because I've got a few interesting facts and stats to throw your way, but we'll maybe come back to that over the weekend. Back to the match in hand. As he said, it was an absolutely monstrous, huge break from Corey Reese. Just really what he needed, just to stop the Craig Marsh surge. He's won the last 4 frames on the trot in pretty rapid fashion, and this is just exactly what Corey needed.
Yeah, and he's going to play the this last yellow into the right middle pocket. I thought maybe he could have left the cue ball just to the right of where it is now and clipped that yellow into the right corner and swung it off 2 cushions, but maybe he just thought he was going to clip the red on the way through. So
10 seconds.
Not the easiest of positional shots here. Made to look very easy from someone who's in such good form, though.
Yeah, that was literally exactly where he wanted it. Coming off 2 cushions. He's probably just stunned this one in, soft stun. The black into the left middle.
Bit of a stun run through.
Yeah, not a shot you often see him pull.
Sign of confidence.
With the smaller white ball, the stun run through it is not an easy shot to play. But job done for Corey Reese. He stops the rot, and now he only trails by 2. But it will be Craig to break with this. Well, it's a new one on us, really, isn't it? That is this type of breaking that is adopting. I've never seen him do it consistently in a match, but he seems to be the preferred choice so far.
Seems to be, and I'm not wishing it to happen or anything. I'm completely neutral in here, but the white seems to be launching its way around the table just as much as the rest of the pack. So the only thing I'd worry with over a little bit with this hammer break from Craig is losing the cue ball. I mean, how's one of them not gone in?
I mean, there's 11 balls in the top end of the table, and look at that. I mean, is
Slammed his cue into the ground. You'd think he was 5-3 down there, wouldn't you? Not 5-3 up.
Extension call.
Heart on his sleeve.
nothing really threatened the pocket despite the action he got on the balls there. So
he's got to be going red surely here, Corey, hasn't he?
Yeah, I would think so. First pot just a little bit awkward, slightly hampered, but the form is in. You don't really expect him to miss.
He's played that very well.
And as what usually happens, when you're nudging into balls, they all just stay in nice positions. They don't get tied up with something else, which always happens when you're struggling a bit. You probably hit the balls a bit too hard and misjudge stuff, and it all goes a little bit rubbish, doesn't it? And but when you're queuing as well as Corey is at the moment, everything's going your way.
Yeah, and might look like a bad shot there, but he meant that. He had very little he could do. He's played that with running side, just graze off the side of the yellow. Didn't want to be queuing right off this cushion, but it's a simple enough pot into the middle pocket. Took his medicine.
10 seconds.
Played that very well.
A little bit more hampered queuing again, though. He just can't quite get that A1 position at the moment. Just putting himself under a little bit of extra pressure. And this is a big frame in this match, because this was Craig's break, and if Corey can take this one against the head, and it's his break next, we're back on track. Where's that white going? It's going to be hidden behind.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Well.
It is hidden behind the yellow for the red into the right centre. He's still got a shot, but position afterwards could be a challenge.
Yeah, he's not going to miss this red into the top right corner, but he's
10 seconds.
Definitely running into the yellow and just needs to get the cue ball away. Which he has. That's gone wrong.
That has not worked out.
Not gone well at all. He's looking at playing it off the black, is he? I don't think he's got much else.
He's going to have to come up with something pretty huge and spectacular here. Otherwise, the table will be open for Craig Marsh.
10 seconds.
Problem is, he could play it off the black, but he's likely to just be behind another yellow again.
Has he got the legs?
Played it well. It was a good effort. It's not left an easy table for Craig. Yellow on the right hand side of the table. It'll go into a very acute angle, into the middle pocket, a very acute angle. Yellow on the left hand side of the table's on the cushion. But the way he's been playing, I don't know, I just fancy him to find a way.
He's never playing a safety, surely. Wow. Has he left a gap?
Restart the clock, please. Thank you.
Well, he's got what he wanted there. He did have quite a big margin of error. Clever shot.
Yep, just showing that he's not just about being a potting machine.
No.
That there is
10 seconds.
There's a tactical brain in there as well.
Oh, he's in the black.
Slid off the cushion and hit
One
the black.
shot. One visit. Time running. Time out.
So I think Craig's shot will be. He'll firstly get the ball in hand, probably put this red over the bottom right hand corner, and then it's just about keeping the concentration.
Yeah, everything's in the open.
Slightly undercooked that one.
Yeah, you'd want that one back. I mean, there's literally nothing could have gone wrong there apart from. He's left himself something that's no no problem to him.
Yeah, he just smashed it in. Just smashed it in, no problem. And what pressure?
Pressure's for tyres, he said to me. Just leaving this yellow at the bottom of the table as his link up to the black. See him take the 2 at the top of the table, 1 in the middle.
The Buddha. That is one of the best nicknames out there.
It's brilliant.
The Buddha.
What's your nickname?
Sorry, you talking to me?
Yeah.
Well, no one's bothered about what my nickname is. Or was.
It's normally on the back of your top, but on the back of your top it says Chairman.
Maybe that's my nickname. But this black is just run an inch or so too far. I don't think it'll be any problem. No problem at all. And Craig Marsh pulls away yet again, just as Corey Reese looked to be getting back on level terms, or getting close to level terms. And so Craig goes 6-3 ahead, whilst Dan Davey heads off to prepare for his match later on. I'm delighted to be joined by local celebrity, local hero, the Isle of Man's top professional player, Dave Adenall.
Hello, Kev. How you doing?
All right, Dave. How's that for an introduction?
Corey Reese to break. Trailing 6 frames to
How's this gone so far then?
Time running.
Yeah, well, Corey started off quick, but Craig came right back at him, put 4 together, and it's just been to-ing and fro-ing since. But 2 great players at top of the game. It's been a fantastic match, and still not over yet. I mean, both players are breaking like their lives depend on it. It's been some of the best breaking we've seen today. But I guess you'd probably expect that with players in form who are playing with lots of confidence.
Very much so, especially with the form Corey Reese at the moment in the Champions Cup. He's been playing well.
Yep.
Craig Marsh had a couple of good runs in the last tour event here in the Isle of Man, Tour 4.
Yeah, he did. Yep, started to show what he's all about. He won't be happy till he gets back in the winner's circle, that's for certain. And with the big one looming in 3-4 weeks' time, this is probably the last major competition that guys will be in before the World Championships.
Yeah, very much so, and especially when it's not long now to have this tournament so close to the World Championship. It's anyone that's got a bit of form here, then like to fancy the chances, I'd say, for the World.
Yeah, do you think this event is a gauge for who the contenders are going to be, or there's bound to be some shocks at the Worlds. There always is, isn't there? There's going to be somebody gets through that you think, didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, I mean, I think with this game, there's always going to be a few shocks. So many great players, and the variables of everything that can happen in this game, most definitely.
And what about yourself, Dave? Have you been playing much recently throughout the last sort of 12-18 months? Have you managed to play it much at all?
I've just played mainly local events. Missed a few of the tour events this year, but it's great to be back playing the tour events. Tour 5 and tour 4 and 5 this year, so that's great. So now I should get back into a routine now. Now things are settling down with COVID, so it's just great to be back, to be honest.
Yeah.
Great back to see everyone as well as playing.
Yeah. And looking forward to the World Championships?
I am, yes. Really looking forward to it. It's coming for a full week this time, playing in the doubles, which I haven't been able to do before. So with Callum Gardner, a new tour member, so really looking forward to that. Also from the Isle of Man. Excellent.
Yeah, it'll soon be here. And that will be coming to you on the BBC Sport and iPlayer. February the 15th we start. Then the coverage on the BBC starts on the 18th. Meanwhile, on the outer tables, pro number 1, Liam Dunster, he's 5-2 ahead against Ryan Clark. He seems to be pulling away there. And Ross Fernie, he's continuing his great form. He's 3-0 up against Luke Sanjis, the battle of the young guns.
Ross Fernie, yeah, a Tour 1 winner.
Yep. He got the monkey off his back, didn't he? And then in the last 32 match, Simon Ward, he's 3-1 up against the tiny assassin, Mark Pickworth.
Extension call.
So missed opportunity there from Craig. Just didn't quite judge the plan. So decent chance for Corey.
Yeah, just needs to cue this well. Difficult shot, but it was a good chance to.
Wow, how well's he hit that one?
Too well.
Doesn't want to be too straight, and that's not a great angle for him. Craig shakes his head. Probably not at Corey's shot, but just at his own failings on that last visit. He's cued that well. Again, doesn't want to be straight. Just got enough angle, I think, to screw this back and pull it off the cushion.
I think he's cued that as well as you can play that. It's not an easy shot that having to do reverse side without having to worry about losing the cue ball. He's played that to perfection, or as best at least he can do.
Just one more big shot for this frame. To stay in touch. Has he got enough? I think he can clip this in. It is a thin one. I think he thought at first he'd not given it enough. Lots of bottom right hand side, just to widen that angle. In it goes, 6 frames to 4. Craig Marsh leads in this race to 8 frames, and Corey didn't half need that one.
Very much so, yeah. I mean, 6-4 or 7-3, it's massive. So keep Craig on 6, and that'll definitely changes the complex of the match.
We saw you earlier on, David, against Ryan Clark. Unfortunately, result didn't go your way, but you certainly get lots of support here, don't you? They're all there cheering for you.
Yeah, it's great. The Manx support is brilliant, not just for Poole, but just for any people that play sport.
Craig Marsh to break.
The Manx people
Leading
get
6 frames
behind
to
the
4.
local people, and it's absolutely fantastic.
Time running.
And it's nice just to see so many of them support the event. To have so many of them playing as well. It's fantastic.
Well, it's another huge break. Is that red going to drop? It is. It just had enough revolutions just to drop in. I didn't think it was going to go in at first, but it has, and oh, great split again.
And how often is it always the last ball that's moving that drops?
It's always the last ball, isn't it? Always.
10 seconds.
So this is a big
Extension
chance now
call.
for Craig. He'll know the importance of this. He doesn't want to give Corey a way back into this match. He's played that well. He's really on the last difficult ball he's got in this clearance. Still got to work his route out though. But he'd be glad to get this one out of the way.
10 seconds.
Nice shot there to get through the gap. Should have really opened up the clearance, that shot.
So talking about your match, David, do you enjoy playing in front of a crowd, a home crowd like that, or is it a bit daunting, or have you just got used to it? You know, how do you? Are you able to enjoy it because you're focusing on the match that much?
Yeah, it's a bit of both, to be honest. But yeah, no, I love it, to be honest. I know I love playing on the TV table. I play all the matches on there if given the choice, regardless how I play or the result. But no, I enjoy it. I really do, and it's nice to have that support. Only just that one. His heart would have been in his mouth there.
Yeah, just the speed. Any harder, and that wouldn't have gone in. But he'll want to be straight behind this. Yeah, so he's had to give up perfect position. These can be tricky shots. He doesn't want to quit on the shot. He needs to screw that white back 3 or 4 inches. And he's missed the pot. He's missed the pot. They're not gimmies, those.
They're not, no. It's balance of trying to screw that white back without hitting it too hard. It's like a very soft touch, and it's a difficult one to judge.
10 seconds.
He's given Corey a lifeline. Craig's just going to have to sit there and watch. Can't quite understand what's happened there. The cue almost went for a little journey when he went back to his chair.
Frustrations of this game. We all sign up to. We all love and sign up to.
Yep. It can be a daft game at times, can't it? But that's why we love it.
Yeah.
Time running.
That's why it's great entertainment. You know, it's great entertainment. Great players. Drama. Crazy misses. Crazy shots. It's got everything, hasn't it? It's got everything.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, and that's from all the players really, not just the top players. It's you see a mixture of like drama and the amount of matches that are all really close. It's quite incredible as well.
Yeah, it's a shame we can't show more matches because we saw on the results from the last 32s that there was lots of 8-6s and 8-7. 8-7s out there.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, there's even races like 7 to 8. It's still like a race when the standard's so high. It's still like a short. Feels like a short race.
Yeah.
And I think that's why you get so many close scorelines.
So this has just gone a little bit awkward for Corey. Obviously the pot's no problem, but he's not going to have perfect position. So he's got to pull out an excellent positional shot here or leave a double. Depends how he sees it. Or is he going to take the yellow down the rail into this bottom right corner? I don't think it's the shot he's going to play, but
I think he'd be looking at rolling this in and playing the double.
Well, these players are so good at doubles nowadays, David, aren't they? You just think they'd leave a double automatically. He's sort of almost there.
Yeah. Not the double I was looking at here. I think he's going to go down the rail now, but
big shot, biggest shot of the match so far. If he pots this, he's going to be on the black while he'll be just going across the table.
10 seconds.
Time's running down. Oh, just enough there on that one. I thought that was just going to stay. That certainly won't make Craig Marsh's mood improve, but in it goes. The black follows. And Corey Rees closes the gap again, and it is Corey to break. So we are literally still back on serve, David, after all the dramas that we've had so far.
From 6-3 to 6-5, and the last 2 frames could have gone either way. So it shows how massive it is.
Yeah, Yeah, a couple of little errors from Craig that he certainly wasn't making earlier on in the match. How is he going to respond?
Frame 12. Corey Reese to break. Trailing 6
This
frames.
looks like he's got 7-all written all over
Time
it, doesn't it?
It's amazing how many deciders we have on this TV table. I wasn't quite able to add one to the collection earlier, sadly, but
yeah, it was interesting at your match, wasn't it? Because if you had have won that match, you'd have had another date with Mr. Dunster.
yes, yeah, it'd have been nice that, especially after having a good match with him at the last tour. So yeah, it would have been nice to have a rematch.
That was an incredible match. That had so much in that last frame. It was unbelievable. We were all watching it on one of the outer tables. You know, there was such a crowd watching. It was literally standing room only, and we were all trying to, you know, it helps being 6 foot odd tall and you can look over people's shoulders. But yeah, it was a fantastic. It has to be said, David, you were a little bit unlucky not to get over the line, but it's pulling it sometimes.
It is
just happened.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I mean, I had the last frame, you know, as Liam coming out with a couple of snookers and just didn't quite hit it right, but just left it awkward twice. But you know, yeah, so I was favourite in that frame, so it was disappointing not to win it. But I feel like to get to 6 each, it was he was the better player through that. So I was quite content, really, to be honest. But obviously, it would have been nice. That would have really made the weekend if I'd have won that.
Yeah, it'd have been great for all the fans that were watching as well. It really was busy in there.
Yeah, there was plenty of people about. So when I turned around and seen everyone there, it was like, where do you all come from?
Yeah, word had got round. Word had got round.
Yeah, it's nice how we've had so many locals enter the event as well.
10 seconds.
With the event being on the doorstep, it's great that they've took the opportunity to play in this event.
And how is sort of pool generally on the island? You know, maybe the last 15, 20 years, obviously been difficult times. Has the sport obviously managed to survive and come out the other side and start beginning to thrive again?
Yeah, I think pretty much. Yeah, it's you know, we've got a person at the moment, Pete Crellin. He runs our local events.
10 seconds.
Like the local league in Douglas, and then the Ireland events as well. And you know, we've been trying to put events on over the last few years, and you know, get say 20, 30 entries. I mean, he's getting like 70. You know,
right.
So like, you know, the two biggest events we've got, the FA Cup of Pool and the Ireland Championships. I mean, he's raking in 70 entries, which is unheard of, really. You know, it's incredible what he's doing. So. So yeah, there's a bit of a buzz about pool at the moment. It's really good.
There's certainly a bit of a buzz around Corey Reese and how he's playing. From 6-3 down, he's a couple of pots away from tying this up at 6-all. It's just a little bit short of pace there.
Yeah, I think it's just a slightly awkward angle. Is he going to have to run into that red, or I don't see how he can get in behind it.
10 seconds.
Tricky though. So shot clock pressure as well. Oh, great shot to get through.
Can he just drop this in and hold for the black, or is he going to have to put a deep screw onto this one?
10 seconds.
He should be okay.
Played that well.
Yeah, that was a very, very nice shot. Well controlled, well judged. Happy to take the more difficult shot. And this black to tie things up at 6 frames all. No mistake. To Corey Reese. levels things up. It's now a best of 3. Who can win 2 of the next 3 frames to take the place in the quarterfinals? It's been a game of 3 halves, really. You know, starting off Corey, then Craig, now back to Corey.
What's the next chapter?
Yeah, what's the last 3 frames, or 2 frames, got in store for us? It'll be Craig to break.
Frame 13. Craig Marsh to break. Scores are tied, 6 frames all. Time running.
This is absolutely critical now for Craig. He needs to stop the Corey Reese charge. It's a great break. And he's the white stopped in the middle of the table. No, just to the side. And that is a great result. And now Craig has got what he wanted and the opportunity to clear the balls, but lots of pressure. Our referee, Ben Taylor Fuente.
Star of Sporty Stuff TV.
The star of Sporty Stuff TV, yeah. Gary Wiltshire's making him a household name. But that worked out well for Craig, and now this is... Oh, he's got into that one a bit too much. I don't think he can see the red now. And if he can't, that makes things a little tricky. Does the red go into that top right hand corner?
Extension called.
Oh, he's gone for the clip. I think he's missed the ball. He's missed the clip.
Time running.
Another shake of the head. It was a thin one he was looking for.
It was, yeah, and having to get plenty of right hand side on to come off 2 cushions and run into the other red and hold position, so it was a lot on it. With just not being just a small cut, it was quite a big cut back, so with having to play all that side as well, so there's a lot going on in that shot.
Yep. Fortunately for Craig, he's left Corey with not a lot to go at. He needs to cover that bag, and he has done, so that's a good shot. That red does go in the bottom right hand corner, and Craig won't be shy to play position on that one. You feel like this is big moments in this match.
Very much so. I mean, this could decide the match. This frame, go 7-6 up. You're on the hill. You've got a bit of a lifeline, but not much. Obviously, at this standard, but it could be so crucial.
Not worked out as he hoped. He was looking to play into a very, very small window there.
Ten seconds.
Well, time's running down. He must be down to 2-1. I think he had about 1 second spare then, and This is tricky now. He's just relying on a little bit of good fortune. The pot's difficult enough. And he's got to get good position. And he's missed the pot. He didn't get position. And it's all going wrong for the Buddha. The cue's getting slung around. He's not feeling it at the moment. He just can't believe what's going on. He looked to be like a Rolls-Royce engine 4 or 5 frames ago. Rolls-Royce machine. But it's always come a little bit unstuck.
It's amazing. All it can take is one bad safety, a missed shot, or how the look can suddenly change and you just can't get it back. It's amazing how quickly it can turn. There's still time for it to turn back for Craig.
Yeah, but it is literally out of his hands now.
Yeah.
If Corey can finish these off, not easy by any stretch.
10 seconds.
And it'll be Corey to break next. So Craig Marsh could, in theory, have played his last shot in this match. Talked about at the start of the match, how this is, this match is almost like, fighting for who's the top dog in Wales. Obviously, you've been the top dog in the Isle of Man for about 300 years. Is there anybody, who's coming through that you've got your eyes on, thinking, oh yeah, and he could be a danger in a year or two?
Yeah, definitely. Got like half a dozen really good players, but as regards to going for, like, say, younger players, we've got a lad called Callum Gardner. He's doing the tour next year. We're travelling together, which is really good, and he puts a lot of time in, and he's improved a lot, knocking on the door for local events, local honours. So hopefully he'll be coming good soon. But he's like I say, he's knocking on the door for local events, so it just shows the improvement that he's made so quickly in a short space of time.
A name for us to keep our eyes out later this season.
I've got him carrying me at the Worlds in the doubles. Don't know what he done wrong to deserve that, but he's got that role.
So nice shot down the rail there from Corey. Just a couple of pots away from going ahead in the match for the first time since he was ahead 2-1. He's turned this match around courtesy of a few Craig Marsh errors. You can feel the tension in the room. But no mistake there from Corey Rees. He moves into a 7-6 lead. It will be him to break. And such is the brutality of this game that Craig could have played his last shot in the match.
Yes, very much.
That missed
so.
pot.
Yeah, very much so. 6-3 to 7-6. It just goes to show when things start going, the frames come back up really quickly. Now 7-6, potentially staring defeat in the face. Depends all now on Corey's break. Craig's got to think positive here. If he can.
Frame 14.
If Corey can get
Corey to break, leading 7
a dry
frames
break, then
time running.
Can potentially run out. You just got to think positive thoughts at this time.
So Corey Rees gets down to break for the last time in this match. Where's that? Well, the white was threatening that corner pocket again. But this time it managed to stay up. It's a nice split on the reds, although there's always the one bad one somewhere, isn't there?
Yeah, always.
Extension called.
Looking around, think it's looking good, and then there's always one, isn't there? And there's never usually an easy option to solve it either.
So he'll be working out his route. He obviously has got to pot something and then try and disturb that shot. And it's coming up, this next shot. What he's done is been clever. He's tried to leave the one that's nearest the left centre pocket so that he'll be hoping that when he disturbs that little cluster, that at worst he'll be on that one.
10 seconds.
Yeah, very much so. Even the one in the corner as well. So just one good pot here. Did it well. He's on it.
Yeah, it's come out well. Little nod from Craig Marsh. I think he knows what is coming. The writing is on the wall. A few little extra mannerisms there from Corey. And the next match coming up after this. What a great way to finish the evening. Dean Shields, one of the form players at the moment, one of the rising stars of the IPA, up against, well, the player of last season, player of the year, Mark Farnsworth.
Wow, that'll be a great match.
10 seconds.
Great to see two informed players up against each other.
And the fact that Dean sat behind us didn't have any influence in that introduction whatsoever.
Oh, no, not at all.
When he's gone, we'll tell everyone the truth.
Yeah, definitely. If you can just give us 5 minutes, please do.
10 seconds.
Yeah, no, it's true. He's one of those players that just seem to be getting better and better every tournament. I think 2022 could be a big year for Dean Shields. Just put kiss of death on him now, but
10 seconds.
The proof is there. Tremendous shot there from Corey. Had to really punch that one in. And now he's just got to put the finishing touches on this frame and the match and secure his place in the quarterfinals. Just taking a few extra seconds.
10 seconds.
Really dig down in the white. Probably the black's going in the same pocket. And it is, the hard work is just about done. Just needs to finish the job off, he knows. There's been a lot of tension in this match, obviously two proud Welshmen. But is Corey Rees the new top dog in Wales? In it goes.
And the match, Corey Rees.
Tremendous performance from Corey. He looked down and out, but he managed to turn things around, and it's him who takes his place in the quarterfinals. So, like I say, we've got Mark Farnsworth, Dean Shields coming up next, and we'll just go have a few words with Corey. Thanks a lot, David.
Cheers, Gav.
Cheers. Well, I'm joined by our first quarter-finalist of the professional event, Corey. Corey, the good form just continues.
Yeah. I got lucky that he should normally
so I broke like God, to be honest. So when you break like that, you should win. So I got lucky, really.
Well, no, I think you're not doing yourself an injustice. I mean, you started off the match well. Craig came back at you. He ran 4 out pretty much, but then you came right back at him as well.
Yeah, well, I missed a good chance to go 3-1 up, and then as you said, he ran 4 on a spin, changed his break, and they were splitting lovely at the start. He was parting, but then towards the end, they were getting, even though if he was parting, they were getting a little bit more tricky, and obviously when you're under a little bit of pressure as well, you can say that. I'm not saying he was, but it's always tough, you know what I mean? But yeah, just happy to get through.
And is there obviously extra pressure playing someone you know very well? Obviously, you two are two of the best players in Wales, if not the world. You know, that rivalry obviously goes back a few years. You know, does that add a little bit of extra spice into the match?
Yeah, I guess, but we just because we played each, most probably Craig is Marshall. I've played in more than anybody else, most probably just through Welsh local tournaments and then obviously IPAs, and played it so many times. It's always good games. You know what I mean? But it's tough, I guess. It's just what it is.
So does that make you the top dog in Wales now?
It's not for me to say that. That's not for me to say. I just got to keep be the best I can be, and that's all I can do, really.
Well, it's all going pretty well at the moment, Corey. You're in the quarterfinals. Hopefully, we'll see you later on in the tournament. Well done.
Thanks, Steve.
So Corey Reese takes his place in the quarterfinals of the professional event. Coming up next, we have got another mouth-watering tie with Dean Shields, who we saw victorious early on, and he's going to be up against the former world champion and probably the player of the year from last year, Mark Farnsworth. So charge your glasses up, get the cookies ready, whatever you need, settle back and relax for the final match of the evening that's going to be coming up in the next 2 minutes.
Can't help it. It's just got a collection of. Let's watch what I say in case there's any microphones on. He's lost by the look on his face, haven't you? Face like a slapped arse. Yeah, that's it. Same story as usual for these chaps. Lovely, thank you very much.
Well, welcome back to the final match of the evening, and what a match to finish a great day's sporting entertainment. Dean Shields against Mark Farnsworth, and as I said in the introduction, Mark Farnsworth, probably the best player in the world in 2021. An incredible return to form. You'd had a pretty barren, apart from the World Championships he won in 2019, had a pretty barren 2 or 3 years in terms of silverware. And after being pretty dominant before that for a few years, was number 1. And the way he came back last year was pretty remarkable. And I'll be interested to see if he can just finish off the season how he started. But he's up against Dean Shields, and Dean Shields, we saw him earlier. He is one of the hottest properties right now as well. He is improving match on match, tournament on tournament. He is going to be knocking on the door for silverware in the coming months and years. And I think this is going to be a fantastic match and a great way to end tonight's action. So wherever you are, hope you're enjoying it. Watching on the IPA YouTube channel. Just a reminder that we resume the coverage of the professional event with the quarterfinals at just before 2 o'clock tomorrow, where we will be live on the BBC Sport website and iPlayer, where you can watch this glorious action in Super HD or whatever they're streaming these days. Those Aramith Pro Cup balls looking absolutely glossy and shiny on the Strachan 861 cloth in powder blue. So we're just about to get things underway. We're just waiting for the shot clocker to get into position. You can just see him walking around there, probably just knocking something over. And everyone's ready, so we're just about ready to start this match now. Mark Farnsworth won the lag.
Finals last 16. Mark Farnsworth to break. Time running.
Our referee Darren Maidment gets the match underway, and it is the former world champion Mark Farnsworth to have the first smash at these balls. It looked like it was going to be a dry break, but Yellow just got a nice little nudge in. So it's the first opportunity to the man from the northeast. They call him Big Ray. He's not as big as he used to be, because he's been losing a few pounds recently. So they might just have to review that nickname. They might have to just call him Medium Ray. If he loses much more, he might be Little Ray. So reds are the choice. Quite work out the position as he planned, but he did get a bye in the first round. Did Mark? So he's missed out on a match. So it might just take him a few frames just to get that arm going. He's been here since Thursday, and we're now Friday night, and it's his first competitive match. So be forgiven for just being a little rusty at the start, just to get used to the table and conditions and get his touch right. friends on that occasion as he tried to break the balls out. So if you're watching on our YouTube channel, we hope we're enjoying it, and got any questions, just fire them out there. We'll do our best to answer any. Tell us where you're watching from. You generally get some people watching in some very, very exotic locations. Always great to hear that.
Extension called.
So just to give you some scores on the outer tables, the outstanding last 32 match between Simon Ward and Mark Pickworth. I'm afraid Simon's running away with that one. I know Mark did win the first frame, but it's now 7-1 to Simon Ward. So he looks as though he will take his place against Gareth Hibbert. In the last 16, Liam Dunster has completed the job against Ryan Clark. He won that 8-4, pretty comfortable in the end. Luke Sanjis, he's mounted a comeback against Ross Fernie. I think Ross was 4-1 up in that match, and it's now 6-all, so that's got a nervy end all over it. Clint Ianson and Jimmy Carney, they're locked at 1 frame all. The other matches in the last 16 will be getting underway around 10 o'clock.
10 seconds.
So that's bringing you right up to date with where we're at. So I said about people watching in exotic locations. Well, someone's watching from the gasworks in Swindon, so doesn't get much more exotic than that. Aaron's watching in New Zealand, and our very own Bronnie Ward. I can't even pronounce where she's watching from. Somewhere in Wales. Too many letters in it. But an error there from Dean. Be a bit disappointed with that. A pretty decent chance in the end. One thing you cannot do is miss chances like that against players of the calibre of Mark Farnsworth, because they're not going to give you that many chances. And he is a front runner. You know, if he gets 1 or 2 ahead, he is going to be very, very difficult to stop with the momentum that he's carrying over this season. He really has been in phenomenal form.
Frame.
And Mark Farnsworth completes the job. It's great to see the comments where people are watching from. It's amazing the the spread of coverage that tunes into these IPA events. I know when we did the World Championships in 2018, I think it was, 2017. We did it on YouTube, and it was watched in over 190 countries. It was quite phenomenal. I didn't even know there was 190 countries.
Frame 2. Dean Shields to break, trailing 1 frame to 0. Time running.
People watching from Morocco, France, Germany, Spain, Cleveland, Ohio. So Dean Shields to get frame 2 underway. Big break of his. But it's just not quite going for him in these early stages of this match. Big old break, but pretty dry, and those yellows will be getting attacked by Big Ray.
Ten seconds. Extension called.
I always find it fascinating that people are watching, and in countries where pool is not, well, certainly this version of pool is not really that predominant. It'd be really interesting to hear how you found out about the IPA, how you know, where your interest from this form of pool comes from. Let us know your stories. It's fascinating. What got you into pool? Who got you into pool?
10 seconds.
That's a tremendous shot there from Mark. That is the shot that is going to unlock this frame and put him in a 2-0 lead. He's quickly got back into his stride. I knew it wouldn't take him long.
10 seconds.
Just left himself slightly hampered, but had to do really. But shouldn't cause him any problems. Oh, he's fouled.
Foul.
Yeah, heard the noise, heard the cue, hit the red ball. Wow. What an error. That is very, very uncharacteristic. So, unexpected opportunity for Dean. He's got to decide, is he going to go for the frame, or is he just going to bide his time? Because he's got a couple of tricky looking reds. Just needs to be careful. Doesn't want to give Mark a sniff back into this frame. That's a nice pot. Don't think he'd have been too bothered if it had not gone in. I think he'll probably hold back now and try and get a good safety shot in. Or is he just going to keep attacking? No, he's in attack mode. This is his game. Nice pot. But again, he's going to have to be careful here, because if he puts this one into the bottom right corner and leaves an angle on the one into the left corner to try and disturb the red that's on the cushion, he's not guaranteed to be on a pot. And if he plays to get on it down the rail, it's a tough shot. And if he jaws it, he'll hand the table over. So he's got some decisions to make. Just needs to be really clear in his thought processes. If he's going for it, fine, then just go for it. But this could go wrong. But it's gone about as right as it can. I mean, that was absolutely fantastic. And his bravery has been rewarded. Dean Shields saying the message to Mark Farnsworth, I am here to play. Drills that into the centre pocket. And this straight black into the corner pocket. And he levels things up at one frame all. That was pretty impressive there from Shootout Shields. They were tricky at the start, and he made pretty light work of them. So, loving reading the reasons why people get into pool. The man Efren Reyes, well, he was a absolute legend of the larger version of pool, 9-ball, all those sort of disciplines on the 9-foot tables. I'm sure he inspired many people to
Frame 3. Mark
take up the game.
Scores tied, 1 frame all. Time running.
Another break from Mark. Looked like going dry, and pretty much the same as last time, but just in the top left-hand corner pocket. Just the ball got a little friendly nudge, and that just keeps him at the table.
Seconds. Extension called.
So Simon Ward completes the 8-1 demolition of our very own Mark Pickworth. And Ross Fernie, he's just edged 7-6 ahead of Luke Sanjeev. Again, a race to 8 frames, so that's getting very, very tense indeed. Clint Jansen and Jimmy Carney, 2 frames all. The other 3 matches just beginning to get underway now, so we'll keep you updated on all those scores as we go through the evening. So I know we've got some friends in Morocco watching. Looks like this version of pool, black ball, absolutely huge in Morocco. The IPA have been on a couple of occasions over there to play in tournaments, and hopefully we'll be there again in the not too distant future. Looking forward to welcoming players from Morocco who are attending the World Championships as well in February. There's around 10 of them, a contingent of around 10 coming. As well as players from South Africa who have confirmed their attendance, so it's absolutely fantastic to see. One guy in particular who I'm really looking forward to seeing on these shows, called Aidan Joseph. he is a very, very good player, and hopefully we'll be seeing him on the stream table up against some of the very best. We've heard a lot of things about him. We've seen him play. Again, the IPA have been to South Africa, and Aidan was there. He's a talent. And it's Mark Farnsworth who breaks and clears, and just edges back into a 2-1 lead. So here, World Championships coming up 15th of February, open to anyone. So if you're watching these guys thinking, oh, I fancy being these, fancy testing myself against the very best in the longest format of the game, then just get onto the IPA website, get your entry in, and you're in. It's as simple as that. No qualifiers. You just pay your money and you put yourself up against these great players, and
Frame
you've
three.
got a chance to win.
Dean Shields to break.
Not too shabby, £13,000 to the winner.
Time running.
Playing in front of the biggest audience in the sport on the BBC and iPlayer. We can't wait for that. This time the Shields break is functioning, but White's just run into not a great position for him, so he's going to have to conjure up some magic here. Not sure what he's got on, to be honest. Whether there's anything in that cluster in the centre that he can get to. He could clip one in, and well, that's opened them up. He's got a chance.
Extension called.
From Dean, he's battling away. Is it time to take this one at the bottom of the table and head back up the table? How's he seeing it? That's the beauty of this game, when you don't have the numbered balls. Obviously, when they're numbered, the pattern is set. But when there's no numbers, then you just got to make your own pattern up, and that's when the human error comes in. That's why people like Mark Farnsworth and Liam Dunster are at the top of the tree, because their pattern plays are just generally that little bit better than everybody else's. It's fine margins.
Seconds.
But we said at the top of the show, Dean Shields, he's no walkover. He is a man on the up in the game. Lots of talent, and he's bringing it to the party now. And this black is going to level things up at 2 frames all, returning the compliment. These guys are breaking and dishing for fun at the moment, and there it goes. 2 frames apiece. All to play for. Early days in this match. 2 all it is. really important, I think, for Dean to stay with Mark, not just let him get a nice, comfortable lead, two, three frames ahead, because he will just grow in confidence and just walk away with the match. He's done it time and time again. When these great players sniff a little bit of weakness,
Mark Farnsworth to break. Score's tied.
they come to the party and generally run away with things. 2-all, excellent standard. Where's that white going? Still on the table, and yet again Mark Farnsworth, who, let's be honest, is not renowned for having a great break. He's classed as, as his Achilles heel, but so far 3 out of 3 on the break, which
extension called.
You can't do much better than that. So, this is opening salvo. Looks like Reds. Tricky plant, which he's got. It's just gone. I think it's okay. It looks like it's gone a little bit messy, but it looks like he's okay. And it looks like we're going to have some company in the commentary box just as soon as he's done his hair and makeup and got out of wardrobe. That's how he rolls these days. I can only be talking about one person. That is the star of Pickers Picks, the star of the betting office. It sounds like it should be a follow-up to The Office. It's called the betting office. He's the other half of Little and Large, and he's not Gary Wiltshire, but it is Mark Pickworth. What an introduction there.
Well, that was delayed and delayed. I've been waiting ages to get on here, but you just have to build it up and build it up for no reason at all. But,
for every reason.
Well, okay. I agree with the Little and Large bit. I agree with that one.
10 seconds.
The question is, will you get an invite for I'm a Celebrity for next year?
I think Gary's well in front of me for that one, so probably not.
There's always a few wild cards in, though, isn't there? You never know.
Is that how it rolls these days?
Is that them on the phone now?
No, it's
not. Is that
on
Ant and Deck?
No. I don't think so. I've missed the start of this match, Kev, but I think we're in for a bit of a cracker, aren't we? Has it been pretty good, has it?
Yeah, excellent standard. And he doesn't want that to sit on the yellow, but he's okay. Yeah, these guys are just breaking big, clearing up. I think we've just had one error from Dean Shields, and the rest have been clearances. That's just another clearance there from the break from Mark. That's 3 on the spin. 2 from him, 1 from Dean. And yeah, this is living up to the billing.
Yeah, Mark Farnsworth looks as focused as ever. He just wants to keep winning titles, doesn't he? You just can't stop him. He just turns up every tour, focuses, and all he wants is another title after another.
Yep, he's got some empty shelves and he needs some silverware on them. And he's on a mission to fill those shelves up. So let us know if you've been watching the Champions Cup on Sporty Stuff TV.
Time running.
If you've been enjoying it. Did you watch the dramatic finale on Tuesday night with Corey Reese and Liam Dunster?
Yeah, we've had a bit of a few sort of dramatic endings. The Dan Davey, Andy Crowsdale one, that was dramatic. Just which one sort of is the fans' favourite. I'm sure we're going to have plenty more of them dramatic endings in these coming weeks.
Champions Cup resumes on the 30th of January.
A week on Sunday. And we're going to be 4 days coverage.
10 seconds.
Just
Extension.
remember, you don't have to have Sky TV. You don't have to live in the UK. You can watch it on sportystuff.tv. Wherever you are, really.
Yeah, watch it online from 10 p.m. Sportystuff.tv is the web page. And that's a huge break again from Dean. He's really giving these balls a good biff. And he's still got a bit of work to do on this one, though. This is not straightforward. So that's worked out okay, but it's going to boil down to one positional shot. As you can see, it's going to be about getting onto this red that is on the right hand side of the table. Can he get onto that? Maybe his last ball, maybe his second to last. I think it'll have to be the last.
Yeah, I think his best chance of getting on that red was the ball he's just taken. He's not going to have that option now. I mean, if he does take that into the bottom left and try and swing it round, anything sort of can happen. Needs to be leaving the correct angle here. Easy enough pot into the top left. What's about this angle?
Actually, I think he can screw across above the black. I think. I looked on the overhead. It looked like that shot was on.
It's a big shot, though. That's one of them shots where you can just get a bit too much into it. Or not enough.
10 seconds.
Well, he went round the angles. Another bit extra pace, and he would have been absolutely perfect. But now he's got a thin clip. A white is going to be flying round.
Yeah, I mean, he's probably got an option of a double as well. But again, white ball's going in the top half of the table. And there's a lot of yellows up there that anything could clash. He's going for the clip, which is probably the right shot. And that's a great shot there from Dean Shields. This black then to level this match up once again.
This is becoming a dish fest. Neither player taking a backward step. No mistake.
Right.
It's dish after dish. I mean, these guys are making it look easy, and we know it's not.
Yeah, we do. No, it's not as well. Yeah, these boys, they just love a dish in. Tell you what, Kevin, the audience at home, they've had a right sort of feast of action here.
They certainly have, and we've got more to come tomorrow. Remember, we are live from just before 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, where we will see the conclusion of this professional event. And just to bring you right up to date with the latest scores, Ross Fernie, he managed to get over the line against Luke Sanjeev. He won that 8-6. And Jimmy Carney, who was 4-1 down, 7-5 down against Craig Brown.
4-0 down he was.
4-0, yep, he's managed to... Well, he obviously won that match, and he is 4-2 up against Clint Jansen. John McAllister and Gavin Robinson, they're just underway, 1 frame each. Our very own Dan Davey, he started strong. He's 2-0 up against Alex O'Donoghue.
Extension call.
And Simon Ward, victor in the last round against Mark Pickworth. We won't talk about it too much, Mark. It's okay.
No, we won't be doing.
And
I think the score does it talking itself.
He is just about to get underway against Gareth Hibbert. He's just walking past us from our commentary area, and he's going to be That could have been a contender for the stream match, to be honest. Simon Ward and Gareth Hibbert. That is a juicy match. So that's the latest scores from where we're at.
So it was the end of the Mark Farnsworth Edition Fest. He went in off on that previous break off. Dean Clark, he's just going to continue where Mark has left off.
Who's Dean Clark?
Dean Clark. Why was that Dean Clark? That's Dean Shields. Apologies. So I've just been whipped up by Simon Ward. So
he's still coming
still
round
spinning.
from that.
I'm still spinning.
Yeah, big moments in this match. You know, if he can win this one against the head, you know, the way these two are playing, it is just rat-a-tat-tat dishing. And yeah, as I said, these guys are making it look easy. Anyone that's ever played the game knows it's far from that. But he's looking good here, is Dean. He looks very, very solid.
Yeah, he was very solid in his first week of the sporty stuff. Produced some brilliant pull. Didn't quite sort of come to the races on his second night. Oh, he's carrying it on here.
Yeah, he's not messing about. Pretty brisk round the table is Dean. And that easy black. That's one against the head, and Dean Shields moves into a 4-3 lead. I mean, this is a ridiculous standard, Mark.
Yeah, it is, and it's really great to watch. And anybody these boys are making it look too easy on telly. If they think it's easy, then, well, you better get yourselves down to the IPA then and just see how easy it is.
Yep, get your entry fees in. If you fancy playing on the tour next year, even if it's just one or two events, then you can do that. Come and sample the experience, sample the great atmosphere and camaraderie we have at these events.
Hey, mate.
Meet some new people and play some great players.
Yeah, all of that is definitely here at the IPA. A lot of new recruits again next year. Everyone just cannot wait to play the IPA ranks. It's going to be pretty sort of feisty, I think. You know, I think that's the best way of feisty.
All of them.
Words, yeah.
But it's Dean's turn to come up dry.
I mean, we've got an incredible amount of action to come up over these next 3 months. I mean, we've got sporty stuff that runs right up to the 20th of March. We've got the World Championships from the 15th to the 20th of February. Yeah, another tour at the end of March. It's unstoppable. It's just keep going. We're going to be in for a treat all them times.
Yep, the first tour event of 2022 in Coventry. That starts in March. So, say if you want to enter, then it's all done through the IPA website and the shop. You just go in, pay your deposit, settle back and relax, knowing that your place is secure, and
see you in March.
See you in March. Yeah, bring your cue and off we go.
Tell you what, we've got a good quarter-final line-up already, haven't we? Liam Dunster against Ross Fernie. That's going to be an incredible match. I just watched Ross Fernie. He played Luke Sanchez, and it was just a dry break difference. That's all it was.
Was it?
Yeah, for him to win 8-6.
Yeah, so that'll be coming up tomorrow, I've no doubt, because we'll be showing most of the matches tomorrow. Oh, that's a great shot from Mark Farnsworth. He holds his hands up, but Pretty good effort. So that old Scottish battle, that'll probably get tomorrow underway at 2 o'clock. That'll be the first match on the stream. Now we saw one of these missed earlier by Craig Marsh. He tried to just pinch the pocket a little bit. What can the 2019 world champ do? Quit on the shot. He didn't get through the shot and didn't get the screw back. And that is a poor error there. Very, very strange shot.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic like from Mark Farnsworth. His positional play is without the doubt the best in the world. That is far from brilliant. What's he going to do here? Is he trying to swerve it around off the cushion? He's lucky there. I think that's all he had on. All of a sudden,
one free shot.
Mark Farnsworth here, he will find himself 2 frames behind.
Yep, well, this is just about Dean Shields holding himself together. I mean, everything out in the open. I mean, it'd be very difficult not to run out of position. It's just got to keep the concentration. As we all know, we've all done it. When they're this easy, sometimes it's easy just to play a careless one, but I'm sure Dean's got that covered. Just working it out. It can also work the other way. You can always overthink it as well sometimes when they're this easy.
Yeah, overthink it, take the wrong order, and all of a sudden things are starting to get harder and harder. Just needs to keep this very simple.
Dean Shields was in the Champions Cup. He was actually called for a time foul. Don't often have that happen, but yeah, he suffered a time foul.
Yeah, that was a night he really wasn't at the races.
Oh, he's had a kick.
How can you have a kick at that pace?
He's had a huge kick. Just needs to gather his thoughts.
I don't know what he's got on here. Has he got a thin clip into the left corner? He's definitely got a thin clip into the left centre, but that is a super tough pot. He's going to take it in the top left. Not sure if this cuts back, this yellow. It's going to be mighty thin. I think he's looking at it. He's going to be taking it on. Well, that white ball, that's going to be doing some miles.
Yeah, it's
10 seconds.
It's tricky. He could play safe. Just hit this yellow at the top, full in the face. Oh, the white's come away. He's misjudged it. Oh, and this is turned around in the blink of an eye.
I mean, this is one of them pots. Is it a 3 out of 10? For Mark Farnsworth, does it just turn into like a 7 or 8 out of 10? He's missed it. Look where that red ball's gone. There's going to be no pressure on Dean Shields at all now.
Yeah, I think he'll take probably the one into the right centre. Yeah. Wasn't sure how much room there was in front of that black. But no mistake this time from Shootout Shields. And he has this yellow and easiest of easy blacks. And he is going to be 5-3 up. A race to 8.
Frame.
So that's a couple of unforced errors we've seen from Mark in this match. Obviously that one there where he just quit on the shot and didn't screw the white back, and then he was bridging over a red ball earlier in the match and caught the red with his cue.
Good. Yeah, they're not the mistakes that we normally see Mark Farnsworth do. But, let's not be too critical. This is his first match of the weekend. Sometimes always the hardest one to sort of settle down in. He needs to settle down soon because he's 5-3 behind.
Yeah, I'm just looking at those last 16 matches, and we'll
Frame
come
9.
back to those
Mark Farnsworth to break.
in the
5,
next frame.
3.
But
Time running.
all bubbling up very, very nicely indeed.
And that is exactly not what Mark Farnsworth wanted. Try and break in off last time, dry break this time.
It's not going to plan. So the reds look good, but just that little area at the top of the table. He could attack it
10
now.
seconds.
Can he clip the one into the right centre? He can. And that has opened things up. But he's got a difficult opening. Next pot. Big shot. He's probably got a little bit of insurance, but you just never can tell in this game. No mistakes, and now this frame is at his mercy.
Yeah, it is.
Extension call.
If you're a Dean Shields fan, and he's got many, this is getting very exciting. This is going to be the most difficult part of this clearance, this next positional shot. It's got a bit of traffic and a bit of mileage to manoeuvre this white ball. Oh, wow, that red goes in the right centre. I didn't see that
10
one.
seconds.
Not only does it go in the right centre, he's got the perfect angle on this red now in this bottom right hand corner.
Yeah, you just spin this round a couple of cushions, just come between the yellow and the black. Just to miss the black. Oh, he's just about got there.
Yeah, and he'll take that. This is one of them though. He knows if he gets this, gets good position, he's going to be 3 frames ahead. He's chewing lovely now, straight through that one. Probably, if anything critical to say about that, he got into it a bit too much and cued it too well. He's going to have a bit of a mid-range black here. I don't think he can get close to this black. Just needs to make sure the pot, give himself a shot.
How much is he going to risk? Speed, yeah. Didn't kept the risk element to a minimum, made sure of the pot, and leaves this long straight black under pressure. Now this is a test.
He is a good cueist though. He's got to cue straight through this. Keep your head still.
Oh, beautifully cued.
Frank.
Beautifully cued there from Shootout Shields.
Yes, very good indeed there from Dean. He is really punishing Farnsworth at every opportunity. And if you want to sort of get into the latter stages, you've got to be beating players like Farnsworth. He's going about it in the right way. He's 2 away from a place in the quarter-finals.
Yeah, apart from maybe one error from Shields, he has been pretty faultless, and he'll be absolutely delighted with where things stand at the moment, although still a long way to go. You know, Mark Farnsworth is not out by any means yet. He is only 6-3. We've seen bigger deficits overturned. You can never count anything in this game.
No, definitely not in this game. God, anything can go wrong. But Dean is breaking this one. I feel if he gets this breaking clearance, he's got a ball. Where's the white?
Wow. It stayed on the solid ground. How has that not gone in?
Pace, that is all that's kept that out. Any shorter of pace and that would have dropped.
So he's got a shot at yellows. If he can
10 seconds.
make this pot, he's got a great chance. Well, he just doesn't look as if he wants to miss today. He's disappointed with his performance in the Champions Cup after he looked so good after his first round match.
Extension called.
So it's just a matter of working out the route. I mean, the black is obviously an issue, but, you know, it's perfect for a double.
Yeah, it is. It's just, for me, I wouldn't try and play on that with a double from the one on the top left-hand pocket. So pretty much the one in the middle of the table would have to be his last ball, possibly. Just a bit of traffic in there in that top corner, isn't there?
Yeah, I think he'll be taking the one in the middle next.
Well, he's going to have a choice of both. I think he can get through to that and the one on the top left, but it's just mainly preference here. I see that there's a bit of traffic there.
Yeah, either way, it's going to be a challenge to leave the white in a place where he's got a decent attempt at the double.
He's going to be okay here. He can really hit this really thin. Just wondering what sort of double is he going to leave. Is it going to be a straight one or is it going to have to be a cross double?
Well, he's played that well.
He has played that well.
You know, this is all about pace on the double. Doesn't want it to slide off the cushion. Just needs to hit it nice and firm. Good speed. And this should be in the bottom of the pocket. No mistake there. He is just an absolute machine in this match. Dean Shields, 7-3 up. One frame needed.
Yeah, one frame needed. And how well has Dean Shields played here? I can't remember the last time I've seen this scoreline against Mark Farnsworth. It seems like years. Especially in this season that we've seen. He just seems to be picking up trophies all the time.
Well, he's going to have to perform an incredible comeback if he's going to be taking that piece of impressive silverware that's just behind him. Home on the plane tonight, on Monday.
Mark Farnsworth to break.
Don't think he'll be going home tonight. Still got another event to play in. But the break again has let him down. It's just been the story of the match for him, the second half of the match. And now Dean Shields is at the table with a chance to win the match. And I think those reds look mighty appealing the way he's been playing. And look at that red that's next to the black. Isn't that just perfect for his last ball?
Yeah, it is. And he'll be looking just to see his route now.
That's the red. He'll leave that till the end. So it's all about working out the path to leave the perfect angle on that one so that he can pot it in the corner, screw the white onto the yellow, and then just leave the black down the rail into the same pocket as his last red. So that's what will be going through the computer brain.
Yeah, and I think both the red balls in the bottom half of the table, you have to be making sure your white ball is on a bit of string there. As soon as you're leaving one sort of out of position, you're going to be chasing the other one. So putting these in the top half of the table shouldn't prove too much problem.
10 seconds.
Is Mark Farnsworth going to get another chance? Or is Dean just going to take it at this opportunity?
Is he tempted to take this red into the right centre off the yellow to open the centre pocket? Is that doing a bit too much? Does he need to do that?
Is that where he's played it to? That's where he is, but did he mean that to be about there?
I think he's short of pace.
Well, if he is, he's short of pace by about a good foot.
Double time.
He's got one of these already, hasn't he? With that black in the previous frame. He's just making these doubles look so easy. I like they're over the pocket.
Believe me, people, pool is a tricky game. And he's got the absolute perfect angle on this red into the top left to screw the white back about 2 feet, maybe 2.5 feet. Slightly to the right-hand side, like that. And as you can see from that camera angle, that is absolutely pretty much perfect.
Yeah, it is. Hope you think the commentators cared, but that, ladies and gentlemen, is a masterclass. He's just one good shot away here from securing his place into the quarter-finals. He's cued well all this match. And he continues just to keep cueing so well. And now this simple black to knock out Mark Farnsworth. He's got another kick, but it's made it to the pocket. And well played to Dean Shields. Unlucky to Mark Farnsworth. No doubt we're going to see him in plenty. He's going to come back fighting in the rest of this weekend. No doubt we'll see him again on this table. But for now, Dean Shields deserves his place in the quarter-finals. Remember, the quarter-finals are going to be shown tomorrow. And we're going to hand over to the TV table. We're going to hand over to Kevin Barton, who's talking some words to Dean Shields.
Well, thanks a lot, Mark. And I'm joined by Dean Shields. Dean, I'm not sure what you had in your cup of tea in between maybe 2 matches, but whatever you had, it certainly worked. That was an incredible performance. You must be delighted.
I am, yeah. It's a stark contrast to that first game. Making balls off right, feeling comfortable. So, yeah, delighted, like I say.
What do you put the change down to? I mean, you look so confident around the table. I mean, I don't think you made a mistake. There was 6 or 7 clearances. It was just incredible performance.
I don't know. I think it's just probably just wanting to prove myself a little bit. You know, I'm underdog against Mark, and rightly so. But I think I can beat anyone if I play well, and it's just a case of trying to show that, you know, and play like I know I can do.
Yeah, obviously you were playing one of the form players from 2021. You know, it's been absolutely incredible. But you just managed to put that to the back of your mind and just concentrate on your own game.
Yeah, that's basically it. Yeah, it's like I say, if I play well and I'm breaking condition and not giving Mark a chance or anyone a chance, then there's not many that can beat me.
Well, that was certainly as impressive as it's been for some time, despite the glasses going off behind us. So obviously quarterfinals tomorrow, and looking forward to that, of course.
Yeah, definitely. I just want to try and keep the intensity, keep the focus, not think now because I've had a big win that I'm sort of like there. You know, I've got to try again tomorrow with the same attitude.
So 3 matches away from the title and taking on that piece of silver. You might have to pay for some excess luggage if you do. But what would it mean to you to take home your first major IPA title?
Yeah. I mean, a lot. It's like I say, I've always looked at the seasons as just trying to progress year on year. You know, obviously I had my first year on the amateur and made it pro and did okay, but wasn't particularly happy. Wanted to do a bit better. You know, I made one final. Just constantly getting better. So this would be a massive jump to finally get a title.
Well, Dean, fantastic performance, it really was. We look forward to seeing the quarters tomorrow. Well done.
Cheers, Kev. Thank you.
So an absolutely flawless performance there from Dean Shields. He takes his place in the quarter-finals, and that's when we'll be back tomorrow, 5 to 2. We'll be back on the BBC Sport website and iPlayer. Hope you can join us then. Thanks for watching, and good night.